Well, once again, we are back, slightly delayed, but hungrier than ever to see more racing action. Slight differences in terms of race length and circuit as we jet off to the virtual south of France, just outside of Marseille, to the circuit Paul Ricard. This time, it's 6 hours of racing that is destined to be filled to the brim with racing action. Qualifying is already in the books, having been done last night, and it's already had plenty of drama with thrilling close margins, drivers making debuts for their teams, and a front row lockout for Unicorns of Love. If that all sounds too good, then don't worry, because letting the sides down and bringing us back to normality, it's myself, Lewis McGlade, and Cian Butler's in the commentary booth to take you through the opening 3 hours. Yeah, we're in for a bit of a tasty ride here. It's, by the way, it's not Mike Yao on the broadcast cameras. Daniel Costello is going to be bringing us the broadcast feed, bringing us up that extra level. No disrespect to Mike Yao. So at least we should have some form of equilibrium here, Cian.
Yeah, it's going to be a really great race out here today. Paul Ricard is one of those tracks that, you know, you don't always see the most action on, but when it does kick off, it kicks off greatly. So I'm looking forward to seeing this race today.
We're in for a bit of drama. Obviously, we had our previous race cut short, so there's a lot of drivers and teams that will be coming back even more hungry to take a title like this. What do you think their mindset's been approaching this, having a complete change of circuit? Obviously, Kyalami to Paul Ricard. We'll talk about that ad nauseum, I'm sure, through this race. But the mindset's coming into it. Surely it's treating it completely separately than the race before and just focusing on the main target of taking the win.
Yeah, every time you finish a race or every time a race ends on you, you have to hit that reset button, get your mind forward, and get ready to keep going. I know a lot of these drivers have had maybe a bit less opportunity to prepare because it's been a bit of a packed weekend with some other events for some people that I do know. But that being said, Paul Ricard's one of those tracks that's a bit more forgiving because you have all that brilliant runoff area, the blue and red all there to keep you out of dredge, you know?
Brilliant runoff area. Not two things that are normally associated with Paul Ricard, more just massive. We'll discuss a little bit the prize pool, the slight adjustments from the previous time we were racing back in Kyalami, of course, last year. The adjustments are that it's a $6,000 total prize pool, $1,500 of which is going to the race winner, $875 to second, $500 a third, and you can see the rest of them counting through all prize money being allocated within the top 20 when it comes to the race finishing positions. However, $1,000 of this prize pool is being put aside for the bonus prize pool, that of pole positions, fastest laps, best overtakes, which you'll be able to help us out with, most positions gained, and the best social media post in the team. That's where $1,000 of that. Of course, $200 has already been picked up by Bastian Richter. Had that fantastic qualifying session last night. We'll be catching up with him in a few moments' time before we get into the race and see what their mindset is like. But it was an absolutely fantastic qualifying session yesterday, which ended in that thrilling climax where we said the Unicorns of Love were the two that locked out the front row of the grid, 300 a second between them. Vipperman Racing, SMP and Veloce were the top 5 that went through into that Super Bowl, into the final qualifying session. Williams Esports in 7th. Of course, that was Dara McCormack behind the wheel. Might be a little bit disappointed only to be in 7th on here. A few other ones to keep an eye out on there. The second of the Williams Esports, Charlie Croston, was making a debut in that car, just 13th. Before we see Aspar, we see SMP Racing Esports, TF Racing down there as well. Team Ford Auxiliary might have been a little bit disappointed. Those outside of the top 15, seeing John Lacey Esports, of course, Rocket, SimSport, and some of the other ones coming through. It's been a difficult qualifying session for quite a lot of these teams, as you would expect around Paul Ricard. It's a circuit which bites some of those mistakes, right?
Yeah, you know, it's because it is such an open runoff area, but, you know, if you make those mistakes, it means that there is a lot more time to be gained, because a lot of these drivers can push a lot more and keep it a lot more on the edge. It's been a great job from the guys in qualifying, though, and it's going to be great to see how they carry that performance through to the race for just about everyone.
See those final views coming through. No time for TDG Racing. A slow one for the second of the Veloce cars, Rambelt, Brabham, etc. Some of these ones that are a little bit further down than they would expect. Burst as well, of course, the FFS Run car that will be starting from 31st. And those are your 42 runners here for the 6 hours at the circuit Paul Ricard. Now, whilst we're here, let's go catch up with one of our drivers. I think we should potentially, because I don't really want to get Daniel Costello a little bit confused with all the buttons. I think we'll start with Dara McCormack to give him a little bit of a catch-up. Of course, someone who might well have been a little bit disappointed with how qualifying went, just missing out on the Superpole, dropping back a few positions in there. Hydra, hello. Talk us through that qualifying session. Talk us through how you've resorted your mentality to come into this race.
Yeah, cheers, Liz. In the qualifying session yesterday, I actually got a used tyre set for my first run, so I had no chance because I didn't even realise. Then the lap came through and I was like, why is it so slow? And I realised it was a used tyre set, so the game kind of messed me over a bit there. And then when I came back into the pits, I just didn't nail the second lap because low pressure. So yeah, the second lap was on me, but other than that, obviously really pissed off yesterday, but I'm back in the game today.
Now, mentality-wise, in the squads, you as a team, all feeling pretty confident, even starting from a lower position. This is a circuit that you can overtake at, after all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll be looking to work together with a few people, obviously, because you want to pull away from the majority of gaps, or the majority of the field, build a big gap. So you want to kind of bump draft on the straight if you can, without doing too much damage to the car. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's probably best to just overtake somewhere in the last sector or the first sector if you're going to go for an overtake.
Finally, obviously, a couple of switches up within the teams has been a thing for a lot of teams in the world of sim racing. Of course, Charlie Crossland recently joining the Williams outfit. Have you been working quite closely with the other team and with Charlie? Has he fit into the mould of the team and the idea of the team quite well so far? Yeah,
I mean, I know Charlie really well. We've worked together for years, so it's great to have him. Great to be in the same team again after 3 years, I think. So yeah, he's working really well, fitting in really well with Jack and Fidel for the second car. So yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for the future.
Well, Dara, we'll let you get focused for the race start. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers, Lewis.
Not the only person we'll be interviewing before we go into the race, because Bastian Richter will be joining us in the interview room, getting himself ready after a fantastic qualifying session yesterday. Bastian starting from pole position, but not only that, it's a front row lockout for the Unicorns of Love squad. It's got to be great for not only you and all your fans that will be sat there watching. A bit of pressure on your shoulders maybe for this race start?
Yeah, well, obviously there's a lot what could go wrong, but I think we have a great starting position, and so especially with Tobias on P2, I think there are very high chances for us having a good start and maybe dragging each other away from the field.
Now, normally when we see just generally teams racing here, it's normally in a championship perspective. It's more about focused on getting the most out of this round, but not overdoing it, and coming back later on. This is a very different kettle of fish. This is a very different beast. This is a one race. You win it or you don't. You're focused on getting inside the top 20 for the prize money. But how's that mentality switch when you've only got this one race to focus on, or do you still kind of treat it in the same way?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of the same. I mean, it's maybe a little bit different in the preparation, depending on like how important the race or the championship is. But for the race itself, I think it's an endurance race, and it's all about staying clean. Don't get any incidents, don't get any off tracks, and so that's really the same as if it would be a championship.
Now, BMW seems like it is the choice today. I mean, I've not really seen a Unicorns of Love at a BMW. I was enjoying watching it yesterday. It looks really good, that livery. Is it quite different to what you're used to, or have you driven this enough outside of the standard competition to have gotten used to it?
No, actually, it's the first race for us in the BMW as well. So, yeah, it's a completely new car for us, but it's a little bit similar with the front engine, and it is really easy to drive, I would guess. But yeah, we obviously have to still get the setup right, and if you have an aggressive setup, it's still kind of twitchy sometimes, but yeah, nothing we can't get used to. So yeah, it feels really good to drive now.
Well, best of luck for the race start. Unicorns of Love front row lockout. Cheers, Bastian.
Thanks.
And there we go, Cian. Interviews there. Cheers to Dara McCormack. Cheers to Bastian Richter there for joining us before the race started. It's going to be a thrilling run up towards that first corner, but hearing there again, the expectations that the Unicorns of Love cars that are starting from the front, they're going to work in that first hour or so to try and break the rest of the pack. Makes a lot of sense. But there's an awful lot of slipstream around here to work with.
Yeah, but running in one of those configurations of this track, there are 167 different configurations. The one that we're running on today is the one with that long back Mistral straight without any chicanes in it. So essentially it's going to give a lot of opportunity to pass into Cian and Bassett, and that's going to really mean that those Unicorns of Love cars should more or less be trying to bump draft down that back section and break the toe of the cars behind, but we'll see how well that works out for them.
What are we expecting down into that first corner? Because it's, it's a little bit tight. Are we expecting any drama, or do you think most people will be quite calm? It is still, 42 car grid after all.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword because we have so much runoff, like I mentioned earlier. It means that drivers could potentially try and be a bit more aggressive because, if they run out of space, they can just, run through the runoff. Sure, chances of penalties, that kind of stuff, but it's a bit more forgiving. I think because it is only a single round race and there's no long-running championship you have to worry about, that we might see quite a few more elbows out than, say, if it were a 12-round competition or something like.
I'm excited to see that. This is we avoided some drama from the front of the field when we went racing in Kyalami, of course, quite a few weeks ago. It's the mid-pack where that danger is. Now, I don't know where you would classify the mid-pack being around here, being a 42-car grid. Is it 10th and back? Is it 8th and back, 6th and back? Either way, there is a lot of danger coming down to that first corner. Not even just the first corner, coming down into that second complex, into the chicane as you kind of double back and come back on yourself onto the Mistral straight. That's the bit where it can get a bit risky. Typically, we'd see the racing go single file through there, but it's a race at the end of the day, and it's that one-off race where they are going after the prize money. Again, $6,000 up for offer today. I think we might get a little bit dicey. And again, strategy, obviously, I think we're going to see people going as long as possible up to the end of their 65-minute stint window, trying to get as much time out there as possible to shrink that final stop. And they'll be thinking about that from the very first laps they do, right?
Yeah, long-run strategy, 6 hours to play with here. So a little bit of a mistake in one place can be made up somewhere else. But being on point, on time, and on target on everything that you do on track today, that's going to be the key, and that's going to stand out for those top couple of teams. And to harken back to what you said about where you think the mid-pack is, honestly, I think if you're not on the front row, you're in danger, because you have a bad start, you can very easily fly back.
Absolutely. And that if you're going to fly back, it does mean that the opportunity is open for people to fly forward. It's why you can start somewhere in the mid-pack and actually come through it around a circuit like this. As much as, for want of a better term, it's quite dull. It does generally provide some decent racing in GT3s, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that this is going to be one of them. They'll be gridding in a couple of moments' time, and the race start will be on the hour. So in roughly 7 minutes, we'll be seeing them taking to the circuit and going around for 6 frantic hours. I am going to ask you now who you think is going to come out on top in this race. Is it going to be Unicorns of Love? Is it going to be Williams Esports? Or is it going to be someone else? Who do you think, Cian?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Look, when we were at Kyalami, we saw that Williams and Dyer were doing a brilliant job on track, and the fact that he did say that it was a bit of a kerfuffle, a bit of a bad game issue there with the used tire set. I think they could be making moves forward. You've got quite a few hours to deal with here. I'm also interested to see how Charlie Crosland does. He didn't directly say it there, but him and Dyer were both Forza guys, so they have known each other for a long time. So there definitely will have been some interplay in terms of the tunes and that kind of stuff. So if one car has pace, I would be surprised to see if the other one doesn't.
Tunes, that's just awful. Anyway, focusing on the race at hand, I don't know which way to go. I kind of my heart generally leans towards Williams and at least the Chill Blast car, the one that's got Dyer McCormack. There is one thing though that is a bit of an issue for their car comparatively to the other, and this can be an issue. It might not be. It depends on how you see it. They've got 3 drivers, as far as I'm aware. They've got Tinko van der Velde, they've got Igor Rodriguez, and they've got Dyer McCormack, right? And having a 3-driver team around here in a 6-hour race, you don't have to. Other teams have got 2, including the Unicorns of Love. Tobias Pfeffer and Tobias Gronewold being in the car that will be starting from 2nd place. Bastian Richter, our pole sitter, will be alongside Nicholas Huben on the front row of the grid. We can see them here as we run down our gridding order. A lot of these teams have only brought the 2 drivers in today, and I think that I would rather have a 2-driver team for a 6-hour race than a 3. It just yeah, it keeps your issues are slightly more closed off, if that makes sense, or your potential for issues anyway.
Yeah, there's two ways to go about it. You know, if you have 2-3 hour stints, you potentially end up falling off the cliff at the end and getting a bit unfresh. It does, however, mean that you're more likely to be in a zone for longer periods, because if you're jumping in with 3 2-hour stints, then it means that you have more laps where a driver will be warming up per se, and more time for driver changes as well. But, you know, sometimes fresher is faster.
That is true. Sometimes it is the case. We can see some of those liveries further down here. We've got Rembelt and there on the right-hand side. You've got one of the Veloce, another team that's picked up driver. This is we're at this crazy point in sim racing where there have just been driver switches galore. I don't even know where to start with it, including one for the car that's starting from 4th position in this race, the 888. You can see Smolyar there. Mikhail Stutsenko will be another driver, and there was the one that was doing the qualifying yesterday, of course, now in the SMP Racing Esports family. Vyacheslav Abeladze will be their 3rd driver, so they are actually pulling 3 as well in the 888. Quite a lot of big names out on this grid, kind of as we would expect. Of course, the John Lacey Esports team having F1 Esports superstar David Tanitsa behind the wheel with Luca Lozio, for example. Of course, we've got Peo Pev out there in the Fordzilla team. Dara McCormack, Dominic Blyer, Jaroslav Honzik. You know, there's a lot of big names out there, and as we see Jaroslav Honzik's name switching over to Luke Whitehead, there's another one of those changes. Luke Whitehead joining the Veloce family. I have never seen sim racing in such a state, and I do actually mean that in a positive way. For once. It's been absolutely crazy finding the storylines and seeing where everyone's going.
Yeah, it's great to see such a dynamic driver market at play in this sport. Like, it's to a degree realistic, right? Everyone's always looking for that next big opportunity, trying to find their way to the team that they think can get them to the front of the grid, and just that movement around, seeing, you know, what opportunities arise. It's great to see a lot of these guys taking those opportunities.
Well, does your opinion, by the way, switch on the start of this race whether we're going to see drama or not, courtesy of the fact that it is night? It is 4 o'clock in the morning, which would be pretty chilly.
Yeah, it's look, I'm gonna say there's probably gonna be a bit of a mess around in turn 1. I don't know where in the grid it will come from, but it will be there most likely.
That is, if there was a safe call, that is right up there. I kind of agree. I think, like I say, we'll see some form of drama in the first corner, just not 100% sure. You can see an awful lot of BMWs there. Yeah, we were again talking about this with Unicorns Love. The BMW does seem to be like the favoured car around here. They've picked it out of the ordinary for them. Normally they would go for a Porsche or a Mercedes, but there are a few outliers. Of course, the Veloce car's taken the Ferraris. Osterman, the Vipperman racing car, doing that fantastic qualifying session yesterday to get the 110 up to the 3rd in a Lamborghini. Of course, you've got Garcia up there as well. Tanitsa in a McLaren, which honestly I didn't think I was ever going to see. That's fine. Valentin Barriere also, a Honda. There's a lot of variety from various. The majority have just taken a BMW.
Yeah, you know, in these kind of races, normally want to play to the car's strengths, but when the car is the same as everyone else's car, it's a bit harder to do so. It means it could bode well for those drivers that have gone for, or teams that have gone for a different car. You know, maybe they're going to be better at overtaking than a roll lap time, and that'll work better for them. But we'll have to wait and see.
Well, here we go. You can see them all lining up. Who is your favourite for the race? Obviously, let us know in all the various chats, social media and everywhere. Get involved. Tell us what we're doing right and wrong, because, well, I'm sure in the commentary booth we're probably doing more wrong than right. Sorry about that. But we'll keep our eyes focused because we've got 6 hours of racing ahead. The SimGrid VCO World Cup is back, and this time with 6 hours of frantic racing, all in the hunt for $6,000 in our prize pool. It is Unicorns of Love starting on the front row, 1st and 2nd. Bastian Richter alongside Tobias Pfeffer, Jakob Osterman and Alex Smolyar 3rd and 4th. Luke Whitehead, Dominic Blyer, McCormack, Arndt Tulloch and Garcia rounding out the top 10. 360 minutes are being put onto the clock as we get ready to go racing in the early hours of the virtual circuit. Paul Ricard, Unicorns of Love leave us away as Team Fordzilla pick up a penalty already. It's a great start though from the Vipperman racing car. Look at Jakob Osterman trying to come through the middle. He was almost trying to slot his way between Pfeffer and Bastian Richter. They're side by side in the first corner. Pfeffer's trying to sweep around the outside of his teammate. Alex Smolyar's obviously on the attack, trying to take over the final spot on the podium. But look at that for the Vipperman Racing car, straight around the outside of turn 2 as they head their way down towards that second complex of corners at the chicane. He switched it back, almost contact though, as Pfeffer misjudges the braking zone and nearly clears the Lamborghini off. But the Vipperman Racing car splits the two unicorns of love.
Yeah, Osterman doing a brilliant job there. You see that Lambo seem to have some pretty great straight line speed off the line there. So as we come onto the Mistral straight in the back section now, it's going to be interesting to see, will Osterman be able to get Richter? Will Pfeffer try and move forward? It is, in this case, an Osterman sandwich between the two Whitman racing cars. Get it off to a good start there. As down the straight we go, number 14 closing in a little bit. Oh, you can see that BMW seems to have a bit better straight line. And there's a spin back for Bishop for the Kramer Racing Esports team, the 977, finding itself at the back of the pack after a little bit of a mess, and Danilo Santoro from the Tatum John Lacey team as well. It seems like there's been a bit of a multi-car incident there, Lewis.
Yeah, got one of the Veloces in there as well. Not sure what the BMW was that was down there. I think it might be Peo Pev in the Team Ford Zilla 1. Look at Somalia straight down the inside. Oh my goodness. That was coming down into turn 6. He was sending that one in there. And the SMP Racing Esports car is trying to pick up a spot, but Tobias Pfeffer says, no, thank you. I don't want you to take over third position. Bit of a door bang between the two. It's touring car racing between the pair of these. The 14 holding firm against the 888, and Dominic Blyer bring themselves into the mix in that Triton racing machine. Pfeffer hangs on, but wow, that was a proper send. And coming down to the final corner, oh, he was looking for it again. Bit of contact on the rear end that's going to cause a stack up inside the top 10.
Yeah, just look how close that top 10 is, bumper to bumper, nose to tail. I mean, you know, one small mistake in this train could see the whole pack explode. You see there, a little bit further back, there is a move on the cards there. Pfeffer looking at his rear mirrors there, and, you know, the BMWs, they're all fighting against each other. 1.2 seconds is the gap to the lead already. So Richter doing a good job to pull away. Osman just kind of settling into P2, and Pfeffer needs to try and balance now attacking and defending and get his way back up into P2.
Yeah, the battle for 6th position is absolutely looking electric, as we can see riding on board here on the right-hand side with Alex Smoliar in that 4th position, chasing down, hunting down Tobias Pfeffer, trying to make something stick. I was going to say about the battle for 6th position, because here in the SimGrid, of course, we've done the Coach Dave time attack before, and typically two of the drivers that we'd see normally towards the front would be Luke Whitehead and Dara McCormack, and we can see those two battling it out on circuit, along with a slew of battles inside the top 10. Let's see if there is going to be a move here coming up towards Cian. It's a long, long run on the Mistral straight up towards it, and it is going to be Smoliar trying to get to the outside and try and send it in. I think he might, well, be alongside fully. Does he have the advantage, though? He sent it in. It's going to be side by side between the pair, running out wide, drags it back on before the next corner, and it's still going to be Pfeffer holding the advantage. They close back in just a touch, but once again, the up and under potentially working for Smoliar. He's almost there. Oh, wow. Where is he going to go this time? It's the defensive line being taken from Tobias Pfeffer, and still Smoliar unable to find his way past.
Yeah, Pfeffer doing a good job there to defend. A little bit of elbows out there to push the SMP racing car off of the, you know, the allocated racing line. But, you know, that's racing as we come through this final chicane now for the left hand. It's all going to be about the run across the start-finish line. It's still a little bit calm here. You can see people are starting to, you know, make a couple of moves here and there, try and put on a bit of attack. But so far, good job from everyone else as across the line. It looks like Richter has got the fastest lap to start.
Yeah, let's see. It obviously makes sense that Bastian Richter would do so. He's not having to worry about all of those from behind. Jakob Osterman and Tobias Pfeffer being separated by about a second and a half apiece as we look at Luke Whitehead. See how he feels donning on the Veloce colours, because realistically, obviously, normally was a GTWR driver, a bit of a peddler for them, and before that, elsewhere even. I think it was part of GTWR for a couple of years. Can't remember how long it was exactly, but donning on the Veloce colours. It's not really a hard colour to don on. It did say in his social media post about it, he had a dark blue. And sort of like light blue and white car, and I was like, ooh, is that the new Veloce? No, it's still white. It's still just white with text over it, which, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to get too salty about that, but either way, that Ferrari is going to come under increasing pressure because Dara McCormack is almost there. He's looking to the inside and he's dragging up to the rear end of them Tillich as well. And the other one of the SMP Racing Esports cars, Luke Whitehead, going to drop a position here surely, with the inside run being taken by Dara McCormack. It wasn't covered off to the same degree that Pfeffer was doing earlier on. And the Ferrari is going to drop back the single position to 7th. Not going to drop back past Tuluk. Look at that in the background, though, as there is Cyberfight. I think that was Sherepena and Bogoroditsky for 11th and 12th, being stuck a little bit behind the Lamborghini of Garcia.
Yeah, two wide battles up and down the field. McCormack making a good move there to get up in the P6. Whitehead seems to be at a bit of a disadvantage. This Ferrari did not seem to have a lot of straight line speed comparative to the BMWs. And we're on board now with Alberto Garcia from the Assetto team. And he's got a BMW behind as well, a number 488, who will potentially, depending on this run out the corner, be trying to look at a move on the number 21 or defend from the car behind. You have Bogoroditsky, who is right on the tail of the 488 again, as we have... Is that a position change? Someone pit? Not quite sure there, but further ahead, looks like... I think that's blue flags for...
I think Wild Things. I think there's Wild Things Racing potentially, at least the livery that I saw coming through there. It's certainly recognised in that kind of count. I think they've had one of those early issues. They might have been the other car that was off, or the other Veloce car that we were seeing earlier. Not 100% sure. As it is nighttime, it's almost impossible to tell. The old classic. There was a bit of a closing done by Jakob Osterman, bringing it down a couple of tenths of a second over the previous lap to try and close in on Bastian Richter. Obviously setting the fastest lap in doing so. Alas, the gap slightly going back out. And the teammate of Bastian Richter is still under pressure from Tobias Pfeffer, dragging their way up to the end of the Mistral straight up towards Cian. We'll see if the 888 can make its way past. Right now, though, would you, if you've made it a couple of attempts, would you keep trying or would you bump draft? I think that's what the flashing of the lights was to Tobias Pfeffer, thinking, look, we're losing the toe from the top two. Let's work together a little bit. And yes, I know it's your teammate, but let's focus on the big prize money, yeah?
Yeah, big prize money is where it's all about. You don't want to be that driver, especially we're 8 minutes in. We're not even 8 minutes in. We're 7 minutes and 10 seconds in. This is a 6-hour endurance race, so you need to bide your time, you need to build your gaps. You know, the more boring your race, the better your race most of the time, because you're not worrying about incidents, recovery drives, that kind of jazz. This is an opportunity here. If you have a bit of a gap, and it's a two-way battle, just work your way forward. Someone's going to crash, most likely. Someone's going to make a mistake. You don't want to be the one that makes a mistake.
Indeed, and certainly not if your teammates involved. Whilst I've been speaking of the two Unicorns of Love teammates that are pretty close together, there is these two as well. Simba Probo Vides, 11th and 12th at the moment. Sherepena and Bogoroditsky being closed in on by Valentin Barriere. Rocket Sim Sports moving up a few positions over the race start, and there could be a move coming from the Honda NSX. They've been getting used to racing that NSX elsewhere in the world of sim racing, and it's seeming to work quite well. Of course, we were saying this before when we were racing at Kyalami. It is the Gen 2 Evo Honda NSX, so it's slightly upgraded. And it became, for a period, essentially the best car on the platform. Obviously, it depends on the circuit and all that likes. This circuit doesn't really work out in favour, typically, of a Honda NSX. And that Gen 2 Evo is not really going to change that. But still, it is good to see the Honda NSX being raced, and being raced approaching the front, because I think it is probably the best looking GT3 car. Just saying.
It's definitely one of them. I think, you know, I like the mix of angular and flowing lines. Mid-engine really helps that a lot. And, you know, anything other than a BMW to look at on camera today is something. I was going to say, I mean, it's not in much of a competition versus an M4. I'll say that. Yeah, that M4 is, well, it's everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, and it ain't pretty. Let's see if there's going to be a switch ahead. That's Chuluk getting... Was that... Yeah, it was Chuluk getting past Whitehead. So Whitehead's dropping another position there, back down to what is 8th position. So there is the movement forward from the 878, 42 dropping back into 8th position into the clutches of Alberto Garcia, Felix Arndt, Sherepena, Bogoroditsky. There is a look at the Get Closer racing machine that's actually done very, very well elsewhere in the VCO Stratosphere and ACC, of course, with the VCO Flex Stream Championship. They've been running very well in that, with the exception of the previous race. It went very sideways for them. We won't talk about that too much. Felix Arndt being the team leader in it. Tuluk having a poor run, though, out of the final corner. He's going to cross the line and confirm his 7th position. It doesn't seem, though, as if he's been able to pull away in a drastic fashion versus Luke Whitehead. It would have been the slipstream down towards Cian that basically did it. And now the entire battle pack's going to slow themselves down by looking down the inside.
Yeah, it's a whole pack following right now, and Whitehead has to try and figure out the best way to deal with this. The Ferrari doesn't seem to have the straight line speed it needs to hold off the BMWs, so his best bet right now, I mean, it's 1.5 seconds from Tuluk to to the number 10 car, right? It's this opportunity here to just kind of settle in. All right, P7. What's P7 get us? It gets us $200 right now. That's better than you know, P9, $150. P10, 125. Let's just bide our time. We'll get him in the strategy.
Yeah, I can guarantee that as long as you play your cards right, it's not going to be the lowest you finish, as long as you are smooth and don't make any mistakes. But you know, there is still 5 hours, 50 minutes left to go in a race like this. A lot can change, but for the top lot, they are really breaking the pack behind. Now that Pfeffer and Smolyar, who we look at here, have been working together. Yes, Smolyar has passed Pfeffer, I do understand that. Whilst that switch has happened, sure, I don't think they've been fighting with the ferocity that they were having earlier on. The switch of position, more so in a sense of closing that group ahead. And that is what's been happening. They have been closing down. Smolyar closing up now to within a second of Jakob Osterman in that Wipperman racing car to try and lock out the podium for BMWs. And a 10-second time penalty goes the way of Charlie Crossland. I was almost confused, that's why I misread it then. But yes, definitely 10 seconds to Charlie Crossland. So issues on his Williams Esports debut.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be a bit of pressure on a debut, and I think, you know, one of the beautiful things about endurance racing is, sure, you can get a penalty, 10 seconds, but how many people lose 10 seconds just on pace, and how many people gain 10 seconds just on pace? It's, you know, a penalty like that does not make or break your world in this kind of racing, and so it's important to get your head down, your eyes up, and keep going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, this is the same with all drivers. This is not me trying to fire a shot at Charlie Crossland, because it's not. He's had his fair share of penalties before, as have most of the field, and so you learn how to deal with them. You know, the more you get. I'm not saying he's picking them up all the time, because it's really not the case. But you learn how to deal with them. And for the 10-second time penalty, yes, it's probably, that 10 seconds is probably going to cost you a position later on in the race. But don't let that be the deciding factor as to whether you're going to have a decent race or not. Let's see what happened then a bit further down. I think it's the Fordzilla car then on the outside. There is Williams Esports, and that was the spin round. Argued, I'm assuming then, that Charlie Crossland was argued to be kind of alongside when his nose really wasn't there, and that was what spun him round. And it is indeed the incident between the 966 Fordzilla and the number 5 Williams Esports on lap 1, a 10-second time penalty for the number 5 causing a collision. So I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're kind of like that, it's you know, you got so much extra space, you can kind of take a bit of the inside more to avoid that kind of thing. But it was really marginal as to in terms of, you know, I myself might have misjudged that as being far enough back to where if he cuts across, we're not going to hit.
Exactly. I think that's why it's only a 10-second time penalty versus something like a drive-through or something even much harsher. Yeah. Because I absolutely agree. I think, you know, in that scenario, I think we all probably could have been like, oh, well, I thought I lifted off enough. But yeah, you are talking a couple of centimetres, if that, which is what the overlap was, which is what caused the other car to spin, which would have been on you for not removing yourself from the scenario because you weren't alongside enough to demand track position, however you want to read it. Like I say, I think a 10-second is an honest mistake. It's not something that I would classify as particularly stupid. Certainly not on the first lap where you've got this cluster. You know, you're worried about the cars behind, you're worried about the cars in front. I think 10 seconds is fair enough. I'm sure Fordzilla probably won't think so, but you know, that is how it goes. Sometimes, as Felix Arndt, we can see riding on board with and looking backwards from towards Sharapenin and Bugner Aditsky, the Simrad Pro by Vides duo that are sat there. It's all calmed down a little bit after a crazy opening couple of laps. Everyone's back in single file and back in working together, and most importantly, looking after those fuel numbers.
You say that, but Arndt's right on the tail of Whitehead. It looks like he might be about to pull out of that slipstream there on the inside of Cian. Thinks better of it. Thinks, okay, look, I'm not far enough ahead, not far enough alongside to really challenge and to Cian and boss it. But you can see there the start of a mulling of a move there for number 77. And it is one of those tracks where it's a bit more processional. You know, there aren't a lot of really heavy braking zones, which means that you don't have a lot of opportunities to outbrake your opponent. So you have to kind of delegate those passes to the slipstream. And because of that, it is kind of easy to defend. You just have to make sure that you aren't losing a lot of time when you're defending. And so far, it seems like Whitehead's kind of treading that line, you know? He's not really defending, but he's, you know, he's making it hard enough to get past for the time being.
See, I'm not so sure if processional is obviously the way you'd put it, but I'm not sure if that's down to a lack of overtaking opportunities. I think it's more down to the fact that there is so much opportunity to save fuel around here in the slipstream, and also you get slipstream trains, so whatever slipstream you're getting off the car ahead there, getting off the car ahead there, getting off the car ahead, that's where it becomes a little bit trickier to pass. Yeah, there isn't any heavy breakers as really, apart from like the first corner and then coming down here, and then that whole back section is a little bit too tight to be doing anything. So yeah, but there is plenty of overtaking opportunities. And to be fair, with the Mistral straight being that long, I'd actually argue that particularly late in the race, in that final, let's say, final 10 minutes, if you're in a battle with someone, I think this is actually a very difficult track to defend on. Purely based on the fact of, let's be honest, if this was with 10 minutes left to go, Felix Arndt probably wouldn't have lifted there. And there would have been potentially a humongous crash. We'll have to wait and see. Speaking of positions that aren't going to remain the same, Smolyar and Pfeffer are going to try and work their way past Jakob Ostman, who's had an excellent start to this race, had an excellent qualifying session yesterday, and that is both of them through on the Mistral straight because they've been working together. Well, there we go. When Smolyar and Pfeffer work together, apparently they absolutely obliterate gaps. Dragging it straight down to Osterman, getting now into second and third position and focused on the hunt down of Bastian Richter. The question is, does Tobias Pfeffer want to help out in that mix? Got up into third, but now maybe it's more about attacking rather than working together.
Yeah, they made it up to second and third, but it's perhaps not the order that Women Racing, or pardon me, not Women Racing Uniforms of Love would have preferred, because, you know, if you have yourself a cheeky 1-2, you can kind of control that gap a bit, you know, save a bit more fuel, shorten your stops, that kind of jazz. But now Pfeffer's going to have to worry about trying to make his way back up with P2 and keep it close. And for my money, I don't think that Osterman's really going to let these guys get away, you know? We've seen that the Lamborghini is a bit, you know, it's not maybe as quick as the BMWs around here, especially in that straight line situation, but the slipstream helps, and he's got a double one of it, a double whammy.
I'll say, I remember, this is me going back to my old years in sim racing. This was 7 years ago, maybe even, well, it might have even been 8 years ago. We were all racing on Automobilista, or I think it was actually still called Game Stock car back then. And I remember in a touring car race, using the Competizione Marquez cars, I managed to pull out of all the carnage and pulled out a 2.5 second lead. And the only way that anyone could catch was if they worked together. And two cars started working together, which is a guy called Nato Nascimento, who you might know from iRacing, and then another guy, his name's Oscar Hardwick, who had just happened to be my teammate. And I cannot tell you how frustrated I was when they were catching, because it was like, well, you're working together, there's nothing I can do. And it would be the same sense in this race if you're Bastian Richter. If Smolyar and Pfeffer work together now, if they do bump draft now, then there's not really much you can do about it. It's get closer racing, getting the car of Sherapenin closer to the barrier there with a bit of a squeeze, and Simmer de Probavides make their way through up into scene. So that is the position made up, and inside the top 10 they go. Next one to be picked off is Whitehead. I've got to say, the BMWs may not look necessarily like they are outlandishly faster than all of the other cars. Like I said, Osterman did qualify himself in third spot after all, and there were quite a few other cars inside the top 10. But race pace-wise, it does seem as though every other car is struggling comparatively to them. Look at Osterman, who's already a second off the likes of Smolyar and Pfeffer. Look at Whitehead, who is not a slow driver at all, but has been bombing it in a one-way direction down the field.
Yeah, it's been really a showcase of the BMW's strengths around this track. You've seen just how many of these cars in race trim are able to just open up those gaps, you know. Like you said, Osterman is already second behind the top three. And, you know, he's got Darren McCormack on his tail now, number 55. For my money, I think, and it's not a lot of money, I have 20 euro cents in my hand right now. For my money right now, I think that it'd be hard to find a top 5 or top 6 at the end of this race that doesn't have only BMWs in it. Osterman's doing a good job so far, but it just looks like the race pace has swung that much, at least in this stint, that much towards the BMWs.
Again, anyone who will remember all the way back to the SimGrid VCO World Cup back in 2021, and the Spa 24-hour race. Now, this was in a championship. We couldn't select random cars for whatever race. So this was in a championship sense, but still, of the top 11 cars, 10 of them were Aston Martins, and only one of them was not an Aston Martin, it was a McLaren. And I think we're in the same kettle of fish today as Dara McCormack is going to make his way past Jakob Osterman, as he's been absolutely racing his way up to the back of Tobias Pfeffer and Alex Smoliar. Their lap times compared to the race leaders, well, Pfeffer was 0.3 faster than Bastian Richter on the previous lap. Dara McCormack on the previous lap did a 53.5, which was a 10th faster than Bastian Richter, of course 2/10 slower than Tobias Pfeffer. The important one, though, second place was actually about 0.5 slower than Bastian Richter. Jakob Osterman did a 53.8. That was nearly 0.3 slower than our racer, and explains why he's been dropping back down the order and potentially into the clutches of a charging Dominic Blyer in the near future. Isn't that far behind?
Yeah, it's a bit of a spread of pace right now in that top 4, top 5. Pfeffer, he's going to be closing up on the back of Smoliar. Smoliar is he's going to be trying to close up on the Richter. Hasn't been doing too much yet. The gap's been plateauing around 2.7, 2.8 seconds. They've been working together, but I get the feeling that Pfeffer might not want to work that much together with Smoliar. Unless they're treating the two Unicorn of Love cars as fully independent, which somehow I doubt they are.
Yeah, I doubt it. Obviously, in the final hour, if they were battling, then yeah, sure, of course, off you go. Unless there's no one, unless there's someone else there that can potentially ruin the mix. But realistically, at this point, they'll obviously be working together in whatever sense that is. They'll want this to be a 1-2. They'll want the race to finish how it started, with Unicorns of Love locking out the top 2 spots of this 42-car grid. Nikita Bogoroditsky's looking to move his way up inside the top 10 to join his teammate Cherepenen, who's already up there. And there is going to be the look. Mistral Straight, another one, the slipstream being picked off. And there could be the move for Bogoroditsky. He's also slipstreaming Felix Arndt behind. Luke Whitehead potentially going to drop back outside of the top 10 after doing an excellent job yesterday to get inside the top 5. Wow, it is being a bit of a difficult time for the Veloce team at the moment. They've already had issues for their other car earlier on, and Luke Whitehead struggling a little bit in these conditions. You can see behind that, of course, Felix Arndt there in a BMW, Valentin Barriere in that Rocket Sim Sports Honda. Shout out, by the way, yes, Victor Nicolai, we do love ourselves a bit of West race anyway, Sim Sport, rather. I was going to say West Competition race, other team. But shout out to Carpenter. Don't get to see a Lexus that often in championships like this, or races like this. Love me a bit of a Lexus. It's an oddity on grids like this.
Yeah, I like me a Lexus as well. It's still doing a good job.
It's just different.
That's and I mean, he's fighting for something right now. P15, P16. That's if you go straight on a P16 for P15, you get half the money that you would in P15. Right now, $75 goes away to Lexus. And you want to keep it that way. But you have David Tanitsa, who will be trying to change that. Yes,
indeed. There could well be some switches in the fairly near future within the back end of this top 10. But our focus of attention was on Bogoroditsky there. It is now on Felix Arndt, who's looking to move himself again after a couple of issues. Wants to move himself back inside the top 10. Before that, though, he's got to get into 11th spot, got to get past Whitehead, and got to try and keep the likes of Valentin Barriere, Victor Nicolai Karppinen, David Tanitsa, Walsingham also in tow in that Visceral Esports car in 17th position. This is going to be the slipstream, though. It's not going to be Felix Arndt moving forward. It's going to be him moving backwards, because apparently the straight line speed of that Honda NSX is plenty fast enough on the Mistral straight. Picking up the slipstream as well, a little bit of the Veloce car ahead. That will be Felix Arndt dropping back to 13th position. Unlucky for some. Not so much for Valentin Barriere, up into 12th position.
Yeah, if I was Felix's race engineer for number 77 on that one, I'd say, come on, Felix, aren't you going to get closer? Go racing.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. I told you, despite the quality of this race, this commentary booth is not going to be doing it justice. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I thought I'm importing the jokes from Australia.
It wasn't.
Got to bring it with me.
It wasn't. I can say that for free. It's just absolutely brutal. Back up to the battle for second position, because look who's joined the party. Darren McCormack, again, after the issues in qualifying, mistakes when it came to, again, the wrong tyres being used in that Super Pole session, and that, oh, sorry, not before the Super Pole, in Q3 rather, that denied them the opportunity to get into the Super Pole session. They are bouncing back in this race. They are doing the right thing. Darren McCormack is a mighty fast driver, and I've said it time and time again, arguably, there are a lot of drivers that are very, very fast at the platform, but I'd say pound for pound, Darren McCormack is really the fastest driver on ACC at the moment. Normally in a Lamborghini, again, this is the whole thing, is that we don't typically get to see some of these drivers taking to the BMW. Normally, you know, that's a G2 esports and a BS competition vehicle, and it's just sort of whoever's around at the right time that will take it. Normally we see, you know, I was saying normally we see Williams esports in a Lamborghini, but normally we see bloody anything. They're all over the place. Same with Unicorns of Love. You know, sometimes we see them in a Porsche, others in a Merc. This is a bit out of the ordinary, even with SMP. Normally they're in a Merc as well as Pfeffer. Wow, that was a send. That is not the place to be making a big one. Whoa. A big dive. There's contact there as Darren McCormack was trying to stop the gap and make it 3 wide. He now gets to the outside. There's contact again between Pfeffer and Smollier, and Darren McCormack's trying to get both of them in a couple of corners. He's got the inside line for the next corner, and that could be an absolutely sensational move for the Irishman from 4th to 2nd in 3 corners, courtesy of the 2 ahead of him, battling like crazy.
Absolutely insane there. You saw the race IQ there on 2 different levels for these cars. Number 888 tried to make a move and is still trying to make a move on that number 14. Can he send it around the outside of that last corner? No, but we'll look for the switchback. McCormack is already gapping by a couple of attempts, it looks like, and these BMWs are absolutely fighting away at it right now. McCormack, he had those tires worn during qualifying, and that's a mistake that he will have scorned, but he's finally made it past those unicorns.
Poetry. Half a second did Darren McCormack lost on Bastian Richter that lap coming through, as would be expected. But the entire group, if you count it from front to rear, the entire group effectively lost close to a second and a half to 2 seconds to Bastian Richter, who obviously have no idea what's going on. Actually, no, I say he has no idea what's going on. Thankfully, his teammate is a part of that battle, so he's probably getting quite a large earful of what is going on, if they are in the right channel. I've always said this before, when it comes to driving, I tend to banish Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever from my computer when I'm driving, because I like it to be me and the car and nothing else. But, you know, a lot of these young guns, they're very good at just having everything going on.
Yeah, it's...
I can't.
Look, for me, I like... I used to like racing with music, you know? You would chuck on a Spotify playlist, occasionally get an ad or two to just kind of be like, oh, that's kind of funny, and then drive away. I was told that was not the way to do it, and so I changed that. But, you know, if the one thing that I don't like, I'd rather have consistency, right? That's why I enjoyed the music, because if you have a consistent set of noises, as there is consistent set of battles on track right now, the number 888 nudging the 14 a little bit, gets back past her. Tobias Pfeffer will be trying to find his way back forward. The S&P 888 is in a situation now where they will be P2 chasing after the Williams. That was, you know, it was tight racing. There was a bit of contact there. What are your thoughts there, Lewis?
I think between the two of them, it does seem as though it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other coming through it. I think Race Control will be taking a look, regards, and I think I can understand why Unicorns Love might be a little bit frustrated by it, but then their send coming down into scene was not exactly ideal, was it? You know, that is how it goes. It's been tough racing between the two of them. I'd say it's over the line, but I wouldn't want to give either of them a penalty for anything what's going on. I don't think anything's been that bad, but certainly it's definitely in the realm of warning worthy. I can tell you that. It's and that is for both of them. And I've always said this, when it comes to like those kind of races, some people tell me, they're like, oh, you can't give a warning to both people in an incident. I'm like, no, you absolutely can. If both people have made a mistake, then you can absolutely give both people a warning in that. And like I say, I think the racing between them has just been a little bit over the line, a little bit more than what we'd expect. But hey, it's been entertaining at least. So you know, for me, I'm like, Race Control, don't step in. Let's just let this carry on. If I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's been good fun so far, as we see on board there. Oh, that straight's quite relaxing, isn't it? He's just brushing his hair to the side, making sure he can see the car ahead. Tobias Pfeffer, Unicorns of Love, looking to the outside now of that SMP Racing car. He's going to try and hold it out. It's very easy to just push the outside car off the track, and that's exactly what SMP Racing is going to do with absolutely no mercy and no remorse. Pfeffer still trying to hang around the outside. We'll look for the switch back there. This is the battle for the last podium position. Number 14 is still trying to push forward. Unicorns of Love will have to spit out a bit of magic here, and he looks a little bit up the inside. There's a tap, and the SMP car looks like it's... Oh, it looked like it was going to go around, but it's a good save there then for the SMP Racing car, and they're still going. This is going to give Osterman, the Whipperman Racing team, an opportunity to get back into it. That Lamborghini will be absolutely Lamboing and Lamb-going as it's trying to get in there. The number 110, the number 14, and number 88, as they cross the line to start another lap, will be having and giving us an absolutely splendid battle.
I mean, these two are putting on a show. They are saying goodbye, though, to second position. Lost 2 seconds on that lap to Dyer McCormack. He's absolutely gone. They've dropped back, as you're absolutely right, into the clutch of Jakob Osterman, who sat there watching this thinking, brilliant, this is my neck of the woods. Let me rejoin this fight. Same with Dominic Blyer, who's closing his way back into the scene. I mean, they are putting on a brilliant show. My question is, when do they repeat their feat from earlier on the race, where they were battling very hard over the first lap and a bit, and then went, oh, actually, do you want to work together for a bit? And then they caught everyone ahead, and then they were like, okay, let's start battling again. They've got to do that again. They've got to go back to working together. But part of me is like, nah, don't. Just keep this fight up. It's been absolutely ruthless between the two of them. I mean, clearly they are they're driving these BMWs like they're touring cars, and as a touring car man myself, I'm all right with it, to be honest.
Yeah, you know, I do like me a bit of a V8 supercars as well, back down under, and that's you know, rubbing his racing. These guys are getting their elbows out. Osterman is going to be hoping for, I think, there's an opportunity now for Pfeffer to be a bit more lenient, but he's not. Again, they're going to go around the outside. I don't see this working out very differently. SMP Racing most likely will be pushing him off the line again, which is exactly what happened there. Unicorns of Love trying to stick it around the outside again. We'll probably look for that up and under again. Is slotting in behind SMP Racing. These guys are going to be costing themselves tons of time as they come to the final sector of the lap. A look up the inside again. Not this time around. They're still bumper to bumper. I think that the urgency now for Pfeffer to get past Sommelier is gone. McCormack's ahead. They're not going to be closing up on the leader anymore. I think that they need to start working together, like you're saying, because otherwise they've already lost one position each because McCormack slipped by when they were getting their elbows out. There's 2 cars now waiting behind. I can see this going 4 wide down the Mistral straight and both of these guys losing out, or worse, losing the car and crashing.
So this has this aura of I'm fast on this car ahead. This car's slowing me down so much, and then when you get ahead, guess what? They think exactly the same thing, because these two, I guarantee, are actually, if you removed everyone else and just had these two doing a lap time right now and actually taking off lap time, I would be shocked if it was more than even half a tenth apart, maybe even less than that, right? I think they're running identical pace, but it's that slipstream that makes you feel like you're going so much faster. And obviously you are going so much faster, but then, you know, when you're not working with the car ahead, you're not actually using that slipstream to its fullest advantage, and that's where you end up losing heaps of time, because you're only focused on the fact that this car ahead is slowing me down. I need to find a way past, but like I say, needs to work together. Last lap time, to give you an update on the lap times that were set, it was a 43.89 for Bastian Richter. Did I say 40? I don't know what I said now. 53.89 for Bastian Richter. A 54.0 for Dyer McCormack. For these two, it was a 54.5. So they lost 0.6 of a second to the race leader and half a second to Dyer McCormack ahead on the previous lap alone. That is not good. Not good at all.
It's this kind of racing where, you know, the phrase I'm going to use here is pass the push. You want to get past and you want to push. You don't want to be in a situation where you pass, get repassed, pass, repass, because that's where you start losing lap time. And it's so easy to lose half a second to a second, and that time is so hard to gain back on track. How many times are we talking about already in this first half an hour, the gaps between the laps in the top 5 to 6 being 1/10, 2/10, you know? It's so hard when people are driving at their best. This is a world-class grid. It's so hard when people are driving at their best and making that time that you can, it's just nearly impossible to close up gaps like this 3.7 seconds, 3.5 seconds rather, between the SMP and the Williams car, which, quite frankly, that gap doesn't need to exist.
Yeah, as is with all things in sports in general, but of course, racing, when it comes down to time, it is easy to lose an awful lot of time, and very, very hard to gain it back. And that's the case we're at with a lot of these. You're absolutely right. They've lost a whole heap of time. Darren McCormack's creeping his way up to the back of Bastian Richter, but it's at the pace of maybe a tenth or two a lap. Which, when you think, oh, that's pretty decent, a tenth or two a lap. We've been going in this race for 35 minutes. We've completed 18 laps. If he was to consistently do a tenth of a second a lap, he might catch Bastian Richter by the 4-hour mark, right? That is how big that gap is, even at this point in the race, and closing at what would be a very respectable rate at about a tenth a lap, and you're still talking of nearly an hour and a half, probably even more than that, before he'd actually catch the rear end of Bastian Richter. And it's all that time he lost from, obviously qualifying, having to battle his way through this lot. This lot, they've got an extra 3.5 seconds to add to that. So they have to catch so quick. By this point, like if they start catching a tenth of a second a lap to those leaders, then you're talking of, they'll be there probably by the end of the race. And that's if they do it consistently, get all the pit stoppers bang on. And it's only, in air quotes, only 7 seconds.
Yeah, 7 seconds is an eternity, Take it now. Count yourself 7 seconds in your head. That is a lot longer than, half a second. That is, I mean, it's a redundant exercise. But it's an exercise that imagine that, right? I mean, I look, if I'm standing on a train and I'm going nearly the speed of light, then relative physics kicks in. But unless that's the situation, unless that's a situation, time is constant and your time on track matters.
I think if you're in a train that's going the speed of light, you've got a lot of problems. Mostly, obviously, all the time issue. But then, is this train airtight? It's a train.
Oh, dude,
it's not going to be airtight.
Look, I like trains.
Could have picked a rocket, but no, Cian Butler has to go straight for the train angle. Hilarious. Oh dear. Well, let's.
You should see my Instagram story. I've been in Germany for 24 hours and I've already got 4 trains on it.
Oh, he loves the Deutschbahn. Oh dear. Let's keep our eyes focused on a slightly different form of train, and it is the one that we've got in this race. 4 positions, Yiga Rognikov, who we ride on board with, behind the number 52. I believe it's the Pulse SimSport car, as it goes one way and then back the other. Rognikov's going to try and get to the left-hand side of the ramp towards Cian, and going to try and squeeze, like and subscribe. Well, that's the two of them coming together on a straight. That is not going to go down very well. Sever coming through, Charlie Crossland coming through. Now. I am very harsh when it comes to contact on a straight because it is simply unacceptable. I'm not necessarily sure as to which way I'd go on that one because Olga Rognikov did have an overlap, was holding the Pulse car over to the right-hand side. The two of them kind of just met in the middle a little bit there.
I was going to make a joke about the train signaling system breaking, but they made it for me. That was a crash that came together because the two did not read what was happening properly. And at the end of the day, like you said, a crash on the straight is the last thing you need. A crash on a kink? Maybe. A crash in a corner? A bit more acceptable. Yeah. A crash in a straight? Unforgivable.
I mean, if you're doing all this train talk about signal and all that lot, not to go back to it too much, you are not going to like coming over to this country because they'll all probably be on strike. Anyway,
I mean, look,
again.
We're talking about trains because these drivers are high speed too.
Oh, wow. That's terrible. Half of the people watching are like, I don't get it. More than half, but that is just awful. Either way, battle for third. Smoliar, Pfeffer, still very, very close. Osterman and Blyer tight behind, but I think the battle between this lot has calmed down just a fraction, the tiniest of tiny fractions. As I believe that might be the like and subscribe team they're coming up against. That should be Yiga Rognikov coming through the foreground of shot there. Obviously having the issues and potentially having come into the pit. I'm not sure if it is. It's very hard to tell at night time again. But either way, I think Pfeffer might potentially have decided discretion the better part of valor and all that, and thinking, actually, I won't attack you too much now. Let's again focus forwards. I say that, and he has a little bit of a look. He has to.
Lewis, do you know what Pfeffer means?
No, I don't speak German, unfortunately.
It's the German word for pepper, and it seems about right because these two drivers have been a bit salty against each other, don't you reckon?
Well, I mean, it would be pepper's a spice, isn't it? It counts as spice, right?
It's spicy, but it always goes with salt.
Well, no, but it doesn't. It's fine.
I was making a joke, man.
Salt and pepper don't always. Yeah, I'm just
make me pull out the red book.
Let's see this battle though down into the into turn one, because as much as I've said that Pfeffer was happy to sit behind Smollier, of course that lasts for about 3 corners when we go back to them, where they're nice and in line, and then Pfeffer's like, nah, I really don't like the look of that car, and so we'll try and go for it, but still not able to make anything stick just yet. I'm just going to say it, and I did say it earlier. I'm really liking the Unicorns of Love livery on this BMW. It's not normally one we see, but it is nice to see it. Right, talk us through this. What actually happened?
Well, they were going side by side. They're still going side by side, and then it looks like there was a little bit of a thought of not even a jink, but a little bit of a thought of a jink to the left by the BMW, and then I don't know. You could argue that netcode did the rest. That's the thing you got to worry about in sim racing. You're not always, as strange as it is to think in a real world context, you're not always where you are. And so you always have to live a little bit more margin.
Yeah, absolutely. As Pfeffer's still trying to get past Smollier. Yeah, you've always got to accept, especially when you're racing with people around the planet, you've always got to accept that kind of if you imagine your car, give your car like a 30-centimetre ruler all the way around, right? Probably even a little bit more than that, but let's just say 30 centimetres, just all the way around, and then be like, right, that's my that's the space that I might be, and then give the other car a 30-centimetre ruler as well, and then don't invade, don't encroach on their space so much, because you always have to take that into account in sim racing. But alas, it wasn't done so on that occasion. You can see in the background, though, the Triton racing car has made a move. Vipperman Racing dropping back to 6th position. Jakob Osterman back there, now being passed by Dominic Blyer in that number 10 machine that's got itself up inside the top 5. So it is all BMWs inside that top 5, as we can see. The legendary Lexus, 13th position at the moment, trying to get past Luke Whitehead, who continues to drop backwards. You've got the Sim RC car behind them, not full position in that Aston Martin. And then behind that, you'll see Victor Nicolai, you'll see David Tanitsa and Felix Arndt, who's dropped back to 16th position in the number 77. But yes, represent the Grip Hacks engineering machine. Also, not running 69 or 420. That's disappointing, because normally they run those numbers. The 11's just not quite got that. Yeah, it's meme ability.
You know, they're running 11 because they want to come first twice, you know? That's what they want to do. But this Lexus seems to be, so far, probably one of the better cars on race pace that isn't the Lamborghini. And by that I mean, sure, it's not the furthest up, but compared to its qualifying pace, it's moving forward. Whereas you see the cars like the Lamborghinis, the Ferraris, they're moving back. And speaking about moving back, there's Whitehead moving back on the left side of your screen as Karpinen in that number 11 looks to the inside of signs, and it's exactly what we're talking about. That Lexus seems to be better in the race than it was in qualifying. That runs a little bit wide there, and it's making strides. It's made its way up to 12th position. Sure, there's no gain in money yet. There's still only $75 US, but you get the P10. You can add another $50 US onto that. So they're moving forward and they're making moves.
Ooh. The important thing is they're trending in the right direction. That is absolutely the case. Smolliar's just received a 5-second time penalty, which of course will be taken into account when they come into the pit lane, but race control adjudicating them at some form of fault, as there was a switch between themselves and Tobias Pfeffer as well. So that battle's been going on, and Pfeffer has made his way through back into 3rd position. And of course, we've got 15 minutes before we'll realistically see the beginnings of the first pit stop sequence. Smollier in a little bit of hot water after some of the contact. I kind of get it. Like, so They were racing very, very hard. I suspect Pfeffer's probably not going to get away completely scot-free, potentially with some form of warning. But again, don't speak about race control. Regardless, they've both been battling very hard, and Blyer's still amazed that there is 2 cars ahead of him, to be honest.
Yeah, this is quite interesting so far. You see there, this train running down that back straight. It is now BMW, 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 Lamborghini. BMW, BMW, Lamborghini. There is very little diversity, and it looks like there's about to be a lot more adversity. As Sommelier looks to be making a move again on Pfeffer. Down there, he's hanging around the outside. Pfeffer will show him off the road the same way that the S&P racing car happened to it. Up the inside, potentially. Could be a move on the cards for number 10. Doesn't look like it. That S&P racing car is going to be trying to look for a switchback. Will he return the courtesies that Pfeffer has afforded him earlier in the race? A bit more defensive there. The BMW pulls right back on the back of the other BMW. I have to use race numbers here because there's too many BMWs. I can't talk about them all at once. But yeah,
the BMWs.
It's spicy.
The BMW and the BMW and the BMW.
Yeah, and the BMW. You know?
And it's why, yeah, I was doing a race not long ago when it was the Apex Racing Team versus BS Competition. They are both white, blue, and grey and black. And so we were like, and the white and blue car. Dot. Because it's like, yeah, that doesn't help. The thing is, though, with that run through scene, I've got to say, I think that was a little bit too far for Tobias Pfeffer, because he did push the AAA out wide, right? And yes, you can always be like, oh, but it's the car on the inside, which I think is utter rubbish. If there's a car if there's a car fully there, there's a car fully there. And you have to say in that scenario, Tobias Pfeffer has denied Smolyar the opportunity to overtake by bashing him out wide through Cian. And I'm just going to confirm some things from race control because we have got something. Car 55 and the 888, that was where a warning went for the 55, which is obviously Dara McCormack. That was contact between the two. That was coming down to the final corner, I do believe, on lap 14. The 888 versus the 14, you'll be shocked to know that's where the 5-second time penalty came from. Again, not really sure which one that incident was from, but it was on lap 16. That was where the 5-second time penalty came for the 888. And also, the incident between 888 and the 14, yes, there's another one. It was the final warning for the 14. Which means that I can almost say that we're going to see a 5-second time penalty to Tobias Pfeffer at some point. Because, wow, they are pushing. There is the move back to the inside. It is superb from Alex Smolyar. And once again, the switchback has worked and Smolyar retakes over 3rd position. Yeah, you've got. I don't see a scenario where Tobias Pfeffer is reaching the end of this hour, of this battle, without, if he is on his final warning, without he himself receiving a 5-second time penalty. And then you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? From our point of view, absolutely. I found this battle absolutely thrilling, riveting and entertaining. From a driving and team perspective, might be a little bit ridiculous.
I think you picked up the word tantalizing there. This has been brilliant so far, but I don't see such. I would almost say that in my book, Pfeffer might already have crossed that line, because assuming that some of those warnings might have been for pushing, for Sommelier pushing Pfeffer off the track at sign the same way that Pfeffer pushed off. It's very important in racing, if someone crosses a line, you don't cross it. You know, if they get a penalty, that's fine. But you don't want to be baited into escalating. And then, you know, because right now, he has a 5-second delta, a 5-second advantage over the other car. So realistically, he could just sit behind and wait for the first round of pit stops, and then you'll have clear air. You have a 5-second gap. The last thing you need is for that to disappear and dematerialize in front of your eyes. And speaking of things that might dematerialize in front of your eyes, at number 41, number 41 BMW has 2 Lamborghinis behind. He's going to be trying to make them disappear, or at least try to disappear in front of their eyes.
Yeah, TF Racing, Charadakis having to deal with Walsingham Sever, and of course the 10 seconds time penalty laden Charlie Crossland behind. Here we go. Pfeffer's having to worry backwards now. It's not just about Smolyar ahead. It is about Blyer behind. He was going for it to try and get his move around the outside going down into turn 4. And again, I'll speak to it at the same point as what you were saying. That final warning, well, it's for lap 16. We're far past lap 16, and I've got to say, if that was the final warning, he did push that SMP racing car wide, as there is issues between Bogoroditsky and Garcia. Aspar with the inside run as we're heading through this final sector, and Bogoroditsky's looking to move himself forward. Cherepin and his teammates already made his move up the order and moved himself 2.3 seconds clear of Garcia, and Bogoroditsky the next one to move up when it comes to the SimGrid Pro by Vides team. Where is that opportunity? The final corner's not really a wise one, but he certainly gave it a look.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was an opportunity on the sim where the opportunity was sim there, but it's almost blasphemous to see the number 911 on a car that isn't a Porsche, wouldn't you say?
It's not great. It's suboptimal. I'll say that. It is a bit odd, but then again, they do typically race in things like Bentleys and stuff with the 911. So you know.
Yeah.
I think it's worn off on me now. Like when you first see it, you're like, oh, that's disgusting. How dare you? But it's like seeing 007 on anything that's not an Aston Martin or a Bentley.
Yeah, it's going to be like seeing number 7 or 5 in Formula 1 in a couple of years, and it's not belonging to Kimi Räikkönen or Sebastian Vettel. You know, it's one of those things that only old people like myself and yourself,
old people,
will recognize. Older
what
than
year
the
were you born?
No comment.
Were you born post 2000?
Only by 21 days.
Oh yeah, we've had this discussion before. Anyone born past the year 2000 isn't a human being, which unfortunately accounts to most of this grid at this point. But either way, Tobias Pfeffer are still trying to attack another one who's definitely born past the year 2000. I think it's 2000. Probably 2005, if memory serves. I can't remember. I distinctly remember he was like 14 when I first commentated on him a couple of years ago. It might have been 6, I can't remember. Either way, the grid is extremely young, and that pains me immensely. Tobias Pfeffer's trying to unpain himself and try and get past Smolia, and having Bly behind. Actually thinking about this, I think Bastian Richter, Darren McCormack, Smolia and Pfeffer are all born past the year 2000. That is a very painful realization.
I don't like it, and I think all of them are younger than myself. I think a lot of the field will be younger than myself, and it is, you know, when somebody does something that you want to do professionally, and they're younger than you, you know, it's always just going to be a hobby. So, yeah.
I remember when the first Formula 1 driver that was younger than me headed onto the grid. That was a realization that you've let life pass your way. Not that obviously I was ever expected to be on a Formula 1 grid, because certainly not. But still, it's like, wow, yeah, okay, that's nice, fantastic.
Who was it for you?
Probably would have been Max. Might have been before Max though. Sure.
Mine was Yuki.
Oh God. Well, Luke Whitehead's going for an attempted overtake. It wasn't on that car they've just passed. That one being a couple of laps down now. Not sure which one it is. I think it might be Webber, the one behind the wheel. But not 100% sure, as we'll see if Pfeffer's going to make this move once again. Well, he had the overspeed that time. I think it was courtesy of assistance from Dominic Blyer, and managed to wake his way back through into third. The amount of times we've seen him switching there, it's kind of like it's almost brushing up on me a little bit, as there's again a bit more contact. The up and under's taken from Smolia, and that will be him back through into third position. Let's see if the Triton racing car of Blyer and Osman, who have been unable to join themselves into the mix. We've seen these switching around. I don't want to say it's boring, it's certainly not. But we've seen them switching around so many times into Cian and then down into the next complex. It's kind of like, yeah, I've seen this before. Try somewhere else. Try somewhere else.
Yeah, I've seen this one. This is a classic.
Yeah, it's copy and paste. We've already done this. Okay, here we go. We're going to break up the fighting now, because Tobias Pfeffer is coming into the pit lane. Now, this might be a very wise call. 6 minutes shy of the hour, but hasn't received a time penalty yet, if he is going to receive one, right? Which means that if he comes in, if it was a 5-second time penalty that might end up with him, again, don't want to speak on behalf of race control, I'm only thinking of this from a purely strategical point of view. If they are expecting a potential 5-second time penalty, right? They've come into the pit lane, they've done their pit stop, and they'll go back out again. Without serving the 5-second time penalty, of course. They'll be able to serve that on their next stop if they were to get a penalty. But it means that Smolia, who already has his time penalty, will now be 5 seconds away from them regardless, right? They won't be on track at the same point, meaning they can get on with what they were doing without fighting. So potentially a very wise call, penalty or not, from Tobias Pfeffer of the Unicorns of Love team to bring it into the pit lane and to try and get away from that car that they've been unable to do so in the opening 55 minutes here in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. We'll take a look at some things from race control. The 911, which is Boga Raditsky, has received a 5-second time penalty after contact between themselves and Get Closer Racing. And there's also been a warning for the car number 1, a possible behind the wheel of that one, between contact for them and the number 52. So that's what's given the number 1 a warning. Of course, do have a couple of warnings out there at the moment. The warning for car 55 is another one. The warning for car 1, and then the final warning, of course, for Tobias Pfeffer in the number 14. So race control keeping on top of everything, although I will say maybe even they were expected to be on top of a little bit more this afternoon. Thus far it's been calm, is probably not the right word, but they were potentially expecting more drama.
Yeah, it's been a relatively well-behaved race, apart from a couple of moments here net. That's that's Osterman for Whitman Racing going in there with a Lamborghini number 110. Now, this is the part of the race that I love to see. Undercuts versus overcuts. I love myself a cheeky undercut. You get the temperatures up, the tire temps up, tires up the temperature. You get the speed. You have fresher tires. You go faster for a couple of laps. You do well. The overcut, you know, you're betting on the fact that there's traffic where you're going to pit out. You stay out. You hope that they don't come out into too much, or they come out into a lot of traffic, and then you gain time. Undercut versus overcut is the name here. You have Smollier with that 5-second penalty also, so that's going to play a big part there, and probably going to lose about, I'd say, 2 or 3 positions at least there. There's a lot of cars. In fact, you might even see Smollier. Let's see. So Blair, Smollier, Osterman, Pfeffer. They were all within about a second and a half of each other, and then you have about 2 seconds back, 2 seconds back. You could very well see Smollier come out towards that 488, as you see now Smollier is actually fighting that number 10.
Yeah, trying to keep him at bay. But also that car behind is the other Williams Esports car that's pitted. Obviously, it's not Dara McCormack. I do very much like the black-fronted Williams Esports car. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. But still, we won't speak about that too much. Of course, that was the one that was being driven by Charlie Cross, and I believe it still is, but not 100% sure at the moment. It still is Charlie Cross behind the wheel of that car post-pit stop. Like I say, a few teams, a few drivers have already made their first stops. For one, I've always said this when it comes to these races, I want to go as long as possible. I want to go as deep into the stint as we possibly can get away with. Yes, sometimes it might not be the wisest call when it comes to the tyre usage, but keeping your options open for later in the race. The thing is, if you pit now, and let's say, for example, something happens later on, whether it's rain or damage or whatever, it's less likely to fit into your strategy sequence than if you pit as late as possible. You're more likely to have a strategy which will fall in line with something. You're just keeping your options as wide open as possible. Meanwhile, if you're pitting early, like what we've seen from this car, you're already diminishing some of your options. But those are the risks you've got to take, especially when it is a one-off race. I think some things might be slightly different in how teams have battled this afternoon, or really virtually this morning. Things would be different if this was a championship. If this was a 5 or 6 round championship versus the one-off race, things would have been played out very differently.
Yeah, I think you would have seen a lot more caution in some instances, you know, assuming this would be, for example, the first round of a new championship. Everyone would kind of be a bit, you know, you want to start off well, but you also don't want to start off with 0 points. So seeing these drivers out there knowing, okay, it's still an endurance race. It's still 6 hours, so I think actually 6 hours is a good medium, because if you have like a half-an-hour race, you have a mistake, it can pretty much ruin your entire day. Here, if you have a small mistake, you got 6 hours to make it back up, and if you're the fastest on the track, you probably will. So I think this is more or less close to that perfect medium in terms of entertainment value. A single round, 6 hours, mistakes can be made up, drivers can kind of go a bit ham.
6 hours is a good distance for an endurance race, but obviously it does beg the question as to what is the shortest distance a race can be for it to still be classified as an endurance race. Go.
Driver change.
Anything with a driver change is an endurance race.
I think anything.
Even like the hour-long Blancpain. Oh God! Whoa. Showing my age there. Goodness me. The GT World Challenge stuff, and the sprint series. Yeah. Is that because there's driver changes and it's only an hour-long race?
That's sort of sprint series, I guess. So
yeah, but there's driver changes.
All right, I'd probably say 4 hours, 3 hours if you're very, very leaning with it. Wolfman Racing getting past there, making away with P25, which is a big deal because it gives them a couple of seconds of free air to push with the undercut. And it is now Petrochenko in the car rather than Osterman, so driver change in that pit stop. But going back to your question, I'd probably say 3 hours because it breaks up into 90 minutes plus sprints. I think that's a good margin.
I had a very interesting conversation with during an IMSA Esports broadcast last month we did at Daytona a couple of months back. And John Hindhoff joined and we were having a discussion. We actually were having this discussion about like what classifies as an endurance race, because those races were 2 hours 40 minutes, and I was like, for me, 3 hours. The 2 hours 40 that we were having in there was just about the minimum margin. I thought, I was like, yeah, right. He was saying anything that involves tire saving. I was like, that's pretty much any racing these days.
Yeah.
But even during the conclusion with how they strategize and stuff in Formula One is an endurance of a certain description. I was like, I get where you're coming from, but I don't really know. It's not an easy one to nail down. I think it comes down to what you believe in your heart. Garcia and Bogoroditsky continued to fight. We did also see Yuri Petrochenko making his way past Regan Mitchell, of course, in that Vitamin Racing car. Feffer's got to deal with Austin, who's only a second clear, because obviously all those that have stopped early now have a bit of traffic to deal with. As they come round to complete a lap, as we can see the Aspar team coming into the pit lane. I was about to say, we've realistically got... For quite a lot, for anyone ahead of Bogoroditsky, you've essentially got 2 laps to pit. For anyone behind Bogoroditsky, the time will be probably too close to do 2 laps pit. They'll most likely only be able to get away with one, being 1 minute 55 seconds a lap. You know, you've got to give yourself a little bit of margin just in case of mistakes, etc., etc. But like I say, I want to keep my strategy options as open as possible. If I am confident that I can stretch it that 1 extra lap and do, you know, the basically as near as makes a difference, the full 65 minutes, then great. But that 1 extra lap's probably not going to make the biggest difference. If you're going to be pitting this lap, pit this lap. That's fine. You've extended it to a margin which is more than comfortable enough, as we can see. Dominic Blyer right on the rear end of Smollier. He will gain this position through the pit stop sequence, which I would say, if I'm Dominic Blyer, I'm not going to be desperate to make that make that move up. Surely not. You know you're going to get it after the pit stop.
Yeah, I think now's a good opportunity to do a bit of fuel saving. You know, this lap is going to be pretty much whatever Pete does, I do. I think it makes sense to pit if he pits. If he stays out, stay out, because you get another lap with slipstream. You get another lap of a little bit of cheeky savings going on. And who doesn't like a bit of savings, you know? You're supposed to save 20% of your paycheck every time into your savings account to save up a bit of money. And I guess this time around he's trying to save not 20% of his tires every lap, but maybe 5% of what he might have used in those tires each lap. You know, very rough math. I'm not a qualified race engineer just yet, but that is then the SMP, the 888 going into the pits. They will be serving the 5-second penalty. Be interesting to see where he comes out compared to Pfeffer and Petrochenko. Petrochenko being 5 seconds behind Pfeffer, or 7 seconds behind Pfeffer right now. So somewhere between there if there's no driver change, but it is a stampede of cars in the pits on the slab.
Yeah, Whitehead, who'd been passed by Carpenter, the legendary Lexus, recently, another one to have gotten through. Obviously, we saw that one on the race down towards Cian. All coming into the pit lane. Everyone behind will be coming in with the run down towards Tobias Pfeffer. Obviously, he's already made the stop. Those that have stayed out, Bastian Richter, Dara McCormack and Dominic Blyer, will be okay to get round into the pit lane before the timer comes into it. Of course, they've got to pit before 4 hours 55. It's a 65-minute stint, and it's basically the start of the race to the in, till you get into the pit lane. You don't have to get into your box. It's just about getting into the pit lane, and then it's out of pit lane to into pit lane. That's the 65 minutes. Again, not based on the actual stationary time, as we can see Pfeffer staying out. Obviously, he's already made his stop, moving his way back up to 4th.
Lewis, your math was wrong. You said it would take about to the 4-hour mark for McCormack to close up. The last couple of laps have been absolutely incredible. It's a 1.5-second gap currently from the last time I saw on the timing board. And that was 2.2 seconds lap before. So I think that McCormack's been a lot better potentially with his tyre management in this first stint and has done a brilliant job of closing that gap. This pit stop phase, something goes wrong. Could see a change of position. Whoever does better on that outlap, it's going to be really, really interesting. They're both pit. We'll see where they both come out. Probably in the same positions, but we're not closer or further away, and where they come out compared to Petrochenko and Pfeffer, we'll find out.
I did say if it was 1/10 of a second a lap, just to clarify. I refuse to be wrong in the booth with Cian Butler.
You did not have enough variables there, I'm sorry.
It's something I simply do not accept. You can see, I mean, Victor Nicolai's racing in a, I was going to say it was a coat, I think it's just a jumper, but it did look like a little bit of a coat there. He's looking a little stressed, it almost seems, as he's trying to find his way past the Grip Hacks engineering car. Victor Nicolai got Whitehead behind, as well as Luca Lozio, who's taken over the car from David Tinitza. Not too many driver changes in the last sequence. Makovkin jumping behind the 911, Elvin Smith behind the 22, Abeladze behind the 888, Garcia remains behind the 21. There's the send, and there's the contact. Victor Nicolai being sent around by Whitehead as the car stalled. Yes, it has. Oh, and as he's accelerated, he's made contact with Apostle coming through. Oh my goodness, he'd stalled the car, got back going again. And for the race anyway, SimSports team, who have been so good over the last couple of months on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, sometimes I would go off on one about rejoins, everything like that, but obviously he's trying to refire the engine and just get off of the racing line. He knows he's sat in the danger zone, and unfortunately was focused more on that rather than what was going on. It's a slam dunk penalty. Poor guy. I mean, really, that like I think even he'll know about the penalty coming through, but because that is one that is. It's regardless. Like it would be classified as a dangerous rejoin. I know he was already on the track, but he still got moving again whilst a car's been coming through. That is almost always in near as makes a difference slam dunk penalty. But it is one of those ones that I think we can all kind of relate to and be like, oh.
Yeah, I know you can you race anywhere, but you can't park there, sir. And the number 42. The number of the meaning of life, in that case for Race Anywhere, was the meaning of strife, and it wasn't a great situation there. It was opportunistic from Whitehead, but like you said, I think there'll be penalties going probably to both cars, as the 878 SMP car. We haven't seen much of this SMP car so far today. 878 up in a P7, trying to make their way past Petrochenko, P6 at Lamborghini. The Whitman racing car had been doing pretty well so far. Seems still to be struggling a bit with race pace compared to some of the other cars on the grid, as Richter has come out in P1, the number 15, has a 5.8 second gap, but that's driver change. McCormack's not in anymore.
That is true, but this is the whole thing. This is why I was saying I don't want to have 3 drivers in a car, because if you are confident enough, let's say Bastian Richter, I don't know, they can do 3 hours. I can't remember if there's like a... No, it'll be fine. Bastian Richter will be obviously trying to do 3 stints in a go, as Bastian Offerman, different from one Bastian to another, gets back down the inside of Apostle and then makes a little bit of contact with the West Competition Racing car. Pulse versus West Competition Racing, heading down to the final complex of corners through the penultimate. The position's made up from Bastian Offerman up to 17th. Of course, there'll be struggles on the tyres after he's essentially just got them on the machine with Apostle. It's a big shame. Indeed, but still, you know, I say chin up and eyes focused on the race. As I was saying though, you'd want 2 drivers, and if you're brave enough to do 3 hours in one go, then go for it, because you're going to stay in the rhythm, etc., etc. Meanwhile, Williams have got to switch essentially, well, probably quite a lot through this race, because Tinko van der Velde is going to drive here. Igor Rodriguez will see at another point. Then we'll probably see Dara McCormack back in the wheel. They typically have switched, most of the racing that I've watched. Williams do typically switch on every single stint. They've got into this rhythm of always switching.
It's an interesting one. You know, if you're losing time for each driver change, we saw that about what 5 seconds probably is what they lost in the end. You really are betting on that fresh is fast, and if you're not faster, then you're just losing a lot of time, and it comes down, right? Even if you win the race, you know, you're running potentially 3 or 4 driver changes. 4 driver changes at 5 seconds each. That's 20 seconds of race time that you've lost. So it is really one of those, you know, optimization things that you kind of got to find the best way through. And, I mean, it comes down to each team and each driver who thinks that their opportunity is the best here. As some passing, some overtaking going on there for the 911 versus at the number 22. But yeah, like you're saying, if you can do 3 hours in a stint and you get in the flow and you're not slow, just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I see these things from this. I'm pretty sure the driver swap is done concurrently with the pit stop, which means you don't actually lose any extra time from doing the drive swap, which is why they typically do it all the time. Which means that then potentially there was more fuel taken, or maybe even a mistake on the outlap from Tinko van der Velde, which is obviously a potential. This is the risk of jumping in pretty fresh. Regardless, Tinko van der Velde is losing time hand over fist to Bastian Licht, who is obviously in the rhythm and has stuck some fresh tyres on and is now feeling that grip underneath the Unicorns of Love BMW that he's presently driving. It could well become, once again, a Unicorns of Love 1-2 in this race, because Tobias Pfeffer, who's remained behind the wheel of the number 14 Unicorns of Love car, is closing in. That gap's now 3.1 seconds, and it could become Unicorns of Love 1-2 once more. Oleg Jolobov, those trying to get past Yuri Petrochenko in the battle for 6th position and make it a BMW 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Is that going to be the case? Jolobov looks to the inside coming up towards Cian as we head into that extremely fast right-hander at the end of the Mistral Straight. The advantage very much has gone the way of the SMP Racing Esports car, as the Vippen Racing Cup did not fight that one at all.
Yeah, it's almost a bit early to start defending your butt off, you know? It's one of those things, last hour, maybe, you start getting a bit more aggressive with the defensing. At this point, I think Petrochenko has realized, and the women racing team as a whole has realized, guys, we're slipping back through the field. We're going to just, you know, give up this one position here, and it might save us 2 positions down the line because we haven't lost 5 seconds battling, you know?
Like you say, you're always weighing up whether the current battle of what's ahead of you is actually worth the time that it's going to cost you. And sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I think that was a very wise call from Yuri Petrochenko to think, actually, no, it's not worth it, because what's the point right now? I'd rather look after my tyres, get in the slipstream, save a little bit of fuel, and focus on better days down the line, and potentially accept that the Lamborghini was the wrong car choice. As much as going for something different is always fantastic, and I will always give, if you're in a different car than the majority, I'll always give you extra plaudits on the broadcast as a bit of a note in the future. But when you're battling for competitions, you're only focused on money. Obviously, you're going to go, should we just go for the BMW because it's clearly the best. But then you get teams like this. Like I said, we've seen the Grip Packs engineering Lexus. We see another Lexus and a couple of Lexus in the form of the pair of the Burst Esports team. Again, said before, time and time again, run in partnership with the FFS Racing team. Burst are typically a team you'd normally see go racing over on R-Factor 2. And if anyone was watching the Le Mans Virtual Series, for example, Burst are the team that run the Van Wall cars in that, as well as over in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. They've won that title quite a few times in the form of Jerne Simic, who's not really an ACC driver. He's given it a few times. I've given it a go a few times, and he's not really enjoyed it too much. But it's great to see Burst as a big brand, as a big name, as a big team elsewhere in sim racing, joining ACC and kind of making it stick in partnership with another team. I think it's great to see. And also representing the Lexus brand. So, you know, there we go. Boom. Get some more Lexus out on track.
I'm quite disappointed there, Lewis. You had the perfect opportunity. You're talking about a team joining a new scene, you know, bursting onto the scene.
Yeah.
There you go.
We've done this. I've done that one enough.
You've done that one enough.
Yeah, in VCO Esports Racing League, it's just been it's too much. I'm not on it with the puns like you are. I refuse to let this broadcast fall consistently into those depths.
Yeah,
it's already low enough. Let's be real.
Yeah, I'm about to make it lower. We're looking at a Lexus Laugenbretzel. There you go.
A what?
A Lexus Laugenbretzel.
What? Right. That's Is that a sandwich?
It's you can make sandwiches out of pretzels.
Why though? Why would you? I don't understand.
What do you mean?
I mean, it certainly is everything that you've just said. There is a Lexus in the middle of a couple of Lamborghinis there. We're going to move straight on from it as Jesse Kauppinen's dropped back a couple of... Yeah, they have dropped back a couple of spots through the pit lane sequence. Obviously had been working their way forward. Luke Whitehead remains behind the wheel of that Ferrari. Luca Lozio, who I said before is taken over from David Tinitz, has closed up to Jesse Kauppinen. And we are looking at what is realistically, and I'm not going to say this many times today, a four-way fight that doesn't involve a BMW. You've got a Honda NSX, you've got a Lexus, you've got a McLaren, and you've got a Ferrari. 4 cars fighting over 11.
I've got to burst your bubble there, man, because if you've got if you're counting 1.3 seconds as the margin for a battle, then the NSX is no, because the NSX is within 1.1 seconds of P10, so it's a 5-car battle for P10. That includes one of every type of car in this race. There you go.
No, because there's no Lamborghini in there. Yeah, cool, right.
Semantics.
Well, there's the move done from Lozio. Kauppinen sat there. Lozio's going around the outside. Again, more of a brush between the pair, but nothing too major. The Lexus holds firm, and the Grip Packs engineering car is going to keep 12th position firmly in their grasp. And Jesse Kauppinen's eyes are on the mirror at the moment, focused on that distinctive blue and black machine behind, thinking, isn't that car normally a Ferrari? I don't really understand. But yes, the John Lacey Esports Academy car being in a McLaren for this round. I've seen him in a McLaren's a couple of times in the past, but Whitehead's a little bit too far off the rear end to join in on that fight. You are absolutely right. It's not really a part of this battle, but has been closing in. That's the important.
Yeah, it's been a decent battle so far. You've got all these drivers around there that are trying to make their worth. You know, currently you have in P12 the number 11 trying to make it up to P10. Nice little bit of sequential numbers going on there, but you know, so far it's been quite interesting. As we're looking forward towards the front of the race now, it's still a bit more, you know. It's actually spreading out a lot. Richter has pulled out 8.4 seconds compared to the 1.5 that was pre-pit stop era. That potentially has ramifications throughout the rest of the race. I think the fact that if you're running a stint at this speed for the entire stint, then barring a massive drop off in pace in the car ahead in the hands of the other driver, which not sure is going to happen, you're setting yourself up in a bit of a sticky situation, and Pfeffer can try and capitalize on that as well and bring it back to that 1-2. But I'm surprised, actually, that it looks less like the number 55 is slowing down and off the pace, and more that Richter is just bolting right now. Yeah,
and I can confirm that on the timesheets, taking a look at it. Bastian Richter did a 53.5 on the previous lap, and he's done 3 or 4 consecutive 53.5s. Which is impressive, sure. I mean, you might think we're going to call that a number. Pretty much the entire grid is running in the mid to low 54s. Bastian Richter's running half a second faster than anyone else on this circuit right now. Yes, I know Yuri Petrochenko's, or rather this car, in the form of Jakob Osterman in the previous stint, had set the fastest lap of the race. Sure, that was great. It was in the opening couple of laps when the track surface was cooler, and to be fair, that fast lap might actually hold until the end of the race, courtesy of that. Unless someone else goes into low fuel mode, tries to beat it to try and get some of that bonus money in the prize pool. Of course, that $6,000 prize pool, $1,000 for things like pole position, which Bastian Richter already has, fastest laps, best moves, etc., etc. So there are those kind of things to think of as well. But at the moment, the Whitman racing car is the one that is holding that. But you're absolutely right that Richter's just so much faster right now when it comes to the comparative lap times to the rest of the field. It's just racing away from everyone. Last lap time was 4/10 fast, and the gap is just growing and growing and growing. And like you say, it's leaving an awful lot of work from anyone behind to try and get something on the Unicorn of Love team, which are looking to seriously take control of this race.
Yeah, that pace right now seems quite dominant throughout the field. And, you know, it's a bit boring then if it's going to be a gap at the front. But we have some brilliant racing further back. We have the John Lacey Esports Academy making a move up the inside there. Number 27 on the 11, trying to make the move. A little bit of touch in there, but nothing too firm. As now, two positions lost there, potentially there for the 11 as the Veloce racing car makes its way up the inside and slots firm in behind. So, not a great set of corners there for Karppinen in that number 11 in the Lexus, in Lewis's favorite car on track today. Not ideal, but it does show how potentially easy it is to go back and forth, as Offerman, you can see there on the timing screen, has a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, Bastian Offerman picking a 1 up, I believe, courtesy of race control. Could have been track limits though, not had the note through. Believe that it might be track limits. It's very easy to exceed around here. Instantly comes in to serve that drive-through penalty, and confirmation it was track limits as to why Bastian Offerman receives a drive-through. So an hour and 20 minutes into this race, Bastian Offerman in the 53 is the first driver to have been banished down the order courtesy of breezing over the track limits, which is so easy to do around here. It's one of the reasons why people really don't like it, because it's just so open that you. I always feel like it's such a bad argument. Being like, oh, I don't like it because it's so easy to exceed around here. As we'll see, Garcia making his way past Yuri Petrochenko and the Aspar team through then on Vipperman Racing up to 7th. And I don't think Yuri Petrochenko is going to try too hard to come back. We'll look to the inside, but obviously more of a look to get offline, spot a braking zone just in case, rather than actually going for a move. I've always found that, it's a bit of a weak argument to be like, but it's so easy to exceed around. It's so open, so you want to blast over the track limit so much, and that's why I get drive-through penalties. So that's why I hate racing around this thing. I'm like, yeah, but if you don't exceed, you don't get drive-through penalties. So you know, that doesn't matter whether it's an open circuit or a closed. Like, well, you know, one of those ones is a lot tighter. It doesn't matter. It's track limits to track limits.
Yeah, no, I agree there. I think, I mean, at least for myself as well, right? I'm one of those drivers that struggles a little bit to operate at like 95%. I kind of have to push all the way up, or I drop down to like 80% kind of thing, which means that in tracks with track limits and that kind of thing, it's always, you know, it's always a bit easier for me to push over a limit a little bit here.
Yep, same. Don't worry.
Yeah, and I can tell you, it's never a great feeling to be in the midst of a brilliant battle. In fact, I think you commentated on this for me at one point. It wasn't my drive-through penalty to start with, but it was, what, the WTF1 Invitational a couple years back.
Spa.
And I was, Spa, yeah, and I was in the midst of a, I thought at least a brilliant battle with Fordzilla. And I got a drive-through penalty for the driver before, track limits or something. That's completely fine. But it immediately ruined my mentality, because I was a bit new at R Factor 2. It kind of just threw me off my game, and the rest of the race was a disaster for me. All that to say, it's never a great feeling to be the first one or the driver on your team that costs you a meaningless penalty, because, you know, if you get a 5-second penalty for some battling, okay, it's not great, but there was a reason why you were driving like that, and battles are always a bit more intense, so there's always a bit more room for error. If you're just driving around the track trying to beat your own lap time, where you don't really need to, which is something that I do as well, then and you get a penalty, and a drive-through penalty is especially horrible because you're not gaining anything from going to pits, you're literally losing a bunch of time. It's just really not ideal, and it's not a great feeling.
You were racing for Butler Power Motorsport in that, weren't you?
No, my last name is Butler. I would like to be a Power.
Yeah, but I thought you were a BP
on that one.
Oh, I can't even remember. It all kind of blends into one. I don't know if you've worked with René or not. Yeah, it's fine.
I haven't actually.
Have you not? Yeah, I know. I was going to say, I was like, surely you could use that as a little bit of a selling point. Either way, we'll focus on this battle, because I think Albert Smith's having a couple of issues here on pace. Has lost out to Lozio, loses out to Whitehead, almost clears Whitehead off in behind. So lost a couple of positions over the last couple of laps, or last lap really, in that last sector. So there is a few dropped back from the Rocket Sim Sports machine, and the next one might be Jesse Kalpinen to try and come through. Look straight back down the inside as Albert Smith's going to try and make up one position almost immediately. Coming down to the first corner, does make its way past the number 42. And so Rocket, I think that must have been a mistake, just purely a mistake, or being knocked out of the rhythm potentially as Lozio had come through, that Alvin Smith was just struggling to get back into it. But I say sometimes you just need a couple of corners to regain your mentality and refocus, and set your sights on the road ahead without, again, blasting over track limits, which is easy to do. I see. The thing is, when I had it, I would always blame the track out of frustration, and then you kind of think, yeah, it was me. It was me. Like that's a me thing. So yeah, there's not really anything you can do about it. That's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just easy to blame the track, isn't it? It's never your fault. It's always the track's fault.
Never the track's, never your fault. It is always the other driver's fault if they push you wide.
Exactly.
And you get a bit of a track limit warning. You know, it's never your fault. Yeah, but that's the idea, right?
I always love those ones where it's like, how many warnings do I get? Because I need to know. Like, but what if someone pushes me out? And I'm like, yeah, but if they've pushed you out, that's one of your few warnings you get. And I know it's not your fault, but it's like, it's not as if you've only had one warning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, if you're getting pushed off the track over and over again, then maybe you should just slot in for a little bit, or just pass, just do it, yeah,
just stop being a wimp. Just send it.
Just gotta do it.
Just gotta do it. We are not sponsored. Just not sponsored by Nike. Just saying.
No, not sponsored by Nike. I would like new shoes though. Mine are about a year and a half old. I use them for running. If anyone wants to ship them, it is to 123. I need new shoes. In the world. There we go. Nice. Did not want to give away. Thought about giving away parts of your address before realising that was a really stupid thing to try and do. Yeah. Alberto Garcia having to deal with the pressures of Jura Petrochenko, who I don't think's trying to come back through, because of course there was the pass on the Mistral Straight quite a few laps ago, about 20 minutes ago, when there was the switch through. Jura Petrochenko did not fight Alberto Garcia, and so he's just sort of sat there. Maybe Petrochenko is trying to get into the rhythm of the race. Of course, took over from Jakob Osterman in that Everman racing car. So it kind of makes sense to give yourself a couple of laps to get into the rhythm. And sometimes it is easier to get in the rhythm following someone else rather than having to deal with the pressures of keeping them behind, or even sometimes just driving around by yourself. Yeah, pressure is something that happens, and such a let me reset this sentence, all right? So, pressure. Sometimes you come under pressure. It's just pressure, You're driving around. If there's someone, I actually prefer to drive with a bit of external pressure, because I'm really bad with internal pressure. If I'm starting to think that I'm in clean air, don't make mistake. And of course, if you start, your body will subconsciously do what your brain is visualizing, right? So if you visualize all the ways that you could make a mistake rather than the line that you want to take around the track, you will most likely make one of those mistakes. If I have a driver behind, that external pressure I prefer a lot more, because you're not worried about what you will do, you worry about what they will do. And because of that, you're just able to zone up a bit more and be in that rhythm.
Yep, I've said time and time again, especially at this level of racing where these drivers are so good, you don't typically see solo errors in races like this. They happen, of course. They are very infrequent, and yes, by infrequent I mean it might happen like 3 or 4 times in a race. But that's 3 or 4 times in a race of 42 cars, all of which have 2, maybe 3 drivers apiece, right? It's rare at this kind of level to see those kinds of mistakes. And the thing is they typically happen not generally under pressure. It's normally the exact opposite, because I actually think that pressure, when it comes to your focus, pressure is a very good thing, because it means that the only thing that you're focused on is that car behind and what's ahead, right, and nothing else. When you start making those mistakes is when there's not too much around, because it's the issues come from complacency and from the focus. You want to keep your eyes on the train around. We can see TF Racing here with Konstantinos Konstantianis behind the wheel, Walsingham directly ahead, and Simard behind. It means that there is no fears of that complacency becoming a part of it. You've got your attention ahead. You've got your eyes on the prize, on the position to be made up, and the final prize, or final position inside the prize pool, is what Competizione is going for. Straight to the inside. The side-by-side works, and TF Racing move up into 20th position, into the final spot inside that prize pool. And now they're trying to clear away from Simar behind.
That move was worth $37.50 in US currency. So
it really was, yeah.
Good move. Yeah,
quite literally.
Yes, yeah, literally. A bit further, these guys are still racing a little bit for fun. Low fuel motorsport. Patrick Porwit in a 256 in that Aston Martin. So another car that wasn't in that comment that I made earlier about all the cars being single battle. We won't dwell on that. The 256. Looking forward to that BMW of Offerman. Offerman did have that drive-through penalty, so maybe a case now that Aston Martin just trying to stick on the back of that BMW and get pulled forward a little bit, because there's not much behind. You don't have to worry that much. Yeah, it's a bit. I do like the livery though. This is a bit more of one of those artsy liveries.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, when it comes to liveries in racing grids, in sim racing, I've always said when we do stuff like here, the SimGrid VCO World Cup, obviously back when we did it a couple of years ago, and this one where we did the first running of this, the first attempt when we were racing at Kyalami, obviously we had Redline and whatnot on the grid as well. There aren't many prettier grids in the world of sim racing, because I can't think of too many liveries on this grid where I'm looking at it being like, oh, that's a dull livery, or that's a poor one. Yes, I know I made the jokes at Veloce earlier because it's just a white car with text on it. But still, the way they've done it, it looks like a professional livery, right? It's tidy at the bare minimum. It's certainly ugly is not the way I'd certainly put it. And that is the same case up and down the order. It is actually generally a very pretty grid, as the gap for the race lead goes definitely into the uglier side of things. Up to above 10 seconds now is what Bastian Richter has, clear of Tinko van der Velde, who is now starting to drop into the clutches of Tobias Pfeffer. As Aidan Walsingham still behind Competizione and Simar behind. Again, final spot inside the top 20. Savette's perfectly clear of all of this, along with Simar's teammate James Parker and all that. The Burst Esports car up in 18th position. So they're driving for the Symphony of Pistons car, which I think has a little bit too much green on it. Just going to say that, because I do like myself some Symphony of Pistons normally, but there's almost a little too much green to go with the pink one. But that's fine. Yeah, I'll allow you. I'll allow it.
Would they go faster on a green track, do you reckon? Or?
No, I don't think they would. No, well, I hope for their sakes that's the case, because obviously the tracks can get more and more rubbered in. So, in a sense, less and less green over the next 4.5 hours, which means that you're saying that they're going to get worse and worse.
I know. So, that wasn't the intent.
That's if that's how you want to if that's how you want to meet it. Yeah, fair enough. You'll have to come round to a British GT weekend, because a lot of the Symphony of Pistons crew do actually, you'll see them appearing in various British GT rounds just out there in the open. It's very disconcerting when you see someone walking around a normal racing just a racing paddock or a circuit and thinking, hang on, that's sim racing gear. That is. What's that about?
Nah, it's great to see though when you do get sim races, sim racers out there in the real world doing stuff
outside.
Victor Nikolai in the 88 has a 15-second time penalty. I'm presuming that's for that rejoin earlier after that incident with the Veloce Racing number 42. We're on board with Karpinen, who has dropped back a little bit now from the Honda ahead and the Ferrari ahead. Is in the clutches, a little bit of headache in that 77 BMW. No, Karpinen would have just passed Smith, I believe. That is the Honda behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it was just I was also trying to think of exactly where you were going with it, and also getting confused by it. That's absolutely fine. We are not the smartest two that have ever visited a commentary booth. Thankfully, you only have to put up with us for another hour and 26 minutes, but it's just the truth. Because you'll have, if you were watching qualifying last night, obviously Andy McEwan and DJ Clark were in the booth, and they are vastly superior when it comes to levels of intelligence and decent levels of humour. as there is an issue for Symphony of Pistons. Well, we were talking about they might have a bit too much green on the roof and all that, but they might not have. enough going on behind the wheel. I don't know what had happened to Christopher there, but he pulled off to one side, had reset everything. We were being told he spun off by himself, but it was an odd place to be stationary, an odd direction to be stationary as well. I mean, he could have spun and stalled the car, and then was just refiring it. But still, that's an odd one.
Especially the fact that he finished up straight and was stayed for a while. It's an odd direction, destination, and duration. So I get the feeling there was potentially an issue with his wheel or pedal, something like that you might see from the onboard. Because if you spin, your first inkling is to get going again as fast as heck. And for some people that means you spin again. But just kind of stationary for a while. So I presume then it was some sort of mechanical fault on his end. Aiden Walsingham for Visceral Esports is looking to move forward into P19. He's got the number 41 BMW directly ahead, and he's trying to make something happen. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he's got the pace there. That's the problem.
I think it's that's the thing, right? I think the BMW is such a comprehensive car, especially in the straights, that it means that a lot of the other cars are struggling with overtaking, and that's something that you want to consider. Don't get me wrong, the BMW's race pace has been, as you mentioned earlier, pretty stellar, pretty astounding so far this race. But you don't always want the car with the most pace. You want the car that can protect its pace the best. And again, the BMW's doing that brilliantly. If you can pass and overtake, that's sometimes worth more than a tenth or two here and there by the car, in my opinion at least. I think I want a more raceable car than a car that's always, it might be quicker in the corners, but if you get caught up and someone's behind you, they just blast past in the straights, because you're going to lose that time anyway, and you're stuck behind him for a long period of time. We're looking at a pedal cam. For a second, I thought that camera was actually frozen, because it just goes to show the duration of on-throttle time that these drivers have. But it's a brilliant angle. Yeah,
you like I say, you can see them kind of coming off and on throttle. That is how it is. That is exactly what's being used by Aiden Walsingham. You kind of, as you're coming through that section, you're on and off the throttle. You're a little bit hesitant to go slamming that throttle pedal down. You don't, as much as you got all traction control and everything like that. Obviously, you'll be running the traction control as low as you can really get away with. So spinning is still potential when it comes to throwing them around. Fair enough. But also, if traction control kicks in, then you can have spins in weirder ways, or you can have the car basically push massive understeer coming through the corner. There's plenty of issues galore which can go the way of any slight mistakes like that. But what's it coming through here against? That was butter smooth from Walsingham. That's why I can't drive second, Paul Ricard, because I can never get that corner right, because I'm still just stabbing on the throttle like the front-wheel drive touring car driver I am.
I'm wondering. I want to watch him through the corner. Let's listen for the downshifts. I'm not sure. It looked like he was blipping his throttle on the downshifts for a second, which I thought would be interesting.
I don't think you wouldn't blip in a GT3 though.
I don't think you would either. That's why I thought it was interesting. But clearly it wasn't the case. I know sometimes people like doing stuff differently.
Weird stuff.
Everyone's
weirdos. We've got a note from Race Control. I was going to speak positively of one of the low-fuel motorsports car. Unfortunately, before we get to that, we have to speak negatively of the other. The 255 has just been given a 5-second time period after contact between themselves and Symphony of Pistons. So the 255 picking up a 5-second time penalty. But the positives that I wanted to speak of the 256, we said before about the prize money, pole positions, fastest laps. Most positions gained being one of them, and thus far it's Paul behind the wheel of the 256 that is the team that has gained the most positions thus far through the race. 14 gained at the moment today in the second of the low fuel motorsports car, or really what is the lead of the low fuel motorsport car at the moment. So a super effort at the moment from that squad, as we keep our eyes glued to Constantianis and Walsingham once again, not separated by very much. A couple of battles in that grouping as Walsingham was looking to the inside in the Visceral Esports team. couple of battles a bit further up the order, of course. You've got Abeladze as well, who's closing in inside the top 10 to Yuri Petrochenko that we can see now. SMP Racing Esports going for a move down the inside. Abeladze sends it in, almost makes it stick completely into the first apex. Has to go around the outside of the second corner, and the 888 makes its way through. Wow, that was a pretty bold end. I can never remember. I'm pretty sure Vyacheslav Abeladze typically raced in the Simrad Probo Vides cars and is now racing for SMP Racing. But again, with how everything's switching in the world of sim racing, you have to forgive us if we make mistakes in it, just purely based on the fact of it seems as though everyone's driving in a completely different car these days than what they're normally used to. But either way, Abeladze's representing SMP generally anyway, and putting on a great move. That was a super send to get around the outside of Yuri Petrochenko.
Yeah, that was great. I was watching that. I mean, obviously I was watching that, but I was watching that and thinking on the entry of turn 1, it was so close, so tight, side by side, and there was a lot of respect between those two there. In order to be side by side, be confident enough not only in each other's cars and combat ability, but I guess their netcode as well, to be in that situation and know that they'll make it out the other side. It was really clean, and these guys are still going at it. Petrochenko in that Whipperman Racing car, in number 110, he's doing the best he can. He's the highest placed car so far. Oh, actually, pardon me, Garcia is the highest placed car. But other than Garcia, Petrochenko is the highest placed car other than the BMWs. So, doing his best, representing well, and keeping his head on nice and clean, nice and sharp. P9, that's still good, and it's a long race ahead. 4 hours and 19 minutes, 42 seconds. Missed the perfect number by about 20 seconds.
There is Adam Walsingham, looking, to be honest, pretty calm and relaxed, has to be said. Keeping focused, again, little very swift look up towards what I'd assume was the mirrors there, just to see just exactly how far Simard is away behind. Not happy with how that run was, though. And again, this is the joys of racing. They are very frustrating because, like I said, 9 out of 10. If you look at it and you think, well, yeah, it looked pretty tidy through there, and then you as a driver, you know that you've missed the correct line by this much. You know how much you've cost yourself. You weren't on the power early enough. You weren't on the brakes late enough. You know all those things that from an offboard actually look fine, but then from when you actually look at them, you actually see, you can see into the driver's eye that you see that almost that disappointment, that frustration that the car ahead is racing at basically exactly the same pace as you, and there's just nothing you could do to close that gap down. Yeah.
Have you ever played an instrument, Lewis?
I used to play the guitar. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you'll know then when that feeling, like you just described, where everything sounds like it's going. Yeah. you know the sound, or you know what you're supposed to do, and you know how you're supposed to do it perfectly, and.
Yeah.
Most people are there to hear the sound. They don't hear the mistakes. And a lot of the times in racing, we don't see those minute mistakes, but you know they're there as a driver. And the thing about motor racing, like we went back to earlier in the broadcast, every little mistake costs you so much more than every little perfection. You know, every time you do something slightly wrong, it costs you so much more relative to everyone else than every time you do something perfectly right.
Yep, and what we mean by that is like say for example that section that we've just watched Bastian Richter come through. Let's say for example that wasn't perfect what he just did then. If he did it absolutely perfect, like as perfect as you could reasonably get away with, he might gain maybe another 10th in there. Maybe there's 2, maybe. If you make the mistake of locking up, obviously I know ABS and all that, but you miss your braking zone and you go straight on, how much time do you lose from that? Half a second, maybe a second, maybe even more than that. Right, that's what we mean. Is that like the amount that you can gain from doing something perfectly, it's so minute comparatively to those that you can lose. Bit of lap traffic there for him to negotiate coming down into scene. That was a little bit sketchy from Bastian Richter to navigate it, having a little bit of pressures on those behind. As Machkovsky's trying to battle it out with Stemenkovic. The Brabham Esports car that went out wide, and that will be Machkovsky coming through the position switch. The car directly ahead, that is Dara McCormack. The car a couple of positions behind that is Tobias Pfeffer. So again, it's one of those scenarios where they're battling around people that are battling. It's very stressful.
Yeah, a bit of a layered one there, as you know, it's gonna be blue flags. I think that the Williams car will have, that Pfeffer will have a slightly better time of it this time around, because you know, they're not as close, so they're going to be a bit more willing to pull to the side and lift off a tiny bit just to let them by. I think the worst times to approach a blue flag situation is when they are in the midst, in the heat of battle, and it is raging like nothing else, and then you see a quick car come up behind and think, okay, but if I move to the side now, then I will lose my position, or I won't have the opportunity. Then you see some brilliant positions as well, where, you know, sometimes the tail driver of that battle will drop behind the car that's trying to get the blue flag, and then the car ahead is left with no choice but to give the position up, because they're essentially nose to tail with the car that they have to give blue flag, give the position to. So it's always interesting to see how drivers and teams and cars approach that situation.
Looking into the virtual eyes, or visor rather, of Yuri Petrochenko as laps being complete around the circuit. Paul Ricard, and whoa. I mean, that you could see was a pretty, again, from off-board, didn't even look like a moment. From on-board, you saw where those hands were going. It was correcting, back to not, back, correct, back, no, yeah, okay, we're good to go. You know, it's that's what it's like driving around, you know, circuits when you're on the limit, is that you are constantly going after these micro corrections. Now, obviously, you know, for some of those that are higher up in the world of sim racing, or, you know, those that have slightly bigger budgets than most, they've gone for getting a direct drive wheel, which does help with those kind of slides. You've got more ability to catch those kind of like those micro slides, because it's kind of one of those things that they're almost corrected before they happen, because you can just feel it, and then bang, and you carry on as if it's nothing. When you're on a lower budget wheel, you know, a mid-range wheel, whether it's gear-driven or belt-driven, typically it'll be gear-driven wheels, rather than the direct drives that have much less force, and then bigger delays on when that force gets to you, and then less fidelity with that delay, with that force that does eventually get to you. Sometimes the slides and stuff that happen like that, those micro ones, you have to drive a lot more with your eyes, at which point you might be correcting for stuff which actually hasn't happened, because you're going, oh, but it probably would slide like that right now, and your brain is doing this all the time. It's very bizarre, but most of it is completely subconscious. You're not actively thinking about those slides. You're just, your mind and your hands are just doing what they need to do to keep this car on the road. Because, I mean, just the speed of the reaction is beyond incredible in those kind of moments.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's one of those things that comes with experience. Sometimes you see people jump in a sim and they are, you know, rapid on a lap, but they'll lose a car more often than some others, and that's because they haven't gained that experience, they haven't gained that understanding or foreknowledge of how is this car going to behave in this situation, and in what ways might it try and bite me in the butt. That being said, it is really easy to overdrive. It is really easy to be one of those drivers that makes too many corrections, and you got to think about it, right? Even from a minute perspective, every time you lift off the throttle, every time that your front wheels are not aligned with your direction of travel, that's speed that you're scrubbing, that's lap time. So if you make too many corrections, then you're losing quite a bit of lap time, and that's why you see some of the fastest drivers in ACC super silky smooth compared to those who are fighting the car all along.
Does look sick though.
It does.
Nice. No, it's no. Of course, like yeah. When you have those slides, I mean, like I said, they are not conducive to good lap times. That is one thing, and nor over a long period of time, because you'll be burning out your tyres, you know, more so than the norm. But alas, here's a few drivers that are trying to work their way all back up the order. Of course, we saw the issues for the Symphony of Pistons, which, by the way, is the Symphony of Pistons. I know it says Symphony of Pistons Esports Racing in the bottom right, you know, SOP Esports Racing. On the SimGrid website, the simgrid.com, where you can see all the championship information and whatnot. The car that Chris Albertus, it's called the Lambro, which I'm like, Wow, that is such an esports thing. Wow, so fair enough. Christopher, you can see on board here, doesn't have any Symphony of Pistons attire, but does have a pink t-shirt, so that'll do. Wears that on to represent the brand, pulls away from Pignone, who's just been passed by Moreira as well. So the number 5 Williams Esports making its slight way up the order.
See, Chris doesn't need a tyre because the car has 4 of them.
What?
I'm gonna
Mate.
I'll let that one sit for a second. No, yeah.
Goodness me.
Look. I should have.
I have no words.
You have no words. Oh.
You've made a commentator speechless, mate.
Oh.
Absolutely speechless.
Brilliant. No, look, it's great seeing all these different cars, and it's great to see the approaches of a lot of the teams. You know, some teams are wearing all their attire, some teams are out there having a bit more fun. You know, everyone takes it super seriously, pretty much all the time. But at the end of the day, you're doing it mostly because you enjoy it, right? I think sim racing, especially at a professional level, is one of those things that it's that job, like a racing driver or like a pilot for some people. You know, it's that job that you say, I don't work a day in my life because I love what I do.
Yeah, and that is not the case here because I'm sharing a comedy booth with you. No, joking. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We'll move away from it, it's fine.
Alright, I won't come to the UK then.
Oh, right, yeah, because you're coming here just to see me, you poor guy. Vyacheslav Avaladze dropping a position to Alberto Garcia, as that will be the position switch done. The Aspar Motorsports team moving its way up. Yura Petrochenko, the next one to try and make its way past the Triple Eight that seems to be struggling a little bit more on pace, it must be said.
I mean, it's working at it, right? It seems to be a bit of a situation now where, you know, they were fighting quite far up earlier. That 5-second penalty did really impact a lot of the momentum, and it has actually put them behind their sister car of the 878. So it's interesting to see if they can rebound. They are trying to make a move now on Garcia to make it a BMW top 8. And as we go down to Missile Straight, we'll see if it'll pay off up the inside for the S&P racing car now, the Lamborghini of Garcia on the outside. Got to be a little bit cautious here because you've already shown that sometimes the car can get caught up on the outside, but a pretty clean move there. Slipstream is the benefactor of that, or at least the curator of that move, I'd say, rather than the benefactor. The benefactor would be that 888.
Yeah, the next car ahead of them is not for position. That is the number 1 West Competition racing car. But then ahead of that, it's the 888's teammate in the 878, the other one of the SMP Racing Esports cars. When it comes to teams, by the way, to speak of, we'll be discussing some of the issues for the 255, the low-fuel motorsports car that received a 5-second time penalty. And then we were saying about the rise up the order from the 256. And I believe we should be getting ready to have an interview with Lucas Tipak, the second of the drivers that is presently not in the car. Of course, Patrick Paulwitt is behind the wheel at the moment, and we'll see if we can grab a line with Lucas, who is here in the commentary booth to join us to talk us through a little bit about what's been going on. And Lucas, 2 hours down the race, nearly almost, most positions gained in the race thus far. Things are going quite well for you lot.
Well, it goes really well for us. We had a really good start, let's say, with some crashes in front of us, and well, we managed to avoid it. So yeah, we are now at a great recovery tour, as yesterday was not the best qualifying we did, sadly, but yeah, it's going pretty well.
When it comes to being a 2-driver team, it's only a 6-hour race. This isn't a problem, right? This is absolutely fine. Are you splitting it evenly 3 and 3, or how are you playing this one?
We split half-half, so 3 hours Patrick and 3 hours driving myself, since our 3rd driver didn't make it sadly today. So we are now only 2, but we will manage it pretty well.
Thoughts on Paul Ricard? Negative or positive? Yeah, we're okay. We're open on this broadcast. We've already discussed it ad nauseum negatively.
Well, let's say it's not my favorite track to race with, and I say the others from my team didn't like it as well. But we do our best to get as many points today, or better say, many positions, and hopefully we get in the middle of the race, mid-place somewhere at the end.
Yeah, what kind of is the goal? Because I'm assuming your goal coming into this race has changed slightly, courtesy of the amount of positions that you've gained, going up, I think it's 14 spots in the opening stage of this race. Has your goal shifted somewhat to move maybe even towards the top 20 and some prize money?
Yeah, since we did really manage to take so much places, yeah, we try our best to go at least at the top 20s. Well, it will be hard, but we try it.
And finally, before you jump in the car, do you feel any extra pressure now that, again, your teammates worked up so many spots? Do you feel the pressure that you've got to go 14 as well? Come on. But by the time you get in, maybe he's gone plus 20, you go plus 20 as well, you take the victory. Easy peasy, right?
Well, I think we can get at least at the top 20. We can at least, but not top 10 is for us at the moment really impossible, since we are at the start of our esports team at the moment. So we are already pleased to be here, to take a part of this really fun race and competitive race. It's one of the best races I ever had, to be honest, right now. So we hope our best, let us say this.
Well, Lucas, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you jump back to Patrick and get back in with the team and focus on the race ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There we go. A little bit of a look into what's happening with the low fuel motorsports team, and a superb drive. So it's one of the best races he's ever been a part of. He hasn't even driven yet.
Yeah, no, it's great to see the enthusiasm there, and not great to see that tap there. Leonard McEwan from Simware, a small tap there on number 42. It's going to open the door for number 11 and make its way back up the P11, and they're still side by side. Though 3 wide. Oh, another tap there from the Simware car, pushes the 11 off the track this time. 42 comes back through and elbows out a little bit too far, so I'd say, for Simware, as Veloce now will be trying to find their way back through. Think, come on, mate, that wasn't really fair. We're going to do this. And up the inside they go. Will it be around the outside, or will Simware give the position back? Nope. Defends up the inside. The switch back. Another tap there at 11. A good drive there. We could see 3 wide down the straightaway as Veloce up what will be the outside of turn 1 as the BMW, the Lexus. There's 3 cars in this battle, and it's brilliant so far. Up the inside goes the BMW. Around the outside, the Veloce car tries to make amends for that small tap. No avail this time around, and it seems to settle a little bit, but I imagine it'll heat back up on that back straight.
Yeah, that was a bit, I think, dicey is the way I'd put it, not in a positive way, as he got this 3-way fight, like you say. Makovkin, Whitehead and Cowpen and Elvin Smith looked too far off the rear end at 4.2 seconds, although considering that kind of battling, maybe we'll be a part of it. There's another bit of a brush over the rear end as Whitehead not really a fan of what's been going on. These two kind of dealing with the same kind of scenes what we were seeing in the early stages between Smoliar and Pfeffer, where it was very feisty in the terms of fisticuffs, but there's still 4 hours and 3 minutes left to go in this race. There's still plenty of time, as we might well see Jesse Kauppinen trying to get past Whitehead here, might pick up a little bit of slipstream from the Simware.Pro by VDES machine that is ahead, and just getting into the final clutches of it, dragging his way up towards this extremely fast right-hander at Cian. Of course, at the end of the Mistral Straight, we've seen plenty of moves down here today, but the inside line would prevail for the Veloce car.
Yeah, pretty much expected that one there. Number 42 up the inside there meant that it had the superior line. It's not really a corner that you can hang around the outside, because if you're on the inside, you don't really need a lift or anything like that, so there's not a compromise to be made there. The Veloce car now needs to be looking forward. That number 11 has proven to be quite a smart car so far, as, you know, it will continues to capitalize on little scuffs here and there, and has made good progress up the field. It's down the Whitehead now to try and close back up on that BMW that's pretty much dead ahead. We've seen that Ferrari doesn't seem to have the greatest of straight line speeds, and that really showed in the last straight. You know, you had the Ferrari behind the BMW with the slipstream, and still that Lexus was able to just devour it pretty much and almost make the move stick that time around.
Yeah, almost, but almost in racing isn't good enough, unfortunately, and that's exactly what they'll be feeling right now. Could have some more opportunities you'd suspect. There's plenty of time left in the race to see some, and here is one for Oleg Zholobov. Sharapenin, the one directly ahead. They've got one of the Porsches going a lap down directly ahead of them as a few cars are entering the pit lane sequence. Sven Hetic, Victor Nikolai, Simard, Moreira all into the pit lane behind, as again the side-by-side Oleg Zholobov is not able to get past Sharapenin into the braking zone. It's not braking zone, but going into Cian. Obviously it's so fast, but yeah, certainly wouldn't classify that as a braking zone. But Zholobov's used the up and under on the exit of it to give a little bit of a hip check towards the SimWare.Pro car to make his way past, to have done what Smolyar was doing earlier on and received a bump for good measure on the exit, as the 878 just receiving a tap, almost 3 wide coming into Cian as well, as Jesse Kauppinen was fancying a little bit of action through the middle, but still it will be Whitehead and Makovkin hanging on to their various and respective positions. But Whitehead with the up and under, we've just seen that move happen, and we've just seen it again, potentially a little bit over the line from Luke Whitehead.
Yeah, potentially there. I'd almost say, though, it looked like, and it's something that looked like it happened with both SimWare drivers, where they come to take that late second apex, and they just don't really account for the car on the inside there. So potentially now, that time around, I'd say comeuppance for the SimWare car that is further back, because of the fact that, you know, they kind of gained that position in the first place. But with a little bit of argy-bargy, it seems though that these SimWare drivers aren't afraid of getting their elbows out, a bit more so than some of the other drivers we've seen so far. And it's a strategy. You know, it's a risk-reward kind of thing. And so far, the risks, I don't think, have really deemed the...
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel that that we've seen the battles happen, and we've seen them battle beyond hard, like yeah, like I say, you know, risk versus reward and all that. Yeah, fair enough. But it's more been in the sense of they've been racing them like touring cars a lot this afternoon. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There are, yeah, I know SimWare.Pro in the response, but then obviously, you know, SimWare.Pro SMP, we've seen it, of course, the Unicorns of Love, particularly the 14. You know, the contact there. Obviously, there's been a warning dished out to Darren McCormack also. There's been a lot of teams and drivers that have not been afraid to show their nose in an aggressive way. Yes, Kauppinen making a move here on Whitehead. That is 9th position in the switch for it. But I think that's kind of one of those things when you've got like this one-off race that people are just sort of like, right, well, I've got to go for it. And to be fair, that's why I quite like having a one-off race every now and then. That sometimes just going after it and being a little bit more crazy, I mean, it's fun from our perspective, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the finish where I thought you were going to go, sometimes taking a bit more risk and going a little bit crazy pays off. And it can pay off big time. I think so far it has, though, still been, because of the caliber of driver of this competition, been relatively clean. There's been a couple of scraps here and there that, as you said, have maybe crossed the line a bit. That's going to happen in any race. And I think the fact that the vast majority of these drivers tend to be in a position and find themselves on the other side of the corner still with their car intact. That's a testament to the racecraft and the abilities of these drivers, and it's the reason why it's been quite interesting to commentate so far.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I think it is going to be interesting over the next 4 hours to see, probably less so who's going to win, because right now the 15 is so in control that it's, this is not me trying to give a commentator's curse, because I don't believe in the commentator's curse, so yeah, it's fine. The 15 is so far out front that it's kind of like, it is really, it's theirs to lose right now, as we'll see Sharapenin trying to get past Zholobov, whilst the Brabham Esports car is trying to get a little bit out of the way. 3 wide up to it. Sharapenin with the inside line is obviously going to hang on, but the up and under here might work for Oleg Zholobov. Switch not going to work out on this occasion. So the position switch goes in advantage of SimWare.Pro. Approaching this second round of pit stops that some have already done. Speaking of cars, who have done their second round of pit stops, the 55 was being caught very heavily towards the end of that stint by the 14, and Tobias switched out for Tobias, Pfeffer for Gronewold. As Gronewold jumps in behind the wheel of the 14, which now coincidentally is in 14th. I would say that car might expect to be ahead of Tinko van der Velde in the Williams Esports car post pit stop, courtesy of van der Velde's struggles on speed. There is Tobias Gronewold. the car that could potentially be up into second position. We'll have to wait and see. Triton also are closing in on Tinko van der Velde, who I think will be out of the car within the next sort of 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have two options right now. You can either cast your eyes to the timing screen or cast your eyes to the track map, because that is the biggest gap on track right now between any two cars. Between Groenewald and the car ahead, the number 44. That will bode very well for an undercut on any cars ahead, because the key to a great undercut is clean air. Yeah.
You can't make a good undercut if you come out of the pit lane into just a massive string of traffic. That's a one-way ticket to nowhere, to be quite honest. It's worked out brilliantly. I mean, the two, if you look on that map, in fact, the two largest gaps between any two cars, you've got the 14, which has an enormous amount of clean air ahead of it, and coincidentally the 15 as well. Their teammate that's leading the way has just an enormous amount of clean air ahead of it. They've been doing what they needed to do. There is our race leader, and coming through this final sector now, plenty of clean air ahead, and just ticking off the lap times right now. It might be sat there thinking like, oh, can we fast forward this? Because go and watch the football or something, and just take the prize money and be all right with it. Like, it's a guarantee, isn't it? At this point, nothing's ever a guarantee in motorsport. And SimRacing.
Yeah, but it is a testament to the flexibility of Unicorns of Love that we've had really a tale of two races. We've had Richter in the number 15, your pole setter, of course, who has just basically blasted away, came up the challenge towards the end of the first stint, but has made that challenge his opportunity and just absolutely flown away in a second stint. Meanwhile, the second Unicorns of Love car, which for the most part of this race so far has been piloted by Pfeffer, has been absolutely scrapping its way away. Didn't have the greatest start, fell down to about P4, but then started making moves, and those moves stuck. And back on P3, fighting back for P2 against the Williams car. It's been a really good showing from Unicorns of Love. I don't think they could be upset by this so far, and we've got 4 more hours for them to kind of push forward and try and keep this a 1-2.
Well, when we were discussing the SimGrid VCO World Cup, obviously the first time we attempted this iteration of it, which was last year, technically, we were talking about as it being, for a lot of the teams, the last big race for them and all that kind of stuff. For a lot of these teams, though, with it being now moved to a spot late in January, for a lot of these teams, it could be one of the first major races of the year. And you carry the momentum not only from the end of the previous year, but from the start of this one. We are dealing with a momentum-based sport. Confidence is key to success in racing, whether it is motorsport, whether it is sim racing. Confidence is pretty much everything. It is a massive currency in the world of sim racing, and you gain it by gaining good results. It's not just prize money. That confidence makes a big difference. And for a lot of these teams, having this as one of their first majors, it's a big deal for them to kind of come through a race like this and maybe get a 1-2, maybe carry that momentum into the year so they can go after some big results later on. Rutters, we can see here, having just got past Mesa, a couple of switches in drivers, of course, Vipperman Racing being Rutters, and Mesa being now behind the wheel, of course, of the Aspar team. But these two Lamborghinis aren't separated by very much.
Yeah, and it's 3 Lamborghinis here, 14, 15, and 16 position, and these guys are they're all kind of in one place. They're all kind of fighting each other a little bit, or at least these two are, as you mentioned. It's this is the ultimate reality.
It's what?
Yeah, this is the ultimate reality where Lamborghinis are the favored car, and you see them mainly on track. This little portion of battle. No, this is this alternate reality. This little portion.
Oh, I
here.
see.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that we've got 2 Lamborghinis with a BMW directly behind. That isn't the position. It's the Pulse car. There's a lap down on them. But yes, I see where you're coming from. But no.
In fact, looking at this little snippet of okay, we've gone down a little bit. It's not as good. But looking at this snippet of the timing board, it could be a really diverse. Yeah, it could be a really diverse. In fact, this portion of Lambo, you'd say, would be the favorite. As soon as you slide on up, it's all BMWs. But there, a little move there from from TF Racing. Number 41 making its way past the 87 of Quantum Racing team. And that's going to be a move that they want to try and fight back. Although it looks like, I suspect we'll start getting cars to pin in a lot, and it looks like a lot of them are doing that this lap.
Well, I think as much as I don't believe in the commentator's curse, I do feel very, very bad for one specific team. We were catching up with Lucas Tipak a little bit earlier on, obviously before he got into the car. Well, he's just got into the car. The car's got a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Man.
That is just rough.
You know, I knocked on wood once when you said that. I should have knocked on wood twice, because not only did you put something out that could be jinxed, but then you jinxed it again by saying you don't believe in the commentators.
It doesn't exist. It's simply
but you
the
just proved it.
No, because the commentators. No. Okay. Why did they get that penalty? Was it because of bad luck, or was it because of bad driving?
Maybe it was a. You know, I don't. It goes back to visualization, right? I think the commentator can influence what people think, and potentially it trickles down into the people that are driving from the people who are watching, you know? What?
That is so Inception level, big brain. It's gone in through one ear and out the other. No, the thing is that the commentator's curse has only been around because a commentator has said something and then something has happened to that person. They've said, oh, they're going really well. If they hadn't have said something bad about that person, that car still would have broken down, or that car still would have crashed. It doesn't make a difference. It literally doesn't. They can't hear me out on the track unless, you know, if you can. Turn me off and focus on your driving. Like, seriously.
Causality is a funny thing, Lewis.
No, it is. There is no such thing as the commentator's curse. There is only bad luck and bad driving.
All right, I'm going to knock on wood again.
It's not. It's not. It is not a thing. Honestly, I say this in almost every broadcast. I'm determined to break it. So as we see the pit sequence complete, you can see that the Williams Esports car is still out ahead of Tobias Groenewold. It is no longer Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. It has been passed the reins back to Dara McCormack. I'd suggest Dara's probably got the pace to keep Tobias Groenewold at bay, and will try and close down on Bastian Richter as best as possible. But that gap, what was it? It was like 15 seconds before the pit stops. Yeah, sorry. I think that gap's for 4 hours. You'd think, oh yeah, but potential. And yes, there is potential, but that gap's too big. They need a bit of luck. Maybe they need a bit of rain, and maybe it's starting to cloud over just a touch.
Just a bit. The rain might help them rein it in, but it's going to come down to that pace differential at the front. And I think McCormack, he's proven quick already in that first stint. He was the quickest driver in that first stint. I think the play, unless they're switching every stint, like you said, the play could be get McCormack in for the start, consolidate the start, and get yourself as far up as you can. Give him a stint to have a bit of a break, and then get him in for a couple stints, and then finish it off on someone else. That could be the way forward, and that potentially provides a little bit of overlap then with when Richter comes out the car. And who knows? The second driver for Unicorns of Love could be in a similar situation to the second driver. There's a spin there for 11. Oh, don't know what happened there.
They certainly need some grip hacks. I can tell you that for free after that kind of slide. Obviously, contact between themselves and Simware.pro, as we can see Killian Ryan Meenan making his way past Dimitrov as well. So a couple of switches happening in all of this, and the Irishman for the Burst Esports team making up a spot. Wow, well that was a dramatic 3.5 seconds. Anyway, back to normal. We'll calm ourselves down. That was very scary. Like I say, you can deal with a massive crash in that. Gripbacks Engineering probably have absolutely shredded their tyres. And the unfortunate thing is they've shredded them just after they've got them, which is obviously always how it goes. Curious to see some of the teams which are using drivers in slightly different ways, because like you say, we've seen the 15 typically just using Bastian Richter over the first couple of stints. I don't think too many are using one driver for the first 3 and then the next driver for the final 3. Right, there are the kind of switches. That's what we've seen, because Nick Hoban's jumped behind the wheel and is nearly 20 seconds clear of Dara McCormack. Of course, has already made his debut for the Unicorns of Love team recently, but has joined the squad 2, maybe 3 weeks ago after departing GTWR. Of course, the team that's closed down. Drivers have gone all their own different ways, as is just part and parcel of this present moment in the world of sim racing. That's why Luke Whitehead, who's also a GTWR driver, went over to Veloce, and why there's been lots of switches and whatnot. Speaking of Luke Whitehead, by the way, the car that he was in just received a 5-second time penalty. Yaroslav Hontic just jumped behind the wheel, so we'll discuss as to why that's happened. But yeah, Nick Hoban, I mean, he's plenty fast enough. I mean, Unicorns of Love don't really have slow drivers in the world of sim racing, at least not here in ACC, as Dimitrov is going to try and get to the outside of Killian Ryan Meenan. It's going to try and send it in, coming down into Cian, but backs out of it a little bit, breathes the throttle a little bit more, and will try the up and under potentially to try and get down the inside, but I'm not sure that one would have been the wisest call from that far back.
Yeah, it's always a bit more of a tricky complex to pass. If you can get it through that first long sweeper, or high-speed sweeper, then you can kind of set something up, but most of the time you end up nose to tail anyway, so there are some better overtaking opportunities, but there are also, I don't know, like, moves are pretty spectacular when they work through there, and it's a bloody fun place to make a move work. We're on board with Lewis Rodas, Whitman Racing. You can see there, the Lambo still going strong, P8, the number 110, half a second behind, and right on the tail of the 488 of Bykov. And it is going to be potentially a look at a move down the straight. You can see there the time to just brush off the eye, recompose yourself. And as that gap comes down further and further and further, I'm not quite sure that it will come down enough for a move to show itself. That being said, the 488 thinks it might. They're very defensive there. Hugs the inside line, swings back out to the outside of the racing line. They weren't able to get side by side. So that Lamborghini will be trying more so, I think, to try and make something happen through the corners, or at least stick really tight behind that BMW until another opportunity presents itself next lap.
Like I say, this is where things have gone, just as all the driver switches that we've had in the most recent pit stops. Some drivers have come into it more confident than others. Some cars fire up their tyres slightly better early stint, etc., etc. There are certain things that just work better for others. Whoa, my goodness, that was a send from Louis Rutters to try and get down the inside of Mikhail Bykov. Had his opportunity, differential on line coming through that penultimate corner. Both of those cars nearly spun around then, and I don't know how they didn't, I won't lie.
That was a beautiful send, a good opportunity there. So much of overtaking and passing and racing is all about breaking the other guy off of the line. It's all about that. It is all about trying to open up a bit of opportunity and force the other driver to do something a bit different. Talking about forcing the drivers to do a bit different, the 911 gets pushed on the track there by the NSX. This freeway battle for P12 with that Veloce car that has the 5-second penalty, currently leading that pack, the 42-22 and the 911, all within 3/10 of each other, 4 times each other. They're nose to tail.
Whoa!
Oh, this is all big! Oh, the NSX had to take avoiding action. Then 911 steamed into the corner there. Not quite sure how that didn't end worse as he lets the position back for knows that was a mistake.
I respect that from Boga Raditsky a lot. I've got to say, that was very well read from Valentin Barriere to have gone out of the way, but very, like, that is respectful, because the thing is, there wasn't any contact in that move, or at least from what we saw, I don't think there was any contact. It was just the fact that Valentin Barriere had to jump out of the way, but still Boga Raditsky felt the wrongdoing and still handed the position back. I would say, like within the legality, because there was no contact in that move, it technically wasn't illegal. I don't want to speak on behalf of race control, but it's not very sportsmanlike. So I respect that Boga Raditsky gives that one back and is thinking, no, I'd rather do this move properly and actually, put on a decent show. So again, hats off there, and that's exactly what we like to see. Battle here, Tipak, who's obviously come through for a drive-through penalty after gaining, or the team gaining quite a lot of positions, now has to deal on trying to hang on for a spot against Fadli Rahmat. Legion of Races, of course, one of the Asian-based teams. Struggling to make its way through, but does indeed do so through the penultimate corner, switches back to get down the inside, around the outside at the final corner, doesn't do so on that occasion, and confirmation as to why the 42 picked up a penalty was contact between themselves and the 911 SimWeb Pro by Vides. That's where they got that 5-second time penalty from, that they'll be dealing with in the next pit stop as Fadli Rakhmat once again looks to the inside of Tipak.
Yeah, it's Legion Racers, one of the bigger teams in the SEA motorsport, or Southeast Asia kind of motorsport area, primarily based out of Singapore, doing a good job, representing this kind of region in 30th right now, finding their way forward. Home with some big talents, future talents like Dylan Tan and the like. So it's great to see them out here in this event. This is such a big event. I love seeing all these teams, all these drivers that you recognize. You might not recognize all of them, but all of them are recognizable, if you know what I mean.
No, explain.
Okay.
No,
So...
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm messing with you. You're absolutely fine.
You might not know everybody in the pack, but absolutely. Everybody knows somebody in the pack.
Oh yeah. I mean, like from my time having commentated on this, whether it's here in SimGrid or whether it's just elsewhere in things in ACC, a lot of these drivers race each other a lot, right? Like you're looking at them, they are honestly, whether it is here in SimGrid or other VCO competitions or the SO esports stuff, at least half the grid in each of those championships will race against each other very consistently. It's only some of the oddities where they're like, oh wait, I've not seen your name in ages or whatever in various battles, but they race each other so much. It is mad, but it's always the same grid. That's why you're just like, oh, you again, is it? Yep, another win for them. Cool, great, cool. And it's why when you get into that good rhythm, right, of confidence, that confidence carries on because you're racing against the same people in all these championships. So when your confidence is high against those people, right? It's not as if your confidence is high and then you race against someone else who is actually quite fast, but they manage to get one over on you. That destroys your confidence, and then you get out of the rhythm. Because you're always racing against the same people, you always have that kind of confidence. It's like, I'm better than this person, I'm better than that person, I can beat them, I can beat them, I can beat them. It's, like I say, it's absolutely crazy. Got to say, the gap, by the way, between first and second has come down. I did notice it was about a second shorter than when I previously saw it. It was about 18.9 when we first saw it behind the wheel. Now 17.5. It's come down that in maybe 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. It's come down a second, which is obviously a good rate for Darren McCormack to go, but it's not going to be enough to close all the way down, of course, but it's the beginning signs of it as Louis Rotters gets to the outside of Mikhail Baikov, who covers him off quite nicely going into Cian.
No, back to back, bumper to bumper. These two cars, the 488 is doing a decent job of defending away from that 110 from the Whitman Racing car. That being said, there was a potential opportunity there. Number 22 of Rocket Supersport in that NSX, trying to make a move on the number 42 of the Butler Racing Ferrari up the inside. The slipstream makes that move quite well. I think the Ferrari powertrain kind of aided in that a bit because it is one of the slower cars, it seems, along that straightaway. But through Cian we go. The move is complete. The 22 up in a 12th position. And yeah, pretty standard stuff there. I think, like you mentioned earlier, you will see at the end of this race a lot of back and forth in that section because drivers are no longer worrying about saving fuel. They're not worrying about, trying to protect their car. They're just trying to worry about, this is my third last lap. Pardon me, my fourth.
Whoa.
my fourth, my fifth last lap. I need all the positions I can gain right now. Each position is worth a couple of dollars.
Yeah, it's worth prize money. Gotta say, by the way, I'm a little bit disappointed that Yaroslav Honzik didn't put up a little bit more of a fight against Valentin Barriere there. Of course, the two of those two have teamed up a fair few times. Valentin Barriere is typically, obviously when he's not seen in the Rocket Simsports car, you might see him in the Jardier Community car, you might see him teaming up with Yaroslav Honzik himself in slightly smaller competitions. When it comes to the bigger competitions, they revert to their respective teams. But I'm almost a little bit. I'm bitterly disappointed. There we go. I've said it now. I've said my piece. Move on. Let's see this battle for 5th place. The 2 SMP Racing Esports car, of course, the 888 that was higher up before it received. It was only a 5-second time penalty, but it seemed to drop them down even further than that, just courtesy of when they came in, etc., etc. Smollier receiving a 5-second time penalty earlier on in the race for contact between themselves and the 14 when Smollier was behind the wheel of the 888, and that dicey battle in the opening hour of this race. Now has to deal with trying to get past the teammate with Mikhail Stsenko behind the wheel, trying to get past Daniel Tulik. What do you think? Do you think SMP are on the blower? Do you think, right, just revert positions, the Triple Eight's potentially a bit faster? Well, this is very cinematic. Because we've got like the right aspect ratio for cinema, courtesy of the rear diffuser and the top of the boot.
Yes, 21:9 widescreen proportions. I did notice this earlier. This camera angle, and I think it's specific with this kind of black barring on either side for the M4. I think this is one of my new favorite angles. Is that a car going out the pits, or was that a car stopped the pit exit there?
Looked stopped on pit exit. I think it was car a few laps down. It was trying to just let everyone get through before it can come out into clean air. Yeah.
Now I was gonna say it doesn't make much of a difference for Honzik to pass, because he's got that 5-second time penalty, so it's kind of worth just sticking behind and trying to, you know, not make that 5 seconds not impact as much as possible. The 911 behind now has a 10-second time penalty, so that's kind of the same but on the next level, so maybe those three will just work together. Speaking of working together, 6.5 seconds behind P4, the number 10, for both of the SMP cars. I suspect that they will either not fight or they will switch positions, because that 888 has at portions of this race looked a bit quicker, which looks exactly to be what will happen here. Or a little bit of a fight there. That switch happened pretty quick.
It was a fight until it very much wasn't a fight, right? They looked to the inside and went, oh yeah, no, oh yeah, okay, fine, go on then. Yeah. Just confirmation, by the way, as to where that 10-second time penalty came from. We did obviously see the Grip Packs engineering car being sent all over the place. Coming through that section they've just gone through. Contact between the 911 being Bugger Aditsky in the SimGrid Pro by Vides car, who's now trying to make up another spot coming up into that. It's Yaroslav Honzik this time. We'll try and do it without gaining a 10-second time penalty. Straight to the inside going into Cian. Of course, Yaroslav Honzik being wiser and kind of backing out of it a little bit through the corner. But yes, it was contact between the 911 and the 11. Jesse Kalpanen being the one sent around by Bugger Aditsky. So explaining where some of these penalties have come from. Of course, just the 10-second and the 5-second. Of course, the 5-second was already popped up on screen, but just to explain to you, if you are curious as to why Yaroslav Honzik has a penalty, it was contact earlier on in the race, courtesy of his teammates. Marco Bischoff gets his way past Garantas Karakis, the Lithuanian. Whoa! The Kramer Racing esports car nearly was going 90 degrees towards the wall there, and somehow caught it. I'm sure it looked a lot worse courtesy of the curb, but that was terrifying.
It was, he was very lucky that that BMW behind was not closer than he was, because that very easily could have been unsettled, across the nose, race over with both drivers. So, brilliant save though. That was a great one to see.
Very good.
Like, that was, what, a good 20-degree slide at one point, nearly. Yeah, good save.
Yep, certainly is. Well, as the race continues, I've only just realised, by the way, that because it's only a 6-hour race, because it started at 4 o'clock in the morning, this race is going to end at 10 o'clock in the morning. Could you imagine that on an actual racing weekend? Right, it's 10 a.m, everyone leave the circuit, let's pack up and go home. Oh.
For brunch, time slot, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got to say, I always say this, when you get this orange as the sun rises, obviously normally we see it as sunset. Around here though, the sunset's actually a little bit boring, because the sun sets, essentially there's a massive hill, mountain, whatever you want to really classify it as, that blocks the sun. So the sun kind of sets before it all goes orange. And so I always find it's a bit boring, really. Whereas on sunrise, obviously it's coming from the other side. It's fine, absolutely perfect. And so we get this lovely orange glow, which will be blinding drivers for about the next half an hour. So sorry about that. Thankfully, the circuit doesn't run in a direction which there's not many corners where you are actually getting blinded. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say drivers were absolutely cinematic, spectacular stuff there. I was going to say I think drivers will prefer the more boring of the two, the sunset, because there's less time with the sun in their eyes. But you know what?
But look at that.
We don't care.
Yeah, we don't care. We're only here for the drama, the controversy, and for the pretty shots that our broadcast director Denny Costello is bringing you here. That's a very nice shot. Like you say, everyone's just like driving through very calmly, and of course, as I say that, boom, a bit too wide there. One of the low-fuel motorsports cars having to deal with a little bit of traffic around it. As we return to the race between Stetsenko and Tillich, of course, we're not expecting any fighting to be happening between the pair of these. We're expecting to remain as they are. As the sun is rising and the temperature is rising, I think we are definitely in that camp of expecting the Whipperman racing car, the one that Louis Rotters is behind, to hold the fastest lap for the rest of the race. Because they said it when it was quite cold, and I don't believe that we're ever going to be at a point where that lap time can be beaten. So that's an easy $200 done in the first like 15 minutes of the race. There we go. Doesn't matter what happens now. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and I wonder even if some teams were underfueled a little bit, or at least on the lighter side of what they could make that start work with, just to try and make that happen. And Whipperman Racing has made that happen. It's $200 US, which is worth more than $200.
$200 US? Worth exactly. $200 is worth exactly.
Yeah, but in Australia, it's what, like $250, you know? I mean,
I'm surprised it's not 3,500 Australian dollars.
Look, you underestimate our economy, okay? Alright.
Yeah, no, your economy's gotten better, and I know because my subscription to Superview's gone up. And it's not because the price of Superview's gone up, it's just because of conversion. It's terrible.
Yeah, Australia's doing well. Exactly why.
And that's why you've left for a bit. Yes, indeed. I understand that tenfold. Bykov, by the way, having to deal with the pressure of Rutters behind. Again, it's extremely close to that battle for 8th position, whilst we see 6th and 7th. The closing in is happening once again from Dyer McCormack. He is closing up to Nick Hoban. It's going around the rate, at least from what I've seen, slightly inconsistent, but it seems like it's around a second and a half to 2 seconds every 10 minutes, which sounds very good until you realise that gap is 15 seconds. Then you think, right, it is going to be quite a while before that gap comes down. And if it is ever going to come down, enough. Rotters to the outside, trying to attack Bykov once again. Lamborghinis as the sun is rising. That's one thing that we probably should talk about a little bit. As the sun rises, the meta, or the car that will hold the advantage, that will be looking slightly stronger, will start to shift slightly. That it might not be such a BMW fest, or it might become even more a BMW fest, but the slightly warmer conditions might work in favour of some cars more so than others.
Yeah, and you won't really notice it that marginally, but one thing I like to think about is the fact that if you have a 5 or a 10-second time penalty, you lose less time respectively to other cars on track, or less distance, I should say. You lose less distance respectively to other cars on track when they are traveling slower. So in instances where it's a wet race, sometimes 5-second penalties aren't worth as much because other cars travel less distance in 5 seconds. Just a little thing I like to think about regarding the track evolution and peak track times. And speaking about peak track times, Louis Rotters will think that this is peak track time as he's trying to find a move. He's trying to make it work, get the performance going. That wasn't even a joke, man. What are you on about?
No, it wasn't a huff at you, mate. It was a huff at
it's a drive-through. Oh, right. Yeah, look at that.
Track limits. That is a track limit penalty for Louis Rotters, trying to get past Mikhail Bykov. And whilst we're watching this move almost unfolding, we watched him breach track limits one too many times, gaining an advantage and receiving a drive-through penalty. So we'll try and make a move here to at least try and get down the road and use the pace at hand, but in 3 laps time that car's going to have to come to pit lane. I think that has been a change of mentality. Rather than trying to get through on Mikhail Bykov, it's more, okay mate, I'm going to push you to get on with it because I think it's going to be the least time that I'm going to lose right now. Back down the order, we've got the battle between Hall and Mitchell. Regan Mitchell for the Brabham Esports team, of course a sister car to the 22 Rocket Sim Sports car that's running up inside the top 15, top 20, maybe top 10 now, I can't remember. But Regan Mitchell works well. The Brabham Esports car has not had a particularly good start to this race. probably not just out of pace, but more out of some of the earlier dramas, of which can be applied to a whole host of cars on this grid, where it's like, yep, they've not had the good start of the race. That's how the race goes. It can't be perfect for everyone.
I'm just saying this now. I'm blaming you that Whippleman Racing penalty on you.
No.
Yeah,
Who exceeded track limits? I didn't exceed track limits for them.
No, you didn't. But you also you were talking about Conte's curse not being real, and then I was talking about penalties on track. And now's the better time to get a penalty. And then because you jinxed Conte's curse as not being real, my commentator's curse became true.
That's absolutely not how it works. You can see the Whippleman Racing car in pit lane there. That's absolutely not how it works.
And because of that,
they already had various warnings, and then they exceeded it one too many times. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. Well, it might be your fault. It might be your fault. It's not my fault.
Pretty distracting. No, I don't know.
You certainly are if you wear a polo shirt with a suit jacket. Very distracting indeed. More so out of just concern, generally.
I don't know. I'd rather wear a suit than look like a jazz man when I'm commentating. Anyway.
I definitely don't look like a jazz man now, I can tell you that.
Not now. That hat. Anyway, Legion of Races. Another P30 right now. One of those teams that you see compete in quite a few different disciplines. You see them in ACC, as you currently see them in ACC. You'll see them quite a bit in R Factor 2 in the regional community as well. Forza Motorsport also, back when it was Le Mans eSports back then, and drivers that competed in Le Mans eSports here as well. Right now, you've got not on track right now, but Forza car would have Sean Arnold in it at some point, and other Forza Motorsport drivers: Hydra, McCormack, P2, Charlie Crossland, Chasmo in that other Chasmo.
We'll remember that one for future reference. That's hilarious.
When he wins, you got to call him Chadmo, you know?
Chadmo. That is hilarious. Hydra. I did see the smile from Dara McCormack when I called him Hydra earlier. He liked that one. He appreciates that. Obviously, it's fine. There was the switch there between Rotters and Bogoroditsky. As of course Rotters has served his drive-through penalty now. Did not want to be held behind Bogoroditsky for too long. He, by the way, received an extra 5 seconds to add to the 10 seconds that he already had. Not sure what that's for, but we'll find out in the near future. Pulse versus SimRC up towards Cian. This could be tight between them. The Aston Martin getting around the outside of the BMW, and that could be it for the SimRC endurance team to have worked their way up another position. That one has worked up to 24th, passing Gert Fischer. And that was again a very brave one. Not much room was given to the inside, I can say that.
That's my favourite way to pass around the outside, though. You protect the outside part of the track so that it does compromise their run, and then just before you get to the corner, you jink out, open up the racing line as well. They don't have enough time to react to that, so they're kind of stuck on their inside racing line, and you can carry so much more momentum and afford them as much space as a constant radius kind of would through that corner. And in that situation, worked out perfectly. Brilliant race car from both there. And we switch over to this view here, the two S&P racing cars, who are, has to be said, they're trying their best to work together to move forward. They're not scrapping away, so that they are working together, but they're not quite pushing forward as they're looking still about 6.4 seconds behind P4, which is what they're trying to push forward to.
Okay, so we've got a 5-second time penalty that has come through for the 911. That's what moves it up to 15 seconds. But there is more of a thing to talk about with this, is that because of the incidents that the 911 has been in, because of how we have the penalty system working here, which is if you have a certain amount of license points in a race or in a championship. And if you breach too many, then obviously you get a harsher penalty. So you get the 5-second time penalty plus an extra penalty if you breach it. Now, the 911 has done that. It has breached the license point, the minimum license point cap. So it'll be a drive-through penalty as well for the 911. For breaching those license points. So it goes from bad to worse. They've got a 15-second time penalty, which they'll deal with in the next pit stop, and a drive-through as well. So when you see that one, it's not for track limits, that's for license point limits. that they have exceeded for being dragged into the steward's office a few too many times. I said before, when we introduced the system last year, if you're in a championship, it doesn't seem so drastic from the start. You kind of think, well, some of these penalties are very lenient or whatever, and then suddenly towards the end of the season, everyone's getting like stop and go 30s, right? Because it's like that's how the system works. Yeah, if you're constantly being brought into race control, the penalties should, in theory, get harsher because you're not learning. And they've been penalised a couple of times today, so yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, we have this brilliant $6,000 prize pool, the bonus prize pool for pole position, fastest lap, best overtake, most positions gained, best social media posts. Unfortunately, the only prize that you'll get for the most penalties on a day is a bruised ego and drive-through penalties. So that's something that the 911 will have to deal with, as they just got to try and find a way to recuperate. I think it'd be hard to actually recuperate a top 20 position with that number of penalties right now.
Yeah, it's. Like I said, they're leaving themselves in a very awkward position with half of the race left to go. I mean, you don't want to pick up penalties at the best of times. It's whoa, see ya. Oh, scary. Oh, my goodness me. Jaroslav Honzik had to really get out of the way there to try and not get in the pathway of Serrano. That was the one directly ahead in the number 87. That was absolutely terrifying. I gotta say. I mean, a lapping back Marcus is a bit scary, but that was extreme.
Yeah, it's not helpful when they do come across the track like that. But I mean, look, they were trying the best thing. Quantum racing, pull off the side, try to blue flag, and just seem to get on the way a little bit in a bit of the wrong direction. So it's not ideal. We're on board with SimWare Pro, the 911, which does have that double whammy of penalties. So we'll be serving that drive-through penalty, I believe this time around, and then has 15 seconds to deal with in the pits when it comes through at the end of the next stint, in the next, I'd say, half an hour or so. So yeah, it's going to be quite hard to recuperate from that one. But the drivers behind will be frothing, because for example, number 4 for that Lexus, it puts them back up in the top 15, which is double the money as P16.
Yeah. By the way, just to say, apologies for saying Serrano. It wasn't Serrano. It was actually Ian Hall in the Quantum Racing team, rather than the TDG Racing team. That's where that spin came from, ahead of Jaroslav Honzik. Drive-through penalty's now been dished out to Bogoroditsky, so he'll have to come through and serve that one in the next 3 laps. But of course, when you account for their 15-second time penalty as well, yeah, you're talking the 45 to sort of like 50 seconds of penalties in there. Yeah, it is what it is. Like I say, if you're brought into race control so many times, then that is the case. They'll just have to take it, deal with it, and accept that they are going to drop very, 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 very far back. And the likelihood is, you're absolutely right, they're probably not going to do anything amazing. They can still probably get a little bit of prize money if they can get inside the top 20. I think that's still possible, but they're not winning anything major in this. As I believe I saw someone coming into the pit lane in the background, and I was going to say I think it might have been Bogoroditsky in the 911, and it certainly was.
Yep, there we go. So that drive-through penalty will plummet down the order. That 911 car, we'll see where they come out. These two S&P Racing cars, the 878 and the 888, still working quite well together. Bump draft, potentially, I believe. Yep, there we go. Cheeky bump draft. And you can see there, Coach Dave Academy on that rear bumper. And you can see all the stickers there. That's a good advertising position.
Do you think that's where they learnt it, the bump draft? Do you think Coach Dave Academy? Like, right, we're going to get you to bump draft.
Yeah,
well, that's lessons which I think is very important. It's not just about speed; it's about how to race.
Yeah, I wonder if yeah, I think it's a good place to learn stuff. I'd be surprised if I think a good place.
Have you ever had any coaching?
You know what? I have had a little bit, but only.
Oh, damn, that was gonna lead into a really good joke.
All right, so I haven't had any coaching.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, that's
there you go. The predictable joke. It's just being mean.
Lewis, my patience is gone.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna have to pull out the jokes. I've been pretty good so far about leading.
You've got 17 minutes before we get Andy McEwan and DJ Clark into the booth to rip out as many just truly awful jokes.
All right, I'll try tons of them for you.
Because
there's one.
Do you think of these whilst I'm like waffling on? You think, right, I'm going to try and get this pun in there.
That one was actually about what 1.75 seconds before I said it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That is terrible. Well, either way, they might well make up a spot here as they've got to the rear end of Tobias Grunewald, gets to the inside of Grunewald, and the position switch might work out in favour of Dominic Blyer. Got the inside coming into Cian, and I don't believe Grunewald's going to fight it too hard. Leaves it around the outside, but obviously breeze the throttle ever so slightly. Understands where the pace is at the moment and the advantage going the way of Triton Racing. Not sure why the 14 is struggling a little bit on pace at the moment with Grunewald behind the wheel. We know that Grunewald's plenty fast enough. But alas, maybe not quite fast enough to keep Blyer at bay. Of course, well, the first ever race that I did in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, it was Triton Racing that won. I do remember it very well. Dominic Blyer and the squad behind the wheel of a Bentley at the Mighty Mountain, the first round of the 2021 SimGrid VCO World Cup. That one being the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Best racetrack on the planet. Just saying.
Where'd you finish, Lewis?
Where did I finish?
Yeah, where'd you finish?
I was commentating.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it's a race you did. Right? I forgot that you don't drive.
No. I drive every now and then, but not often. I'm very tempted to do the 12 Hours of Bathurst.
Yeah, I suck at Bathurst, but
I love it.
I'll do it with you if you want.
Absolutely not.
I mean, look at it this way. I'll be silent.
I would bin the car so hard after one of your just truly terrible jokes. And remember, my claim to fame is that we did get through an entire Bathurst 12-hour with 0 incidents.
Yeah,
but I would still bin the car.
I'm a very different person while driving and while working.
I hope so.
With those, yeah, I am very much so. I am not distracting. Hopefully, I hope.
Bogoroditsky has just received another drive-through penalty. They've just served one. That one's got to be the track limit.
Yeah, that's a spiral.
Oh my goodness.
Holy dooly.
They still have the 15-second time penalty, which of course they'll serve on the pit stop. They've just had another drive-through penalty thrown their way. Oh my. This race is not going well for them.
Yeah.
They're back in.
I don't know, man. I think at this point for the night, I mean, anything can happen in motorsport, but I think maybe for Bogoroditsky, it's Bogoroditsky.
Nice. That's also terrible, but that's fine. I'll allow it because it's directly with someone's name, and so it's funny or something. I don't know. Either way, like I say, their day of getting anything decent from this race is not looking so great. I think Nick Hoban, by the way, is struggling a bit in this car because that gap, like I say, it's coming down, but it's coming down at more of a rate than it was, 10, 20 minutes ago. Obviously it's down now to 11 seconds. It's going to be sub 10 seconds very comfortably. Probably, maybe even towards the end of this lap, it might well be sub 10 seconds. Certainly in the next 3 or 4, you'd suspect it would be sub 10 seconds. Wonder if it's just traffic or potentially Nick Hoban struggling with the car a bit. I don't think he's particularly used to racing in the BMW.
Yeah, put your strategist hat on for. I know you like hats, Lewis. Put your strategist hat on for a second here. You are the strategist for the number 55.
I'm the strategist for the number. Which one?
For the Williams car, P2 McCormick.
55. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you do? Are you going to leave him in? Do you think it's more important to leave McCormack in, get P1, and then put another driver in to defend, or do you think that's more important to have him towards the end and potentially put that race-winning move in that last stint?
I would say Darren McCormack, if I was on their strategy, Darren McCormack's in for the next stint. Igor Rodriguez goes in for the penultimate. And then put Darren McCormack back in for the final. And yes, that sounds crazy because it's really unfair to Tinko Vandervelde and Igor Rodriguez. But if I'm the strategist, I'm focused on one thing and one thing alone, winning the race. I am there to increase my odds of winning this race as much as possible, And as much as Tinko van der Velde is a very fast driver, I don't think that Tinko van der Velde or even Igor Rodriguez, who is also very fast, I think Igor could be slightly faster than Tinko, to be quite honest. I would argue they're just not fast enough to really attack Unicorns of Love. Meanwhile, Darren McCormack certainly is. You know, they're only really talking like half a second away, if that, but still. As we can see Nick Hoban there, looking pretty relaxed. We can see his virtual feet, which, you know, is a concerning prospect, but each to their own. And that is what his feet are doing right now. Obviously, driving around nice and calmly, smooth on the throttle. Smooth is fast, but sometimes on some occasions smooth isn't fast, but it's not risky. I think that's where we're at the moment.
I honestly thought the camera angle was real for a second. I won't lie. So yeah,
he's got all the lights and stuff, which make it seem like it's daytime, and all the shadows and stuff are flicking around. He's got all that in his cockpit.
I know. I was looking at it independently, all right, but like,
also, isn't he wearing black trousers in there? I mean, you can't really see. You can't tell the colour, and yet those are distinctive shade of red. No, it's a great angle.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm taking it away.
Normally I'd blame Australian internet for ruining my resolution and not letting me see fully, but German internet, so I can't really use that excuse anymore, I guess. So we'll move on from that. It's a brilliant angle though. That inside car virtual angle, we see what the feet are doing, and the hands, the arms of Nicholas, and that's SimRig. You can see the screen, you can see his field of view, and it's something that you gotta. Something you got to remember as well, I think, for, you know, when you see these guys do these awesome side-by-side battles, they most of the time cannot see the driver next to them. So that's why you sometimes get a bit of a mistake to creep in, a bit of contact. But you most of the time cannot see those drivers because you don't have the... Unless you're using something like an Oculus or a VR headset, you don't have that fluidity of movement to actually look side to side. So... incredible, I think it's always incredible, just the spatial awareness, the virtual spatial awareness of these drivers battling.
Well, as we see Matthias Weber getting past the Porsche of Jose Serrano, did you, just very quick, did anyone notice, because I do like this when drivers sneak some things in there, whether it was intentional or not, did anyone notice what Nick Hoban had in the back of his seat?
I did not, and there's the only one in the answer.
I can tell you, it's certainly not time of year appropriate. It would have been a month ago. Now it isn't. He had a Santa hat. Why?
Oh.
Why? Why on earth?
He's having a jolly good time, right? He's enjoying it. He's loving it. He's what's he trying to do? He's just jolly. He's just jolly, you know. He's flying like Santa's sleigh. That's what he's doing.
It would be better if he was wearing it though. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, I dress up as Buddy the Elf.
Well, to be fair, I do remember one time, speaking of us, we were going to get an interview with James Parker, by the way, but he's jumped back to go and get ready to jump in the car. But speaking of Burst, and speaking of one of their drivers, Jene Simoncic, who once went to go and he was in place to go and win the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. I think he'd already won it by this point. This is in 2019, I think. I think it was his first one. I think he'd already won the title. So he did the final race in a suit and tie. Because he was like, well, the award ceremony. I was like, it's a virtual championship, mate. He's like, don't care, dressing up for the part. But he was on webcam and everything. He loved it. He loved it. I do like it when I've always said, when it comes to people on webcams, if you are on webcams and that kind of stuff, we love it. Play with us a little bit. Stick some stuff in the background, or, you know, those kind of bits are like, we always just enjoy, to be honest. What is effectively a glorified version of spying, but each to their own. Charadakis now trying to get past Kalpanen, who's obviously had those couple of struggles, including that one where Bogoroditsky spun him around, but Kalpanen potentially with some more worn tyres than most. TF Racing, Giannis Charadakis is trying to make up that spot. Of course, they've got the Porsche ahead of Serrano, who's going a lap down in that TDG Racing car. Jose Serrano at the moment behind the wheel of that. We did see them lose a position, and there we might see a position switch as way out wide goes Kalpanen, and this could be Charadakis' opportunity to come inside and then around the outside, going through this third and final sector.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fight here going on, 41-11. These two are scrapping away around the outside. Oh, nice braking zone there. That Lexus steams back up towards the inside, but unfortunately will be the outside of the following corner. Kind of just park on the apex for the 41 and then get the drive down straight away. Will that Lexus be able to fight back? It doesn't quite look like it. Just, he's pulling along the side though as they cross the start finish line. Slots back in behind, thinks better of it. So that is going to be P16 still for that BMW as they continue around the track. And scrappy little battle there, has to be said.
It was a good move, I've got to say. Charadakis, like I say, timing it right to get back to the inside, going through the double right-hander and then around the outside of the left and kind of just sort of hung it out there. Really tasty little move. We look at Jaroslav Honzik being closed down a little bit on Jan Willem van Oomen. He's I don't know if I was going to say I don't know if he's relaxed or not, but this is Jaroslav Honzik after all. You can see everything going on. You can see chat there. See, this is what's crazy about Jaroslav Honzik is he's constantly looking over to the right hand side. He's driving a race car, a virtual one, sure, but he's looking over the right hand side, so he's always checking chat. He's checking OBS. You can see OBS down there on the bottom right hand side. I love seeing these kinds of angles when they more than happy to show you what is effectively the other side of the sim rig, the other side of what's going on, what they can see. No big fancy triple screen setup for Jaroslav, just the single monitor, and then all of the information on the right, and obviously Stream Deck and everything like that. I love it. I love being able to peer into this side because it's a side that we just don't get to see often.
Yeah, it's a little look behind the lens of the driver, and it's great to see a little bit of swapping of the hands there for Jaroslav, as there was a little bit of a slip there. But on board, you can see there, just yeah, it's pretty fun to watch. Actually, I get stuck in this angle for a while. Might have to go check him out on Twitch, Might have to go do that. No, stay here, like and subscribe. As one of the teams is out there. there is a like and subscribe team out there. Yes, thank you. Had to get that
in another championship where we mainly stream on Twitch, they're called Hello YouTube, which I think is just terrible.
That's great. I think they're gonna mix a name in there,
A mixer name? Did you say mixer?
Mix.
Goodness me, that is throwback. 5-second time penalty to the 42, so they've picked up another one. Jaroslav Honzik, though, will be at fault for that one, contact between themselves and the 87. The 87 is the Quantum Racing team. Ian Hall was the one behind the wheel. That was the one, you remember when we cut back to it and they were spinning around ahead and we were like, whoa, that was terrifying. It was that one. So that's where Jaroslav Honzik has received a 5-second time. I don't recall it too much off the top of my head, so I'm certainly not going to go and have an argument with race control. We might have to have an argument when it comes to positions, though, because Jaroslav Honzik's got to deal with Jan Willem van Oomen, who's got to the inside coming up towards Cian. And the switch happens pretty easily for the Lexus driver. But, of course, Jaroslav Honzik looks back to the inside. I'm sure he's having a great time despite being stressed out a touch. Looks to the inside going through the double right-hand. Did not have the speed to fight through Cian, but does have the speed to fight back through this third sector. Looks to the outside, will commit to trying the up and under. There's a head down towards the penultimate. Jaroslav Honzik will settle for 15th. Jan Willem van Oomen moving up the order into that 14th position. And of course, remember that there is a 10-second time penalty now. Two 5-second time penalties. For Jaroslav Honzik, but that's fine.
It's all good. It's all good. Down straight away. There you go. And Alexis gapping a little bit now. It was a good little scrap still. It was actually awesome seeing in that. I was distracted very much so by that camera angle and watching exactly what he sees while he's battling away. You get to see the drivers side by side all the time. David Tunitsa to the John Lacey Esports Academy in P27, right? Oh, P9, sorry, in the number 27.
Yeah.
Had one chance to get that right and I got it wrong.
No comment.
No comment. The McLaren proving a good chariot so far. So seems to have come alive a little bit more with these warmer temperatures. That being said, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 BMWs that currently comprise the top 7. It is then the number 21 of Misa who is dead ahead, and Tanitsa. So McLaren and Lamborghini will be battling away down a straightaway. Opportunity for a bit of a slipstream down the main straight and then the Mistral straight, of course. So potentially could spice up a little bit. We are nearing the end of the third hour of this race. So the halfway point is quite close, and so is David Tanitsa running the tail. Let's see, will there be an opportunity for a little bit of a cheeky look, a cheeky move down the end of the straight?
Recently having jumped in the car, replacing Luca Lozio. Of course, Tanitsa, like I say, we normally see him in a Ferrari, but like you say, merging well with this McLaren quite nicely. And like I say, work up the order, trying to be the highest non-BMW. We've nearly done our 3-hour stint here, Cian, but we've had a lot of fun, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of fun making jokes, and you've had a lot of fun at laughing at my jokes, but laughing at me making my jokes. So I think it's quite a good synergy.
Synergy. I wouldn't go that far. Yeah, like I say, it's been a crazy run. We've had lots of battles up and down the order to head into the third pit stop sequence. 3 hours left to go. Hoban leading the race for Unicorns of Love ahead of Dara McCormack and Dominic Blyer. The second of the Unicorns of Love cars dropping down the order ever so slightly before we get the other train of BMWs being Stutsenko, Tillich and Baikov. Mesa, Tanitsa and Arndt rounding out the top 10, making it 8 BMWs up there. They are the cars to beat right now. The fastest car on track at the moment is this driver here, Dara McCormack, trying to rescue some of the earlier issues and closing down massively on Nicholas Hoban. It's been a crazy run. Tinko van der Velde struggling a little bit on pace, but there is still potential for a battle for race victory. Myself, Lewis McGlade, Cian Butler, we're going to step aside because we think the commentary quality needs to be stepped up ever so slightly, as Andy McEwan and DJ Clark will take you through the final 3 hours here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup.
Well, thank you very much, Lewis. I'll tell you what, we're going to struggle to live up to that build-up, aren't we, as far as commentary quality is concerned, but we shall do our very best for you. Top job, guys. Been really good fun listening to you for the last 3 hours, and I think this is the closest I've come to actually working with Lewis for quite some time. So, like ships passing in the night, we will miss each other barely once again, but thoroughly enjoyed listening to them so far. We are halfway through this 6-hour race at Paul Ricard. Andy McEwan here with you for the next 3 hours, alongside DJ Clark once more, who joined me yesterday evening for what was a hugely exciting qualifying session. And DJ, your thoughts on the race so far? I have thoroughly enjoyed it, been full of twists, turns and surprises, some really good racing too, and still a pretty close fight at the front. Really everything you could hope for in a 6-hour race.
Exactly everything you could hope for here, and I'm particularly interested to watch the gap up at the front of the field between Unicorns of Love and that number 55 Williams Esports car, as looks like that gap is starting to close down even more. Dara McCormack really putting that car through the paces here at this point. Very, very interesting, and also unsurprising to see the cream rising to the top in this field. All the BMWs starting to work their way up towards the top of the charts. A little bit of what we expected yesterday for all of them.
Yeah, I will say that jumping into the race now halfway through, if I hadn't seen the first 3 hours of the race and I took a glance at the timing pillar now, we've got 6 BMWs at the front, we've got Unicorns of Love car in front, the Williams Esports team are still in the mix as well, I wouldn't be all that surprised. But actually, given what we saw in those first 3 hours, there are a few teams not in the fight now who have been at other points in the race. In particular, looking at the 110 Lamborghini, the Vipperman racing car, which really seems to have been doing everything it can to drop out of contention in the recent past, and the second of the Unicorns of Love cars, Tobias Pfeffer, all the way down in 13th at the moment at the wheel of the 14 BMW. So it's a fairly familiar and predictable picture, but the way we got here, DJ, was perhaps a little bit less easy to predict.
Yeah, very, very true. I would not have called that second Unicorns of Love team to be able to fall down through the order again with the 110 of Whipperman Racing. I mean, I would have thought for sure that they would be the highest ranked non-BMW in the field, given what we saw during qualifying yesterday, but clearly having their fair share of troubles out here today. I like that phrasing of doing everything they can do to sort of lose their lead up at the front there, but still some good racing going on through the field, and I think Pfeffer here has got his work cut out for him to try to be able to gain back in. We know that this number 14 has got plenty of speed, and with Hansnick and Yonkers right in front of him there, it's not going to be too much longer, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this number 14 car back up into the top 10 before this race is said and done.
They are also, I am reliably informed, running slightly off sequence with pit stops. They have already, I believe, made their most recent pit stop, which is part of the reason that they have dropped down the order, but they haven't really had the ultimate pace of the 15 car so far. The Unicorns of Love most definitely look as though it's the number 15 car driven currently by Nicholas Hoban, which perhaps is going to take them to victory, although Dara McCormack may have something to say about that. He continues to take chunks out of them. It's a minimum of half a second a lap, sometimes getting on for about 3/4 of a second a lap that he is gaining on the lead BMW, and that gap is now under 5 seconds. Tobias Pfeffer, though, right on the tail of Jaroslav Honzik here in the number 42 Ferrari, the Veloce Ferrari, which did make it into that top 5 shootout, but has since dropped down the order, and it drops another position now. Pfeffer on fresher tyres, of course, able to make that pass look pretty easy.
Yeah, it may look pretty easy there, but I've got to give some credit to Jaroslav Honzik, not making it necessarily easy for him. You saw how close they were running going down into the corner, and I think that shows that that Ferrari's got a lot of scrap left in it, didn't want to sacrifice those positions, and didn't want to necessarily have to go. And a little bit surprised considering they do have that 10-second penalty in that Ferrari. So clearly, I think some fight left in the number 42 Veloce machine, but we'll see what they are able to do as this race continues on, as Pfeffer now able to move his way by. He's got to get by a little bit more lap traffic. Again, that early pit stop should see him cycle up through the order, but I think plenty of time for there to go. I also have to say, speaking of that time penalty given to the number 42, the stewards have been very, very busy here today. 11 penalties being issued out, plus 3 warnings and 1 final warning given, so they have had a lot of work cut out for them, and massive credit to them for staying on top of everything.
Yes, and the car that seems to have been in the most trouble, the 911 car so far, which is still running in 18th position, but has been the recipient of a number of penalties today so far, and that has really dropped them down the order, but not completely out of contention for the prizes, because it's worth reminding everyone that the prize pool stretches all the way down to 20th place in this race. So granted, the big bucks will be earned for podium finishes, but if you're anywhere in the top 20, there is a little bit of cash that will be coming your way, so worth pushing on. And that is important, I think, DJ, in what is essentially a single race format. I know this is the second race that we've held as part of this event, but we all know the reasons behind that, and this on today's event is a single race event, and actually it would be easy for teams to lose a little bit of that desire to keep competing if they're further down the order, knowing that they can't win. The fact that we have such a substantial prize pool for this event is obviously a great thing, and that's one of the big reasons. It gives everybody something to aim for.
Yeah, very much so. Everybody wants to be scrapping for every last position that you can, and having that prize pool work its way down is definitely going to add to everything there, as we see a little bit of side-by-side between the 53 and the 76. That's the 53 and your leader there, the Unicorns of Love team, working their way on by. Some close running down through that third sector seems to be the theme for the day. But yeah, that's going to add a little incentive for the rest of the field to make sure that they are trying to be able to work their way up forward. You want to try to get yourself into that top 20, not only for the bragging rights of saying I was able to finish in the top 20 in an event such as this, but also to be able to walk away with something, to be able to walk away with that prize, with that money. It's going to add to the incentive, and I wouldn't be surprised if near the end of this 2 hours and 50 minutes that we have really left to go in this race, we see a relatively fierce scrap for that 20th place position.
Yeah, for sure, and I think lots of other very fierce scraps within that top 22, because as you can see, everyone's pretty closely grouped together for the time being, and you do have these little pockets of activity springing up and down the order. This particular one happening outside of the top 20, it is the fight for 26th place right now, and Garrett Fisher for Pulse Simsport looking to try and gain a little bit of ground, trying to close on the group of cars ahead of him, and just making his way past, I believe, a lapped Aston Martin at that particular point. The lead gap down to 4.1 seconds now, so Darren McCormack continuing his real blaze after Nicholas Hoban, and those two most definitely separating themselves at the front of the field now. I know that the 14 BMW is going to slot back in there somewhere, but it's a further sort of 15-16 seconds back to Dominic Blyer in third position. Is it too early, DJ, to call this a two-horse race? Do you think there's anything left in the tank for some of those chasing to do anything about these two dominant cars?
Well, I'd like to say that there is really nothing that can be done here for these top two with the absolute pace that we've seen out of McCormack and how, but I can't go on record as to say that nothing can happen because, well, this is racing here, and we never know what can happen, Andy. I mean, we've just seen a little bit of an issue back down for the second Veloce car, the number 42. Looks like, you know, they've had the penalties for today. That's one to keep our eye on. We've also had an issue for the number 88, the Race Anywhere SimSport car, potentially a disconnect in pit lane. And I say all of that to prove the point that anything can happen, whether it's a little bit of an internet niggle or whether it is some other sort of thing that happens. We don't know what's going to happen once they catch up. We don't know if there could maybe be a little bit of contact. Heaven forbid that there is, but this looks like it's going its way of a two-horse race, but there is still plenty that can happen here. So only 15 seconds back to third place. That's not an insurmountable gap to be able to get over. So we'll have to see how everything shakes itself out.
Jakob Osterman here has just jumped back into the Wipperman Racing car. Louis Rota's vacating the Lamborghini at the most recent pit stop. They rejoin in 16th position, so to put that in perspective, we know that car number 14 is sort of the lead car of those who have made their third round of pit stops, and they are a long way behind them. So the Wipperman Racing Lamborghini, which really was carrying the hopes of all Lamborghini fans of this event, very much slipping down the order as a result of penalties and issues earlier on in the race. But Jakob Osterman, we know, is quick. He managed to wrestle that car to a very impressive qualifying performance yesterday evening. He now really needs to try and put in some qualifying laps to gain some ground. It's Valentin Barrier in front of him in the... no, not the only Honda. We've got a couple of the Hondas represented on the grid. This is the best placed of them, and at the moment this is the fight for 15th.
Yeah, good little scrap going on here. Again, this is a little bit of what we were talking about yesterday as opposed to the BMW, which has that front engine design. These two cars both mid-engine here at this point, as they are going to be able to really and truly rotate through the corners a lot better, and that's going to help them through Sector 1 and 3. They may struggle a little bit down the long Mistral Straight here, but for Osterman right now, he's going to get a nice pull from the draft and from that Honda in front of him. And now as they come down here into the long right-hander of Passay, trying to see what they are able to get. A little bit of a poke to the inside there. Contact between the two.
Oh dear, well that's not what we wanted, and a third car getting involved as well as the Honda rejoined onto the track. That was the 88 car that came a cropper. That was the Race Anywhere SimSport car, and this is a really perilous situation. Two cars pointing the wrong way, one of them in the middle of the road, but Barrier gets going again, and that was a really unfortunate moment there, particularly for the Race Anywhere SimSport BMW, which just came around the corner and had nowhere to go. They've already had a bit of a trying day since they're down in 36th, but Victor Nicolai in the number 88 car carrying damage you would suspect from that. I'm sure we'll get another look at that in a moment to see exactly what happened, but that is not an easy place to go side by side. It is common to see contact when drivers are tempted, and we just saw why.
Very much so. A little bit of an over-eager poke down to the inside potentially for the Lamborghini, but I think more than anything it was just a bit of miscommunication between themselves and the Honda as they came down through the corner, and that was enough to be able to send both of them spinning. And again, the 88's days going from bad to worse. That was that car that we talked about that it looked like they may have had a potential disconnect in pit lane and coming down through the order. So that certainly was a little bit of a problem there for them. But we check back in right now on the number number 87 machine. This is the Quantum Racing team. Now we're going to check in on the number 55 up the front of the field. It looks like they're going to be going pretty strong here. That gap.
As the battling continues then out on track, this lead gap starting now to shrink and shrink and shrink, and we will hopefully be able to get back to the live pictures in a moment or two. We've lost our pictures, unfortunately, here in the commentary booth. We'll try and figure out exactly what's going on in a moment or two for you. I seem to have a habit of bringing this on. Exactly the same thing happened just after I jumped into the box at Kyalami as well, so hopefully not a similar issue, and hopefully we'll be able to get things sorted, because DJ, that was really starting to spice up. We were seeing some really good battles up and down the order, the lead gap coming down. We were approaching another round of pit stops for the leading contenders as well. This race, I think, still has an awful lot to give us.
Yeah, I think it does as well. And I was going to say, Andy, I think you and I are jinxed. I think that's what the problem is here, because this happened exactly when we came into Kyalami. It's you and I. I think that's what it is. Something about our voices is toxic to the ACC system here. But yeah, we'll get this all figured out and sorted out. But to your point, absolutely incredible stuff with Darren McCormick being able to close in on that gap. I mean, he was able to take, it looks like on average, 0.6 of a second there. And that was coming in on the pit stop window, and we were starting to speculate a little bit behind the scenes, scribbling down some notes to ourselves and our director behind the scene, Daniel Costello, maybe thinking about a little bit of an undercut for Darren McCormick, so that could be what we could see play out for him a little bit later on.
Absolutely so. It is looking likely, though, that we may end up with a race restart at some point if the server is facing a few issues. Again, we will give you news as soon as we have it as to exactly what is going on, and apologise for the technical issues, which, as TJ says, we do seem to attract. Bring back Lewis and Cian, that's what I say. Everything was running smoothly when they were here. I will take the bad puns over server issues any day of the week, but we will try and get the race back underway. As we've said, we've been talking about a few of the major storylines, and really this pace from Darren McCormack, which, there we go. So we are still racing. Phew, he says, wiping the sweat from his brow. We do still have a race going on, and it was just an issue at our end, clearly, that meant we had to step away for a moment or two. Quickly check the timing screen to make sure the whole world hasn't imploded in the time that we've been away. No, it hasn't. We still have Nicholas Hoban leading the way, Darren McCormack in second, but that gap, DJ, down to 1.6 seconds, and I think there is an argument to support what you say about the undercut, but quite frankly, the mood Darren McCormack is in, it's hunt and kill here, isn't it? He will want to try and get ahead of Hoban before this next round of pit stops.
Yeah, I fully agree with you there with the outright pace that Dare has to be able to close down in and try to be able to get himself in there. If he's able to make that jump before the pit stop sequence truly kicks off for that Williams Esports team, I think that is going to be absolutely crucial there for him. If he is able to do it, if he is able to get that run, get that pass made, that is what he would prefer to be able to do. Although we do have a pretty good battle on our screens here. Luke Whitehead for Veloce Esports coming up behind the 977. Now that's the Kramer Racing Esports Porsche up ahead of him. I believe our highest ranked Porsche in the field, so good to see that representation from the German marquee, but a very, very close battle as Veloce tries to close on in.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead at the wheel of the car. I think it was Luke who qualified that car as well yesterday, so we know that he's got top 5 pace as well, and it will be interesting to see how he gets on. Right, this is the fight for the race lead. They have both gone through onto another lap, I believe. It is still Darren McCormack at the wheel of car 55, not Igor Rodriguez as far as we know, and he is on the tail of Nicholas Hoban, so the gap sort of irrelevant now. It's really a matter of when and where Dara makes his attack.
Yeah, and I think the obvious place to be able to do this coming up behind is going to be down into Cian, down off the Mistral Straight. That's where we've seen the majority of the passes really thrown in. The question here, though, for Bastian Richter in the front of that machine is going to be if he decides to put up a little bit of defense. Are we going to see a little bit of weaving here coming down the Mistral Straight? Are we going to see some sort of defense from that Unicorns of Love number 15? Or did they recognize the writing on the wall and they're just going to try to make up every bit that they can again. 9/10 of a second the gap here. I don't think that's necessarily going to be close enough here at this moment for Dari McCormack to be able to make that move close on in. But there, and indeed, as they come down through the right-hander right now, it looks like Richter actually able to get a little bit farther ahead. The gap holding at about 1 second here at this point. So McCormack still has a little bit of work to do, but the 55 coming on like a train with a full head of steam.
It is indeed, although, correction, it is not Darren McCormack in the car, it is Igor. The timing tower hadn't yet updated. In the midst of our little technical troubles, these two both pitted. So they both pitted, I suspect, on the same lap, because they both had near identical slow lap times last time around. And although our timing screen still says Darren McCormack at the wheel, I do believe they may well have executed a driver change. And that would be backed up by the way in which this gap is now starting to creep back out again, because as Lewis McGlade was mentioning some 20 minutes or so ago, Darren McCormack has definitely been the fastest of the three drivers in that Williams Esports Chill Blast BMW. Bastian Richter staying on board the number 55 car. I believe he was in the car beforehand, and therefore he's fully warmed up. He's got a little bit more pace in hand, and he is starting just to creep away. So with that, 2 hours 42 minutes left on the clock. We've had our latest round of pit stops completed, and it is still the Unicorns of Love who lead the way. Car 15 in the lead. It is once again a Williams Esports sandwich at the front, though, with the Unicorns of Love cars running first and third, and Igor Rodriguez splitting them down the middle in second position. Then in fourth place, the number 10 car, and that is the Mateusz Tuskovic car of Triton Racing. Fifth place then for Alexander Smoliar. That car sort of creeping back into contention now, having had a 5-second penalty in the opening stages of the race after contact with the number 14 BMW. And the top 5 right now, as I said, completed by Smoliar in 5th position. He is 24 seconds or so off the race lead.
Yeah, plenty of group to try to make back up as we check back in on that battle we were watching there with Luke Whitehead and Pignon here back in this for 18th position. The 42 Veloce Ferrari able to get on by finally, so Luke's going to try to push his way ahead, carrying the standard here for Ferrari as he runs, trying to see what he's able to do and what he's able to get here at this point. Still a little bit interesting to see the Porsche not favored here. It's normally a pretty popular car on ACC. It does have its issues here and there, particularly known a little bit for rear tire wear a little bit, but it is a pretty strong car, and I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more of it, but I think a lot of the teams that may have opted for the Porsche certainly probably committed to the BMW because of that straight line speed, because of the balanced performance that was put in here. So still plenty of drivers, I guarantee you, when we come to a different track, will be back in the Porsche once again. Looking up a little bit farther in the field here, we have the standard bearer for Lexus. Good to see a couple of Lexuses out in the field, this being James Parker holding the way for Burst Esports, and a close little battle starting to form in behind him.
Yeah, that's a good point you make, actually, about the amount of BMWs that we've got in the race here today. One of the things unique about sim racing compared to real world racing is that teams, unless they have a specific manufacturer affiliation, they are free to choose whatever car they want for whatever event they want. And so you do get this kind of cherry picking going on where, oh, we're racing at Paul Ricard, that suits the BMWs, everyone just races a BMW. Then they might go and race at a circuit like Kyalami, for example, and they think, well, okay, maybe the Audi is the better car to have there, so we'll go for a mid-engine car of some sort. And that is unique to sim racing for fairly obvious reasons. I do kind of wish it didn't happen, because we do end up with one car often proving to be the dominant force. But I do think it's worth pointing out, DJ, that actually I'm not convinced the BMW is the all-conquering car that these race results are probably going to suggest, because when you look at the qualifying results yesterday, we had a Lamborghini and a Ferrari inside the top 5. We had a Porsche that nearly made the top 5. We've got a McLaren running in the top 10 now. The Lexus of James Parker just outside the top 10. If we had more examples of those other cars, then there is a higher probability that one of them would be up there inside that podium fight. So, yes, the BMW might be the car of the choice. It might have a small advantage, but I do just think that it's the sheer quantity of them in this race that is leading to this BMW domination.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And when we talk about the advantages that a single car is going to have, we're not talking about a second a lap. It's not a massive, massive thing. I mean, we are talking literally about hundredths of a second here that drivers think they're going to be able to eke out the advantage. And so seeing how they are able to take to the track and to be able to bring those advantages out, that's where it's going to come to play. But really and truly, if you put the best drivers in the world, I guarantee you, if we put Darren McCormick or Bastian Richter into, let's say, the Lexus that we have on our screen, we would still see them competing up in the top 5. That is really and truly the way it will go. And so, yes, I do want to put some stock into that balance of performance in what the drivers think the best lineup will be, et cetera, et cetera. But really and truly, especially when it comes to sim racing, I do put the driver a little bit ahead of the car. There are going to be certain tracks where I think you're going to see cars struggle more, and they're going to have a harder time getting their way around, but it's not the all-conquering beast necessarily that we see the BMW have here today. You know, when we talk about some of these cars, we talk about the Porsche, sometimes pretty good in a straight line, not too shabby at that at all. But, you know, we look at the Lexus isn't necessarily known as being the fastest car from point A to point B. It's not necessarily the fastest car in a straight line, and so that's going to struggle, I think, ever so slightly down the long Mistral Straight. But if we look at another circuit like Bathurst, which is a great example as well, you're going to have different parts of the track that favor each parts of these cars. Because remember, the balance of performance is designed to create similar lap times over the course of a lap. It's not intended necessarily to make all cars equal, and that means they're going to be able to generate that speed at different points on the lap. We've talked a lot about the Lamborghini and the Ferrari with the mid-engine setup and the rotation. They're going to be able to come through the corners a little bit faster. The BMW, with that front engine design, it's going to be a little bit more sluggish through the corners, but it's going to be able to gain a little bit more on the straightaway. So it's all about that give and take all over the circuit.
And that's one of the big appeals to me of GT racing, whether it be GT3 racing, GT4, anything with that balanced performance that allows such wildly different designs of cars to be competitive with each other is always a good thing. Speaking of competitive, a pretty competitive fight for 12th place here. Sebastian Apostel using that BMW's advantage down the straights to launch up the inside of James Parker, and he will take away 12th position, turning into senior corner. The McLaren behind them is not on the same lap, so it's just a two-way fight for the time being, but not really a lot James Parker could do there. The advantage of the BMW down the straights and the fact that he had a slipstream was enough to make that a reasonably easy pass. That will not be the case here in what is an all-BMW battle for 22nd position. We've got 3 of them running absolutely together. In 22nd place, Florian Durkop. In 23rd, Chris Warner. And then it's Leonid Makovkin in 24th place. And these 3 cars, all the same, running with vaguely similar setups, you would imagine, despite the fact they're from different teams. And this is a straight-up fight. No car advantage here. It's all about which driver is going to be able to make the right moves at the right time.
Yeah, and well, here I think it's going to be in favor of Chris Warner. A good run there off of the corners leading onto the Mistral Straight as now they bring their way up to speed, trying to be able to get behind Durkop here, but Durkop is going to have the advantage of that draft up in front of him, so it's not going to be the hardest thing in the world. That's one of the McLarens there. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but obviously a little bit farther down in the order, Warner's starting to close up behind, and there you see the defensive move from Durkop, and it's going to have to be the long way around here for Warner. That's going to be a little bit hairy coming down into the right-hander, and he's going to make it work by the slimmest of margins. That was some brave stuff from Chris Warner.
It really was, and great respect shown as well by Florian Durkop, actually, not to run him out of road there. He realised that Chris was fully committed to the outside line, left him the space, and they avoided that bit of door banging that can so easily end your race. Big slide there for Makovkin in the 911 BMW, that car that, as I said, has picked up enough penalties to last a lifetime in this race. I think they ended up with a stop-go penalty as well, added on to all of that as a result, but they're still running in 24th and not a million miles away from breaking into that top 20. So Chris Warner then moves into 22nd position. His next target will be the number 76 car up the road, but that is about a 30-second gap almost now to Matthias Weber in the number 76 Aston Martin. But we'll see whether Chris, well, his first job was to try and shake off Florian Durkop, who actually tried to have another go at him into turn 1.
Yeah, I tried to have a little bit of a look, and I wouldn't be surprised here with Durkop if he maybe tries to get a little bit of a response down the Mistral Straight. And here's the other thing to keep in mind. With that 30-25 second advantage that is up the road here to Weber, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see these two drivers try to work together a little bit. If I were behind the wheel of the car, I'd try to be making a few signals or two. Maybe we want to play a little bit of leapfrog here at this point to try to close in that gap. That kind of back and forth, we often see it a lot of times on high-power, high-speed circuits with long straightaways. If you're able to play a little bit of leapfrog and kind of, frankly, for lack of a better term, do that sort of oval racing type of move, it's going to help you. Warner, though, going to get a little bit of a pinch there down to the inside for Durkop, and they almost make contact there down the Mistral Straight. They for sure did there.
Yeah, Chris Warner not showing the same sort of racing room and respect to Florian Durkop that he gave him a lap or so ago, and Florian had to rejoin the circuit at some point. They banged doors turning into the right-hander at turn 10, and Florian still finds himself stuck on that outside line. But if I were Florian Durkop, I think I'd be feeling a little frustrated at that. He was very gentle with Chris Warner when they went side by side through there a lap ago, and Chris not affording him with the same luxury, that must be said. But Chris does manage to hang on to that 22nd position. In fact, no, sorry, he does fall back behind, I should say. And so Florian Durkop briefly moving the 52 car back ahead. And Chris Warner will once again have to go on the attack. They've got the 21 Lamborghini coming up behind them now. That is the Alberto Garcia car, which runs in 9th position, trying to put a lap on this group. And this is always tricky when you are the faster car, isn't it, DJ? Because clearly Garcia has a pace advantage over these two, possibly because they're so too busy driving into each other to be setting quick lap times. But that's the thing, they're so engaged in their own battle, neither of these drivers will be all that willing to pull out of the way of the lead lap car.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. And as a driver that is coming up to lap these cars, you have to be so hyper vigilant of what's going on around you. I mean, just think of what would have happened here if that Lamborghini had tried to send a move down to the inside on the Mistral Straight to be able to get by them on the last time. Well, they pinched all their way down to the inside. Neither one of these BMWs, neither Durkop nor Warner, are going to want to lift off here. They're going to want to keep this battle going, and that's going to present real problems here for the 21. They need to be patient. They need to just wait until the ideal moment tries to be able to get yourself, present itself in a good manner. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a move here coming down into Cena, down into the corner. Now the question is if they're going to be able to get a 2-for-1 here on the BMW. I like what Warner's doing, try to hold that in, but now that's going to set up for more door banging between the two BMWs.
This is going to end in tears, and it might well allow Makovkin to come through. Yes, it does. Makovkin diving up the inside of Florian Durkop. He's sideways, but he makes the move stick, and Alberto Garcia breathes a huge sigh of relief that he escaped that madness before he got directly involved in it. Remember, that Lamborghini running in 9th place overall, so the last thing he needed was contact from these lap cars who seem intent on making each other's life as hard as possible. Any notion, any idea of working together, as we suspected they might do a couple of laps ago, well and truly out of the window. But Chris Warner has muscled his way back through into 22nd position. Makovkin coming through into 23rd, and it's Florian Durkop who really came out of that the worst, dropping down into 24th position. Now, incident between cars 22 and 110 has been investigated, and the 110 car has been given a penalty, not its first, I believe, of the race. A 10-second time penalty applied for causing a collision, and I think that's on top of a 10-second track limits penalty that Jakob Osterman has already picked up. So a day that started with much promise for Wipperman Racing, really starting now to fall apart.
Well, and how many times have we seen that happen, Andy, where you have a bad day, you make a little bit of a mistake, and those mistakes just continue to compound. It's the same thing about when you're in good driving form and you're up at the top of the charts, it just seems like nothing can hurt you. Well, the exact opposite can be true as well, that you just get that sort of stacking on of incidents, stacking on of mistakes, and it's so very hard to be able to try to work your way around. I really feel bad here for the 110. They're obviously going to find themselves well down the order here. They're going to have to try to fight their way back up, and as you said, it was going to be such a great day for them. We were singing their praises at the end of qualifying yesterday to be able to get that Wipperman Racing Lamborghini up into good position, and now it's just all falling by the wayside.
Yeah, such a shame. It would have been nice to have some Lamborghini representation in the lead fight. We've still got Alberto Garcia running in 9th, and he's actually the second best of the non-BMWs towards the pointy end of the field. Following again there briefly James Parker before we cut back to the BMW madness further back. They are at least all still in the same order as the last time we saw them. That's something, and actually Chris Warner perhaps now starting to make a bit of a break. It looks as though he's tagged along with the Lamborghini that just came through. And is now starting to break away from these two, so it's now left to McEwan and Durkop to battle over the 23rd place. They are about 16, nearly 17 seconds in fact clear of the number 5 BMW, which is the next one in the line of Jack Noller. I wonder if that's the same Jack Noller who races Mazda MX-5s over here in the UK. I suspect it may well be, and he is running 25th for the time being, but some way behind this group, so it remains a private all BMW battle for the time being.
Yeah, everybody just holding their line here at this point, and this battle, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the stewards are going to have a little bit of a look into seeing what we saw earlier. As there we take a look on board the number 911 there as they work their way around. Always love being able to see these views inside the virtual cockpit of the drivers. You can see just how well stylized everything is and how frankly realistic and pixel perfect it is. Just the little inputs on the steering wheel, you're really able to see them as you look even coming down the Mistral Straight. Just that little bit of jockeying on the wheel, that's really a result of the force feedback that's being put through the wheel on the driver's end and having to hold that together. But now as they come down into Cian, it looks like it's going to be an issue where these 3 BMWs going to stay in line, and you can see that number 21 Lamborghini starting to pull away a little bit more. That's what they're going to want to do, but that's going to be bad news for Warner at the front of this field, because once that Lamborghini pulls away, he's going to be out of the draft and going to be a little bit of a sitting duck for the rest of these cars.
Yeah, because on this lap, Leonid McEwan is starting to reel him back in a little bit, I think. So that gap between the 22nd and 23rd place BMW is starting to creep back down again. It is, by the way, just to answer my own question, it is the same Jack Noller who I have commentated on for the last year or so in MX-5s. I didn't realise, actually, in the conversations I've had with him, that he's a Williams Esports driver and event manager, and he is representing Williams Esports in that number 5 car, which he shares with new Williams Esports signing even Charlie Crossland, who was involved in an incident on the very first lap, which has sort of derailed their race a little bit up to this point. Back down through the first couple of corners we come then. We are just under 2.5 hours away from the flag in this 6-hour race at Paul Ricard. The lead gap, by the way, you're missing nothing at the front because it's creeping back out again. Over 3.5 seconds now between Bastian Richter, the race leader, and Igor Rodriguez in second position. But Rodriguez, interestingly, DJ, sort of matching the pace of Tobias Pfeffer in third. So although he's losing time to the leaders, second place is still safe for now.
Still safe for the moment, and it's got plenty of time to be able to try to get him back into the rhythm. You know, sometimes I've been lucky enough to watch Igor race many a time. And he's very much a driver that the farther along he goes in the stint, the stronger and stronger he's going to be. So we'll have to see how he does with that as we take a look at Luke Whitehead in the number 42 Veloce Esports machine, working his way by on the main straightaway right now. Looks like he's going to have plenty of time for them to be able to go. Starting to close in on Babin up in front of him, a Lamborghini versus Ferrari. Again, this is a little bit of a combination of these drivers of the mid-engine layout here that you're going to see them do especially well through the first and third sector on the track. But Veloce not really having the day that I think they wanted to have, nor did I expect them to have. I would expected them to have been a lot farther up in the field, and obviously some bad pitfalls would be coming of them earlier on, but Luke doing everything that he can to try to push his way up ahead and salvage as much as he can for the team.
Yeah, that's right. They did pick up a penalty not long ago, I seem to remember. Yeah, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision with car 87, but that only accounts for some of the distance that they've lost to the lead group. And yeah, disappointing to see Luke Whitehead all the way down in 18th position for the time being. So the Ferraris, which showed promise over a single lap, perhaps not quite able to deliver that same pace in the race. And that is another thing which really has to be factored in. Just because a car is good over one lap, just because a team has a setup that works well over one lap, doesn't mean they'll be the favourites in the race. That was contact, I think, from Florian Durkop into the back of Leonid McEwan's BMW. Leonid just keeping hold of it, but that will slow his exit speed down from turn 2, and this battle continues to rage on now a little bit further behind Chris Warner than they were a few corners ago. But yeah, car setup and just the basic characteristics of the different car, DJ, they can change based upon whether you're in a qualifying session or whether or not you're in a race.
Well, let's think about it. I mean, when we saw many times yesterday during the course of qualifying, a couple of the drivers over the course of the 20 or 15-minute sessions that we had coming back down into pit lane, and that is a result of running on lower fuel. Now, these GT3 cars, they're not nearly as susceptible to weight changes as, say, a super light single-seater, as we watch Durkov trying to make a move here on McEwan going down the Mistral Straight. But they are going to be, banging doors a little bit. Is he going to make that work around the outside? He's really going to have to hold it out there. He is finally able to make it go, so getting that position back there as he goes. But to my point, they're not nearly as susceptible as single-seaters to weight changes as a result of fuel. The less fuel you have in the car, the less weight there's going to be sloshing around in the big tank. But they are still going to be susceptible to that. When these cars get lighter, they're going to get a little bit more agile. They're going to get a little bit lighter and bouncier as they drive. You're going to be a little bit more susceptible to a little bit more oversteer as you come on through. And so that can be either to your advantage or your disadvantage depending on how your setup is or depending on how you like to drive the car as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and you get this sort of strange quirk, don't you, over an hour's stint where, although the tyres are starting to wear, and in theory the car should be going more slowly, actually you get some really quick lap times at the end of the stint when the fuel load starts to drop off, and it's not uncommon to see drivers put their very fastest laps in on tyres that have been on the car for about 60 minutes or so. We take a look there at the virtual fancy footwork of Florian Durkop dropping down through the right sequence at turns 3, 4 and 5. They may not be his real legs and feet, but they give us a good idea of the amount of control you have to have. The pedals are not on-off switches, DJ. You have to be able to modulate them both. People often realise that with the accelerator, but even under braking, there is a way of getting these GT cars to stop, which perhaps is not all that easy to figure out, because these cars all run with ABS. You think that that means you can brake as hard and as late as you possibly can, and the ABS will stop you locking up. But actually, if you're using that ABS, it is naturally inhibiting the amount of brakes that you're able to use. So there is a real sweet spot to find under heavy braking.
Yeah, there very much is, and in finding that sweet spot, getting to that absolute point of perfect braking, we like to refer to that as threshold braking, where you're putting the maximum amount of force into those brake pads without causing them to lock up. And to your point about the ABS, obviously the way ABS works is that the brake rotors will clamp and unclamp in microseconds as they go to prevent the front tires from locking up, or the rear tires for that matter. But when you do that, you compromise your braking distance. You're actually going to need more distance to be able to brake correctly. So finding that threshold of where you're able to apply the maximum pressure going forward, very, very crucial. If you're using the ABS, you're going to be adding more distance on. And the same is frankly true for the traction control that exists in these cars. When you're getting onto the throttle coming out of the corner, the engine will actually cut off a little bit in order to prevent those rear tires spinning and for you losing control under acceleration. And so you want to be sort of on that threshold for acceleration as well, where you're not having those tires, not having that engine rather, cut out to maximize your speed and maximize the way you go. The ABS, the traction control, they're great driver aids, and they're there to be able to lean on if you get yourself into a problem, but you do not want to have to use them unless you are under the most dire of circumstances.
Fantastic timing to jump on board here with Jakob Osterman. The eye roll coming out of turn 2 tells me that he perhaps exceeded track limits coming out of that second corner, and they need to be careful with this because they've already picked up a 10-second penalty during this stint as it stands. And Jakob Osterman, you could read on his face how disappointed and frustrated he was with that, and that is definitely one of the pluses to sim racing, I will say, DJ. That instantaneous reaction you can get from the drivers. You can see him sort of huffing and puffing, sighing, looking around him almost in boredom as he goes down the immensely long straight towards senior corner. You don't get that in real world racing. Yes, we have onboard cameras, but because the drivers are wearing their full face helmets, almost all of them these days, you don't get to get that little glimpse into their mind, and I really do find it it fascinating riding on board with the drivers during events like these and trying to get a gauge on exactly how they're feeling.
Yeah, it really is pretty fantastic to be able to see that. I mean, the only thing that we're really able to get out of any of that during a real race session is any radio that comes back and forth, but the beauties of sim racing is you really get that sense. And it's always one of my favorite things, Andy, when we see drivers on long straightaways, like the Mistral Straight, going back to what we talked about earlier, Bathurst, whether you're on the Mountain Straight or the Conrad Straight, and you have that ability to kind of breathe for a moment. I love seeing how drivers take it. You see some drivers that don't really ever want to break concentration. They want to just stay in the game the entire time. And then you see some other drivers that'll take a little bit of a stretch out their fingers a little bit, maybe move their back a little bit to make sure that they're feeling okay in the car. It's always an interesting thing to see what drivers decide to do down the longer straightaways. And it's one of those rare insights we really get in sim racing that we don't get in the real world.
Yeah, I was covering an event, in fact I think we were covering it together earlier on in the week at Mount Panorama, DJ, and we were riding on board with the driver heading up the mountain, and just as they were about to turn into turn 2, Griffin's Bend, there was a deep breath and then tension through the whole top section of the track, and the second he came out of Forest Elbow, a sigh of relief. The shoulders sagged for a second. There was this kind of moment to just take a breath and relax before having to go through it all again on the very next lap. Not quite such a challenging track here at Paul Ricard, it must be said. Certainly a more forgiving track than Mount Panorama, but a track at Paul Ricard that I do personally enjoy, and even over a long stint it can be quite enjoyable. You've got to be quite aggressive here, attack the curbs. But again, in a race stint, it is a little bit different, isn't it? You've got to manage the tyres a bit, and the tyres on Assetto Corsa Competizione can be very pressure sensitive. If you're hammering those curbs too hard, DJ, that can cause trouble.
Yeah, it really can, and that's not just because of the tires, it's also because of the suspensions in these cars. Remember, your ideal suspension setup is to really be as stiff as possible for most times, but if you've got to be aggressive over the curbs, you need to add a little bit more give into the suspension so they're able to take those curbs. And there are some cars that are better at taking curbs than others, and again, that just comes down to the balance of performance, how your setup is, and that's one of the big differences here when we talk about setups, because in these GT3s, there's not as much aerodynamic play necessarily in these cars. Yes, we've got the splitters and we've got the big rear wings to help generate that downforce, but it's not nearly as massive as it is in other series, specifically single-seaters, where you really see the downforce coming into play. The majority of the changes in the setup that you make are on the suspension and how it's going to track and handle on the curbs and generate that mechanical grip. So that's a big thing to watch for, and you can normally tell just how good a driver is and how comfortable they are behind the wheel of the car and with their setup based off of how they are able to attack those curbs.
Speaking of attack, Florian Durkop is back on the attack. Now then, Chris, I've got some unfinished business with you. Remember last time we went side by side through this corner and you didn't exactly leave me much space? Well, I'm going to try it again. Round the outside goes Florian Durkop this time, and actually he might just clear the 47 BMW. Yes, he does. That was brilliant stuff. Time to perfection in the slipstream there, and he just got across the bows of Chris Warner's BMW before they turned into senior corner, and he is through. Chris almost gives him a bit of a rub down coming through the tightening right-hander at turn 10, but just avoids contact with the back of the 52 car. And Florian Durkop back into 22nd place over the last 20 minutes or so, DJ. All three of the cars in this picture have had a stint in 22nd place, and right now it's Florian Durkop who tries to make an escape.
Well, to your point about just how fantastic this Paul Ricard circuit is, I mean, this is one of the reasons you see this swapping back and forth, and what really sets it up is the strategic game you have to play. You're not really able to make a pass through Sector 1, you're not really able to make a pass through the middle of Sector 2, and it's all about just positioning yourself into the run off of the Mistral Straight and seeing this back and forth playing out. Now, the big problem here that these drivers are having is they are allowing the gap up to Weber to expand a little bit. Last time I saw it was upwards of about 20 seconds here at this point, and so they're going to have to watch out for that a little bit, and they're going to have to make sure that they are able to continue their way around and make sure they don't run into any trouble. But right now we continue to watch these BMWs working their way now out of Sector 1. And it's got to be said here that Warner and McEwan looking very, very good, in good position, although there's Warner losing a little bit of time off of that final corner coming out onto the Mistral Straight. There they go. May still be close enough to make this work. He may still not be able to do this as he tries to see what he's able to get here. They're going to tuck up behind in line. You see that other BMW in front of them that is not involved in this battle. And here comes Warner working his way to the outside. Going to be very, very close, almost NASCAR style, trying to pick up a little bit of the side draft off of those cars. And there he's going to sweep around the outside in the three-way battle. All looking in as McEwan's trying to get involved in this as well. Andy, this is absolutely fantastic stuff. Is all contact.
Oh, they just won't leave each other alone, will they? Florian Durkop watching in his mirrors as Chris Warner and Leonid McEwan start to really get into each other. I think there's a bit of tension building between these three drivers somehow, and at some point I keep expecting it all to spill over, but for the time being they're surviving. I don't think any of them are particularly happy with each other, but they are at least keeping it pointing in the right direction for now as we race towards the beginning of the final 2 hours of this race.
Starting to run down a little bit here. 2 hours and 12 minutes remaining, and for all of that, only McEwan was able to gain any position there as they come. And now it looks like for Durkop, he's going to be in good position. As soon as I say that, there was McEwan really sending it deep down into turn 1. That actually cost him a little bit more than I thought it did. He's very later on the brakes, and just like that, here comes Warner trying to take advantage.
Yeah, back up the inside towards turn 3 he looks, and Warner will go back around the outside. So Chris Warner back into 23rd position, and McEwan just has a little peek up the inside. I get the impression here, DJ, that all three of these drivers are sort of aware of the fact that they're unlikely to sneak into the top 20 where the money is awarded. Even if they do get into the top 20, it will be a very small amount of money that they receive, and I think they're just intent on having a good battle. They may be enjoying it, they may just be that frustrated with each other that they're not willing to give an inch now, but as entertaining as it is, they are sort of scuppering any chance they might have of getting into the top 20 on pace. McEwan again back up the inside towards senior Chris Warner on the outside line this time. Now, we've seen him make a move on the outside here before, but he's not able to successfully defend the position, and McEwan is back through.
Well, to your point, I mean, racers are going to race. You often talk about, you know, when you talk to a driver, they say, you know, oh, I really enjoyed the battle, etc., but I wanted to fight. You know, if you win the race, yes, winning is all that matters, but at the same time, if you're involved in a pitched battle here like this, there's going to be a big smile on these drivers' faces. This is what you want to have happen in a long race like this. You don't want a boring race. I've talked to so many drivers who finished on the podium and just say, yeah, it was a pretty quiet race. I would have liked some more battles. This is what you look for as a driver, just absolute elbows out, cut and dry battling. I guarantee you these three drivers are probably grinning through their teeth right now, but they're having a good time doing it.
And we're having a good time watching them do it, that is for sure. This has been one of the highlights of the last hour of racing, really. Towards the sharp end of the field, things fairly static. And this has been where all of the action has been, outside of the top 20. There are some other groups of cars inside the top 10 or so that are quite close together, but not as close as these three, and certainly not trading positions on a lap-by-lap basis as these three are doing. And McEwan, though, now over a second adrift of Florian Durkop. Has he maybe done enough now, do you think, DJ, to do what Chris Warner wasn't able to do and break away from this battle?
Well, at this point, I think he is in good position. We normally look to about 1 to 1.2 seconds being that optimal range to be within the draft and to be able to break out of it. So that's going to be good for Florian Durkop here at this point. But McEwan can try to close back in. He's going to have to do it through some of the twisty bits, I think. And the other thing he's going to have to worry about here is Warner coming up behind him. Is there you see that closing distance from the number 47. This is going to have to be a late move if he goes for it. He doesn't. That's going to be good news for McEwan. That means he's going to be able to focus in on the road ahead of him, and he's going to be able to try to pull in. Now, the other problem they're going to have to deal with is Durkop is getting a little bit of a toe off of that driver in front of him, and so that's going to help him actually try to extend that advantage a little bit more. And it may be goodnight Gracie here for Florian Durkop.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Florian Durkop is putting in some good lap times right when he needs to try and escape from this other pair of battling drivers behind him. They work their way through towards the end of another lap. Things just temporarily starting to settle down. They may all be about to gain a place though, because the number 76 car, which was the next one ahead of them, has just pitted. So Matthias Weber into the pit lane. I think he will drop behind this group. You can just see him on the left of shot, actually stationary in his pit box. So for whatever reason, the 76 car is in. If it's a scheduled stop, it's a little bit early, although we are marching towards the end of another hour. So I suppose if there's somebody who did have to make a slightly earlier first pit stop of the race, that has a knock-on effect throughout the rest of the race, and you sort of remain off sequence. Therefore, DJ, do we expect this car to once again sort of begin the pit cycle at the front of the field?
Yeah, this is the one that I would be looking at to try to come in here. I think we probably still have a minute or two before we see Pfeffer come on in, but because of that early strategy and that early pit entrance for this Unicorns of Love number 14, I think they're going to want to come down into pit lane. There's no real reason here at this point for them to stay out on track if they want to try to continue to go for an undercut. Rodriguez is about 14 seconds ahead of them, and the number 10 is about 5 seconds behind them. We're hearing at about the 55-minute mark is when they may be coming in, so that could give us a little bit of an indication here as to what the strategy is for this number 14 Unicorns of Love team.
Yeah, and that means that each stint they've been doing has been about 55 minutes long. They must have extended at some points, otherwise they would have been in by now, so that's roughly what they're looking at. And that sounds like they have committed to that strategy pretty early in the day, really, because most of the other teams, certainly the two cars ahead of them, they've been going as long as they can. They are putting a full tank of fuel in every time and draining the tank completely, so their stationary time in the pit lane might be a little bit longer, but they're able to go a bit longer with each stop, and that for me, DJ, is the preferred strategy. That's what I would rather do, because it means that that final pit stop of the race should be shorter than the likes of car number 14, which are pitting early every time. If you can stretch each stint to 65 minutes, for example, then that means your final pit stop, you might only have to put about 35 minutes worth of fuel in, and that can be a big advantage at a crucial time.
It can be a massively huge advantage for them. The flip side of that being with Pfeffer is that they're going to be hoping to take out each and every little bit of that over the course of the running rather than getting a big gain at the end of the race. Now, it's working out pretty well for them here at this point, but I think their real battle that they're going to be watching on is going to be that number 55 Williams Esports team. That is the real battle that they are going to be in, so we're going to have to see how that affects itself. There is the car that we're talking about, Igor Rodriguez. That's the one that they're battling with. So if Pfeffer's able to make that work, and again, take those seconds out each and every lap, or each and every stint, rather than getting a big chunk at the end, that's where it's going to have to play. We're going to know if that strategy starts to work here, I think, pretty much when these two come out of pit lane this time around. That's when we're going to know if it's going to work out. Right now, it doesn't look like it's playing out for Pfeffer, but still, we're going to have this run to pit stops to really help us figure it out.
Yeah, and Pfeffer does also need to worry a little bit about Triton racing behind, because it's been a decent stint this for Tushkovic in 4th place, and Mateus has been sort of matching Tobias Pfeffer, if not slightly quicker on average. The gap is down to 5 seconds, look, this time around. So Mateus Tushkovic in car number 10, looking strong here, closing in slightly on Pfeffer. It's about a $125 difference in prize money between finishing 3rd and 4th, so well worth pushing for here for Tushkovic. And this is a car, DJ, that I certainly didn't have on my sort of podium predictions coming into the race, certainly based on what we saw yesterday evening, but they have crept themselves into contention. They haven't, so far, made any major mistakes, and a good stint here from Mateus is bringing them right into podium contention.
Right into the battle here, and this is a little bit of what we talked about. They may not have had the perfect qualifying setup. They may have made a little bit of a mistake in qualifying there to see them put themselves into position, but if you're able to find a good rhythm out on track, a good steady way around, and just feel out how everything goes, you'd be amazed at how the race can really come into your own here. It's really, really great stuff for them, and I think you're right, especially depending on how that pit stop strategy plays out for the number 14 Unicorns of Love team. We could see Triton into a very fierce battle with them by the end. Another car that surprised me and doing very, very well. Remember, these guys were up in the top 5 in qualifying yesterday. The SMP Esports entry right now, they're holding on to 5th place, and they don't have that too far to go to catch up to the number 10, so they could be looking at a podium as well.
Yeah, remember that it was Mikhail Statsenko who qualified this car and sensationally got into the top 5 Super Pole session by the skin of his teeth. He only registered 1 lap time in that 3rd qualifying session yesterday and was able to go fastest with that lap time. A 152.6 was the lap time that got him in, but sadly not quite able to get onto the front row of the grid for the race today. They have slipped outside of the top 10 now, but as you can see, they do have decent pace and are only 4 seconds behind Tuskovic. So yeah, you're right, this gap is also coming down. We could be in for a particularly close scrap here for the final podium position. We're still 2 hours away from the flag, but those gaps from 3rd, 4th and 5th places are shrinking, and that's exactly what we as neutrals want to see going into the final third of the race.
Exactly. We want small gaps. We want good racing. That is what we want to see from these drivers, and it certainly is starting to play into that. It's exactly what you want to see at the end of an endurance race such as this. There's no worse feeling in the world than seeing the top 5 gaps starting to separate out, and the fact that they're starting to reel their way back in, it just amps up the excitement, amps up the pressure here as we tech out the SOP Esports racing machine with Riley Murdoch trying to make a move on the number 977 Porsche.
Indeed so. Through senior corner they come then. Riley Murdoch in the number 100 car trying to defend this position then. Right behind him the 977, and that is being driven by Patrick Pignon, and he is looking to try and break 1 place further up. Now, I said that the prize pool extends all the way down to 20th place. Well, from 16th to 20th is the same prize money, so in order to get up into the next sort of prize bracket, you need to try and break into the top 15 really. So both of these drivers keen to gain a position for sure, but really big picture wise looking to try and make a few more positions if they can, but they're a long way behind Luke Whitehead in 17th place, who in turn is probably about 15 or 16 seconds behind Carpenter, it is, in the number 11 car, which occupies that 15th place for now. So they come across the start-finish line then. We race towards the end of the 4th hour of the Paul Ricard 6 hours then here, this SimGrid VCO World Cup event, and we now start really looking towards the end of the race. The penultimate round of pit stops beginning shortly, I would imagine. We've had a couple of cars further down the order making their way into the pit lane. Interestingly, none of the front runners, and really interestingly, DJ, Tobias Pfeffer not in. So are they now starting to try and extend those stints a little bit into the end of the race, taking advantage of the fact that Tobias is running a competitive pace?
I think they might be, and I think it may be a little bit of an issue where they saw that that strategy is just not going to play itself out, and now that they want to just merely get to the end of the race by the time everything comes into play. So we'll have to see exactly what it is. We do have plenty of times for everybody. It looks like we've got a penalty being issued, the number 87 machine being issued a track limits penalty. That's Quantum Racing team in the BMW, so that's going to be a tough break for them. But yeah, in terms of that 55, I think they're coming back to the normal strategy. Is now we have hit just about the 2-hour mark, so they should be able to make it on just 2 more pit stops.
Yeah, that should be the case then for everybody now. We move into these last 2 hours. The one good thing about the GT3 cars, certainly on ACC, is that it is roughly an hour per tank of fuel, so that sort of simplifies the strategy. You have a little bit of variation you can make upon how much fuel you are putting in if you do want to try and stick to an hour. If you want to try and extend, as we've mentioned, you can choose whether or not to change tyres as well. Although I'd imagine they're all choosing to do exactly that during this race. They have been helped a little bit though, DJ, by the time of day, because this race, funnily enough, we've been talking about Bathurst quite a lot. It started in Bathurst 12-hour fashion, didn't it? Starting about an hour or so before the dawn. It is still only 8 o'clock in the morning in sim time. The race will finish at 10 o'clock in the morning, and that is good news because it means that the track temperature won't yet have got to its absolute hottest, and that does just help the drivers a little bit when it comes to time management.
Yes, it does. And as we continue to work our way in these final 2 hours, it's really only going to be up until about 10:30 that the race will get done. And so that means this track temperature will stay nice and cool, and these tires are going to be working within that optimal temperature and air pressure windows. You've talked about many a times the air pressure in the tires, really the crucial thing on how these tires are simulated on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And so that does mean that these drivers, it's just one less thing they have to worry about. They're not not going to have to worry about the tires. They're going to be able to just drive the car the way they want to. Now, that's not to say that you don't have to watch out for tires a little bit. You still have to be cognizant of them. You can't be driving the car ragged for the entire stint, but it's just a little bit less that you have to worry about.
Yeah, exactly, and this really the optimal time for track conditions. It's bright, it's dry, visibility is good, the temperatures haven't gone too high, but they're high enough that you're generating good grip pretty quickly once you leave the pit lane, so pretty much perfect conditions for racing, and hopefully that continues into these final couple of hours of the race. Interesting looking at the lap times of our leading 3 cars. In fact, really our leading 5 or 6 cars, they're all lapping within a tenth or so of each other. So although the number 15 car does have a clear pace advantage early in the stint, that was a bit close for comfort for Tobias Pfeffer as he negotiated the lapped Lamborghini, just avoided any significant contact. Yeah, although there is a clear advantage for car 15 in the first half of the stint, actually through the second half it does look like the others are pegging them back, and Igor Rodriguez in particular lapping regularly within a tenth or so of Bastian Richter's lap times now, whereas he was dropping at least half a second through those first 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, starting to lose a little bit of time there, but now it just looks like it's starting to go away from him here at this point. And I've got to go back to the point that I think I heard Lewis make before we jumped onto the broadcast here, Andy. If I'm in that Williams Esports Chill Blast team, I don't know if I'm necessarily opposed to trying to pop Darren McCormick back into the car. We've seen his outright pace. We've seen how quick he is, and he almost had that lead before they came into pit lane. So I think here maybe on this pit stop, if Dari's feeling up for it, I wouldn't be out of, I wouldn't necessarily throw out the possibility of putting him into the car.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I was listening to Lewis as he was theorising about this as well, and I really do agree with him, because there is no room for ego in a team sport, and this, GT endurance racing is a team sport. You're sharing the car with at least 1, maybe 2 other drivers, and okay, if one of those drivers is a little bit slower, well, I'm sorry, but you need to prioritise your strategy around the drivers who are capable of doing the job. Now, Igor Rodriguez is doing a good job, don't get me wrong, he's still about the 2nd or 3rd fastest driver on the track. The trouble is that he's consistently slower than the 1 car that's ahead of them. If they can put Darren McCormack back in when he is within 10 seconds or so of the race lead, he might well be able to bring that down. Obviously there will be minimum and maximum driver times to take into consideration as well, but if they can give Dara an extra stint over one of the other drivers, I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. You've got to work that strategy around the best driver for the best time of the race, and right now they need that gap to be going down, not up.
Yeah, very much so, and that gap just continues to climb here for them, and that's not what they want to see, and it's not what we want to see here either. We want to see these gaps come down and see a very, very close battle up for the lead of the race. That's really and truly what we are hoping to have here at this point, but we will have to see how that plays out as we jump on board here with TF Racing number 41. Now, they've got a little bit of a battle up ahead of them. Noble in the number 4 Lexus, certainly close, and Burst Esports are going to have their hands full before we know anything, I think.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case. On board with Janis Chaldakis then as he heads towards the first corner, the TF Racing BMW, and the Greek driver who's been a regular in events like this for quite some time. Inside that all-important top 20 and closing in on Mike Noble in the Lexus. 2 of the Lexuses, Lexi perhaps, are inside that top 20, with Karppinen now having taken over, taken over the number 11 car at the most recent pit stop. We are getting more pit stops as well toward the sharp end. Tobias Pfeffer is in, so too the number 77 car of Sven Hettich, and Pfeffer rejoining the track in 8th position. That is significantly higher up the order than he rejoined at the end of the last pit stop, DJ, and that's just because he's pitted a little bit later. A few other cars behind him have pitted, and that really is another big selling point for me of these longer stints, because you're less likely to drop back into traffic that is stuck on older tyres, that is slower than you anyway, and that ultimately will just hold you up.
Exactly, and we talked about it a little bit before. Very difficult to get a pass done in Sector 1 and in Sector 3 on this track. Really the area, there's one great area to be able to get a knockout surefire move, and that's going on the Mistral Straight, and you really and truly don't want to put all of your eggs into that basket if you're driving around. You want to try to be able to pass as many cars as possible, and getting held up is just going to serve to slow you down a little bit. That's not going to be the best run, so we're going to have to see what they are able to make now. If you're able to come out in clean air, put down some good lap times, be able to get yourself ahead, I think that's going to play out well for Pfeffer. And obviously a little bit on the shorter side, or a little bit here on the early side as compared to the leaders, but that's a result of him pitting earlier on. So still very, very good running there for them. And I wanted to bring back and talk a little bit about the Lexi that are in the field, these Lexuses. I'm very, very pleased to see some healthy representation by this car. This isn't a car that we normally see here in ACC. It's kind of one of those that you have the token Lexus in the car every now and again, or in the field every now and again, but seeing 3-4 of them in the field like this, really, really a nice breath of fresh air.
Yeah, not the newest of GT3 cars by any means, and as we've said, not really the most competitive in real-world competition, but within the sim, with the right balance of performance applied, it's capable of being pretty competitive. We've seen them running right near the front of races in the not-so-distant past. Jakob Osterman, by the way, has just pitted the Wipperman Racing Lamborghini with that 10-second track limits penalty to serve, but I think he was also handed a driving standards penalty of the same length, and so he will drop well outside of the top 10 as a result of that. But Tobias Pfeffer, who stays on board the Unicorns of Love BMW for another stint, is now looking to try and maximise these fresh tyres, maximise the clean air that he has fallen into. He was, what, about 13 seconds, I think he was, behind Igor Rodriguez at the time of the pit stops, and he is looking to try and close that gap down, if at all possible, by virtue of this earlier stop.
Yeah, hoping to be able to close that down, and I think that's going to be very, very crucial for them. As you see, able to come out in clean air, just that Aston Martin ahead of him. He's going to be able to cycle his way back up forward, and we've spent a lot of time talking about the battle between the 55 and the 15, but I don't think we can count out this number 14, especially with the times that we're seeing Tobias Pfeffer put in. It's very consistent. It's very good laps there for them, and so it's just exactly what they need here at this point, just to be consistent. And I think looking at the team game as well, they need to be trying to put as much pressure to the back of the Williams Esports number 55 as possible, so that they've got to be looking in the rear view mirror and they're not able to go in full attack mode on their sister car, the number 15, up in the front of this field.
Yeah, number 15 continuing to lead, 128 laps in the book. There is Bastian Richter, who's not that far away, I would imagine, from the next pit stop. Worth making a note, actually, of when this car and when car 55 do make this stop, because it is their penultimate time in, and if they continue to stretch it to 65 minutes each stint, then we can sort of begin to predict when their last pit stop will be, and how much shorter it may end up being than the likes of the number 14 car, which we know will likely have to put a fair bit more fuel in. Alberto Garcia has just brought the number 21 Lamborghini in as well, but generally speaking, the BMWs that have this stranglehold on the field right now likely to stay out for a few more laps. There is Bastian, hard at work as he comes out of the final corner, eyes forward, no intention of pitting just yet, and it is a laser focus that he is showing as he monitors everything going on around him. The pressure on Bastian's shoulders right now, though, pretty immense, because he's in a really strong position. Obviously, they are, I think, still the clear favourites to win this race, but there are still so many things that can go wrong and that can change that narrative, and it really is down to Bastian to complete this stint cleanly. If he is handing the car over, hand it over with this 8-second lead still intact, and then he will have done his job as well as he can.
Yeah, he certainly will. And speaking of swapping over there, we've got a little bit more information about the number 55. As Lewis was maybe speculating beforehand, trying to put Dari back into the car, Dari McCormick back into that number 55 Williams. It looks like he is really only able to do one more stint, courtesy of driver limits. They are limited, each driver is limited to 190 minutes of drive time. So Dari McCormick will be able to do one stint. And I think for that Williams Esports machine, I think what that's going to mean here is I would take a look, maybe thinking about Tinko van der Velde, maybe thinking about Igor Rodriguez, keeping them in for one more stint. And then I would not be surprised if we see Dari McCormick going in that final stint, be the anchor stint to try to chase down this number 15 Unicorns of Love team. Now, the obvious counter to that is that the Unicorns of Love will have to respond to it, and they'll know that that move can be coming, and they'll know that Dari McCormick has got speed, so that's where the strategy game starts to come into play. Who do you want to put in this car with an hour left to go to be able to fight Dari McCormick for the race victory?
Yeah, it's a gamble either way, I think, for Williams Esports. If they put Dara in now, they are gambling that he will be able to get the lead during this next stint and hopefully build a bit of a gap. Now, that is certainly not a guarantee, but if you can put him in within 10 seconds of the lead, I think it's a bit more likely than if you run another stint and you put him in 20 seconds off the lead. Does he have any chance of gaining 20 seconds in a stint? I would argue no, so I'm almost tempted to put him in now for that extra stint, give him the best possible opportunity of leapfrogging this number 15 car, and then put it in the hands of the last driver to defend the lead. It's easier to defend a lead, I think, than it is to suddenly find pace that just hasn't been there all day to close in on car 15. So I don't know what they'll do. We'll find out very shortly, but I do think there's a strong argument. You want to get the track position and then worry about the pace afterwards. If you give Dara too much of a gap to try and close, then even he will struggle.
Yeah, very, very true. You need to try to manage that gap, manage it as much as possible. And that's going to be the crucial part here, to just keep an eye on what these teams decide to do. As we take a little bit of look farther back in the field, the standard bearer for the Lamborghini, leading a train of Lamborghinis as it was. Mesa Babin and Murdoch right now, 11th, 12th, and 13th. It's really where all these Lambos have cycled themselves out to.
Yeah, they have, haven't they? And Yuri Petrochenko, who's just taken over the 110 car, is only a couple of places back, although, of course, he has pitted in the not-too-distant past. In fact, I think the same is true of the others. Certainly, Mesa is new into the 21 Aspar team by Odok's car. There is not the real Andres Mesa, but his virtual counterpart steering away at the wheel. Certainly, the AI-generated driver looking a little bit calmer than Andres probably does wherever he is situated in his sim rig, but he's running strongly in 11th place. That will become a top 10, as you've said, once some others start to pit. We've just seen Shrepanin in the 488 BMW, and that temporarily promotes a McLaren into the top 5. Luca Losio in the number 27 car, the Jean Lacey Esports car, which I don't think I mentioned at any point over the course of the weekend, but that car running pretty well. Okay, it's in the top 5 because it hasn't yet stopped, but that is one of the more competitive non-BMWs, and another car, DJ, that hasn't been that popular as far as number of teams running it, but clearly is capable of running near the front.
Yeah, a very, very quick car, a very twitchy car to be able to run. It will want to step out on you. It does want to break away. The McLaren, obviously known for a little bit of what we like to call off-throttle oversteer, which is when you lift off of that throttle, that there is some oversteer that comes through the corners, and it can be very, very difficult to try to control. But given the right hands behind the wheel of the car, that car is devilishly quick. And I've seen many a time that it has absolutely played its card to perfection. And it really and truly is well, outside of everything else, it is just a gorgeous car to look at. I think one of the best looking cars here on Assetto Corsa, and always love to be able to see them up through the field, and often a favorite on a lot of circuits. I know when we've been to Bathurst, I know when we've been at multiple other tracks around the world that I've seen that car come out to play and do very, very well. A little bit surprised that we're not seeing it here more today. Again, I think a little bit like the Lamborghini, like the Porsche, that a lot of the teams that decided to run that BMW would probably have the McLaren as their fallback, as their default car, but they were able to just squeeze the extra 100th of a second or so out of that BMW and decided to go with that.
Yeah, the McLaren also has 25 kilos of ballast applied as part of the balance of performance, specifically because of what you were just saying. It's so good down the straights that they needed to sort of peg it back somewhere else, and that is generally, and I'm going to massively oversimplify this, I know, but generally speaking, that's kind of how the BOP works. If you take a car like the McLaren that is an absolute rocket ship down the straights, it's quite hard to peg it back down the straight. Yes, you can limit the power, but that actually makes the car handle differently as well. So better just to alter the handling, add weight to the car, stop it handling quite as well through the tight and technical stuff, so that it still has an advantage over everyone else down the straight, so that, you know, it can still remain competitive, and then vice versa. If you've got a car that handles particularly well, you perhaps start to take some power away from it down the straight. You generally go after the opposite of what its strength is, keep it with its strength, but try and peg it back in some other way. Manual pop there, pops up the inside into turn number 1 and negotiates, I believe, what was a back marker there. The Get Closer Racing BMW running in a strong 13th place for the time being, as we once again continue to monitor the situation at the front of the field, where still pit stops are not incoming, so it looks as though the leading contenders stretching at least an extra 15 minutes out of a tank of fuel, and potentially some more to come.
Yeah, they're really making it work here. I'm pretty impressed to be able to see this kind of fuel mileage, and what this is going to really do. What the most crucial thing is that when they finally do come down into pit lane, we can then take about another 65 minutes off of that. And so that means, as you were saying earlier, Andy, that last pit stop is going to be nearly a splash and dash for these drivers. It's going to be very, very quick for the drivers up the front of the field. And that means that that pit stop is going to be in, out, and go. And so I think for some of these drivers, we may, as a result of that, see the driver change take place here if there is to be a driver change in this penultimate stop, because doing the driver change is going to take time, and if you're just coming in for a splash and dash, it may not come back to play. Now, the other thing to keep in mind here is that because of how quick that fuel stop is going to be in the last round, we may see some drivers trying to double stint on these tires to try to make them last as long as possible, because you want to minimize the amount of time you're going to spend down in pit lane. And so that's going to throw another wrench into the works here for the strategy for all of these teams and drivers.
Yeah, that becomes easier as well the longer you are stretching these pit stops. If you're stretching it to the point that your final stint is only 35 minutes or so, then you obviously don't have to go as long on that set of tyres. A double stint becomes an hour and a half as opposed to a full 2 hours, so that is a big difference. We've just seen Luke Whitehead dive for the pit lane in the Veloce Ferrari, Babin in the Lamborghini as well, and there Tobias Pfeffer, who is running up in 4th position now. Alexander Smolia has just pitted too, so this is significant. Pfeffer about to move back into 3rd place, but really that just leaves Richter and Rodriguez. Those two cars, not only have they got the pace on the rest of the field, DJ, but they also have the better fuel strategy. I think they're stretching it longer, and that really is demoralising for everybody else. If you are stuck on the short pit stop plan, the one thing you would hope for is that perhaps you'll have some pace advantage on the track to peg back the leading two. That is not the case. They're going quickly, they're lasting a long time before pit stops, and that is going to make them very, very difficult to catch.
Yeah, it's going to make it very difficult to catch, and I think demoralizing is definitely the right term to use, as they certainly not going to want to have that happen, as there we see the Unicorns of Love team promoted back up into, I believe, P3, courtesy of that pit stop from the 888 here, and so that means they're going to be up into that podium contention as they go. Ooh, a little bit of an issue there.
Yes, indeed. That is an all too familiar sight, unfortunately. A little bit of a lag issue, and we once again will try to get that resolved as soon as possible. Once more, it happens whilst we're on the mic, and once more it happens when things were just starting to liven up, and right in the middle of a pit stop sequence as well, which really is sort of the nightmare scenario. But we will, of course, try to resolve that situation as quickly as we can, and return to the racing action, where we were just over an hour away from completing the 6-hour race here at Paul Ricard, and we were just on the verge of expecting our top two cars to come in and make their penultimate pit stops of the race, where the lead gap had gone up to just under 10 seconds. But again, Igor Rodriguez really not doing a bad job through the second half of the stint on older tyres, seemingly able to match roughly the pace of race leader Bastian Richter, although his previous lap was about a second slower, perhaps got held up in traffic somewhere, but a decent stint this, I would say, DJ, for Igor. He was keeping that car in contention, and we are now back to the live pictures just as they pitted. It seems to happen every time these two cars come into the pit lane, but there goes the 15 car back out, and about 10 seconds later, the 55 car will follow.
Yes, they will. Keeping our eyes here to see if there is going to be a driver swap in either of those cars. Looks like Bastian Richter has stayed behind the wheel. Igor Rodriguez will have to wait until they cross over the timing loop to know for sure and to know exactly what that gap is going to be. I'm also going to keep my eye on what the gap with Tobias Pfeffer is going to be up to this number 55 Williams Esports Chill Blast machine. As there you can see he works his way through the first couple of corners, waiting for the timing loops to get triggered, and we'll be able to figure that out. But looks like some pretty good standard fare pit stops for the top two. Not seeing a lot of changes there for them. I think that's just about as perfect as they would like to have happen.
That is Pfeffer. That is Tobias Pfeffer, the next car behind Rodriguez. So that undercut for Tobias has worked a treat. He was 13 seconds behind before the pit stop cycle began. And by pitting that 10-15 minutes earlier, he has closed the gap to a second. So it's suddenly game on again for second place here. Tobias Pfeffer is almost within shooting range of Igor Rodriguez, who has dropped a couple of seconds in all of that as well. So not such a quick pit stop for Williams Esports Chill Blast. They have lost touch with the race leader completely now, and all of a sudden they're second place under attack too.
And now the plot thickens here for these drivers. Igor Rodriguez is now going to have to face with the pressure, and this is exactly what I talked about when I talked about the pressure being put from behind from the number 14 Unicorns of Love team. They want to try to be able to push this number 55 Williams, not only so they can secure a 1-2 and be able to walk away as a team with that honor, but it's also the fact here at this point that if they're able to put some pressure to the back of the 55, they're not going to let the 55 run up the road, and they're not going to be able to put the attack on the number 15. So the rear gunner here position, very, very important for the number 14 to play.
Yeah, for sure, and having started with a front row lockout, Unicorns of Love will very much want to finish it that way as well. They had control of the race in theory from the start, although the 14 car did slip back towards the tail end of the top 5 at one point, but they've clawed their way back into contention, and this has been a brilliant stint so far for Tobias Pfeffer. The flip side of all of this, of course, DJ, is that yes, he had the undercut advantage, assuming both of these cars took tyres, which I suspect they did. That undercut advantage now goes back the other way, doesn't it? Because Rodriguez now is on significantly fresher tyres. Yes, he's on a heavier fuel load, but it does look like he's got a little bit of pace over Tobias once more, who is not being dropped particularly, but can no longer get any closer than just over a second.
Yeah, and that second is absolutely crucial. That's where we're really going to see the draft come into play down the Mistral Straight. But now as they work their way through it, you see that gap start to expand a little bit more, and Tobias is going to be able to get, well, let's call it a hint of the draft in front of him, but he's not going to get enough to really make the move. And so I think here for Pfeffer, he has just got to try to push as much as possible. Igor Rodriguez, meanwhile, is doing exactly what he needs to do here. If he knows that that gap is over a second, that means he can breathe a little bit easier coming down the Mistral Straight. It means he'll breathe a little bit easier coming down through the corners. This is good news for Rodriguez. He needs to try to pull away as much as possible, but the only problem is that, again, when we come into that final pit stop sequence here for Tobias Pfeffer, I'm going to say here that they hold a few of the cards. We've seen that undercut work a treat, and if they try to do it again, it may just be enough to jump them ahead of that Williams Esports car.
Well, they will have little choice, really, but to do it again, because they are so far off sequence with the top two that they're inevitably going to make their final pit stop quite a bit sooner than the leaders do. They can probably stretch it just underneath an hour to go, but the others are going to be getting on for just a half-hour or 35-minute final stint, so it's then down to whether Williams Esports decide to react to that. I think Williams might be tempted to make an early pit stop here. Here's another alternative strategy for Williams. Pit Rodriguez early, and I'm talking, you know, in half an hour's time. Get into that fuel window to the point at which you can plug in Dara McCormack with a full tank of fuel, send him on his way. It'll be a short pit stop because they'll only have used just over half a tank of fuel, and that will give them the best possible opportunity, I think, to have a go at the number 15 car. So I would expect maybe a shorter stint here for Rodriguez if their plan is to try and maximise McCormack's drive time.
You know what, Andy? I like that strategy, and I like that strategy a lot. That is very, very good idea for him, and I think that may be the strategy that we see them employ, but we will have to see as we take a look there at Tobias Pfeffer. working his way now down the Mistral straight. That gap expanding about 0.6 of a second the last time we checked on him. There you see the communication back with the team, and that's going to be very, very crucial. Remember, most of these teams, they're bigger operations. They've got a dedicated race engineer. They've got a dedicated strategist on the box that is going to be running these combinations and permutations that we talk about here up in the booth. And so that is going to be absolutely crucial there for them. Let's take a look farther back in the field. This is Marco Jonkers right now working his way around. He's got a nice little battle in front of him with Noble in the number 4 machine. That's the Burst Esports car versus the West Competition Racing number 1.
That is right, the number 1 car then in 13th position right now, and looking to try and close in on Mike Noble. And in fact, neither of them are that far behind Yuri Petrochenko in 11th position in the 110 car. So I think I said that when they served their penalty, they'd drop a long way out of the top 10. That's not entirely the case. They are only 11th, and we'll find out in a moment at the end of Sector 1 what their gap is to the 77 car just ahead of them. 77 being driven by Manuel Pop in this stint. I think this is a double stint for him as well, heading towards the closing stages, and Petrochenko about 15 seconds adrift of him, and lapping actually half a second slower than the BMW on the previous lap as well. So 11th, I suspect, is where that car will stay for the time being. Marco Jonkers then heads down the Mistral straight. I think he is starting to close in on Mike Noble now. Yeah, 1 second the gap, and Mike Noble, who's had success here on the SimGrid, certainly in the past at the wheel of Aston Martins, might now have to turn to defence to try and keep the number 1 car behind.
Yeah, I think he will at this point, but we will have to see. Again, plenty of time here left to go in this race. A little bit of a wide run there for Jonkers coming down off of Cian as he's able to get the car underneath him. That gap resolutely holding at about 1.1 seconds here. Gotta say, I like that color of green. That's not normally a color you see here in the racing world, that particular shade of green, but a good livery there on that number 1.
It's reminding me of something. I've spotted this car a couple of times. It is reminding me of a classic real-world racing livery, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. It's a green, that sort of dark, almost British racing green with the really dark red. There is a real-world racing team that either does or has used that livery, and I cannot remember. Anyone watching on YouTube who doesn't think I'm talking absolute nonsense, please do let me know what you think it is, because it's a very, very good-looking car for sure. And it is going pretty quickly at the moment, although the gap just out by a 10th or so in that final sector of the previous lap. So Marco Jonkers hops over the curb coming through turns 1 and 2. At the head of the field, though, the Unicorns of Love domination continues. It's a 12.2 second gap for Bastian Richter over Igor Rodriguez. Tobias Pfeffer is sort of staying within 1 to 1.5 seconds of second place as well. So things looking really good for Unicorns of Love. And we can perhaps, in a moment or two, find out exactly how they've arrived at this point, because having started on the front row of the grid, they haven't had a particularly straightforward time. But when it matters, DJ, Unicorns of Love are getting towards the front of the pack, and we can perhaps have a chat now with their team manager, I believe, to find out exactly how things are going.
Yeah, hello.
Indeed, Renee. Yeah. Go ahead, Andy.
No, that all good. Yeah, Renee, I think, is here and can have a chat now with DJ.
Yeah, there we go. Renee, looking pretty good for you here. P1 and P3 as they run. You've got to be feeling pretty confident here, I think, as we close in on the final stages of the race.
Yeah, I mean, compared to yesterday, it's still a bit unlucky because we wanted to keep the first and second position, but the first stint was very tough for Tobias because the Lambo and the BMW were in a pretty close fight to us, so we lost a bit of time there with Tobias, and trying to close the gap to the front, but Bastian is doing a perfect job there. We have a 12 seconds lead, and we are really proud of our car at the moment.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the strategy you're employing here with Tobias Pfeffer. I obviously don't want you to give us full details. I know you can't, but the undercut strategy seems like it's working out relatively well for you. You were able to come very, very close to the back of that Williams car after the last pit stop. Is that strategy playing well? Do you see it bearing fruit by the end of the race?
I mean, we needed to pit early in that first stint because we had so much damage, and the fight was very intense and aggressive, and both drivers were bumping each other a lot. So we wanted to get out the aggression, wanted to pit early, gaining some time because we knew that the tire drop is pretty huge on this track. So we pitted early, went again with Tobias Pfeffer doing a double stint, and he was gaining a lot of time. We were getting a bit into the lead, but we didn't repair. We had like 8 seconds of damage, so we needed to carry the damage a bit and decided to repair the damage later when Grunewald went on the car. So we lost a bit of time there, even with the undercut, and that's what we have right now. So we need to pit earlier all the time, so other cars can gain at the end of our stint, which you can see like in every stint, and because of the repair we are like now 14 seconds behind, which is a bit unlucky, but I think the undercut was necessary to get in front of the other BMW, and now at least we are in P3 again, and I think this is the best outcome we can have right now.
Well, it sounds like it's a pretty optimistic and happy view within the team. I mean, what's the overall general mood with the drivers? Are you guys feeling good here at this point, or is it very much a sort of cross your fingers and don't jinx anything?
I mean, 2 drivers are in a good mood, 2 drivers don't. So Bastian is feeling very confident right now. He's doing like the best times on the server right now and is doing a great job. But Niklas was also driving on the cars, not that confident, a little bit off pace to Bastian, still doing a good job. But when you have like Bastian on the car doing like the best times on the server, you are feeling a bit moody. So I think also the same goes for Grunewald. I mean, Tobias Pfeffer is doing a great job to get back, doing such good times, and Grunewald is a few tenths off to him, and feels a bit worried to not close the gap. But still, I mean, we are on a different strategy, and we are always a bit off to the other teams on the new tires. So in terms of the drivers, I think half of the drivers are good, and the other drivers are, I wouldn't say they're worried or something, but they want to do the same pace like everyone does. So that's the situation. From my perspective, I'm very happy. I mean, we started from 1 and 2, so the best outcome would be 1 and 2 in the race, but we need to stick to the situation. We had some trouble in the first stint, and I mean P3 would be awesome if we can carry that home, but still a long time to go. And we know that endurance races can carry some special moments, unexpected moments. But I'm sure if we keep going like this, if our drivers doing the job they need to, I'm very confident that we will carry the double podium home.
Well, we wish you all the luck in the world with that. Do you guys have any, concerns about that tire wear and being on the offset strategy that may leave you open to an attack from behind, or are you pretty much all focused on trying to secure that one too?
I mean, Blaya is a very good driver, especially their team are very good, so I'm not worried. It can happen that they can attack us in the end, but I think with the strategy we are going, we should be good defending the 3rd position. But from there I don't think we can go on to P2. So we just need to trust Tobias Grunewald and Tobias Pfeffer that they manage that. But I'm very confident.
Well, we appreciate the confidence, and we appreciate the honesty there that you're giving, Renee. I know you're very, very busy right now. Thank you for jumping into the booth with us. It's been an absolute pleasure, and good luck in the final hour and 25 minutes of this race.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Andy, that was Renee Severt there, the team manager for Unicorns of Love. Some interesting stuff there, obviously put on the back foot as a result of that damage taken earlier on, but seems like they're managing pretty well, and as you heard, some relatively upbeat feelings there from the team.
Yeah, they've certainly bought back into the fight, haven't they? The trouble is that Tobias Pfeffer's pace has suddenly dropped off a cliff to the point that I was briefly concerned that he had a a moment and some contact out there, but looking at the lap times, it's just a gradual loss of pace, around about half a second a lap at the moment. He is dropping to Igor Rodriguez, who is gaining on Bastian Richter. That gap is down to 11 seconds now. It was closer to 13, 14, I seem to remember at one point. So Igor Rodriguez suddenly going more quickly. Now, there are a couple of reasons that could be, DJ. One, he's just getting quicker with the more laps he runs. That makes sense, right? The team are not that familiar with the BMW after all, and so the more track time they have, the quicker they will inevitably get. I also wonder whether perhaps there's something going on with fuel, or they've just told him not to manage the tyres as much because they know that this was going to be a shorter stint. Now, I don't think that they short-fueled him because he would have gained time in the pit stop rather than losing it, but I think he's just been let off the leash here. He's been told, don't worry about saving the tyres. You have got to get that gap down to give your teammate, Dara McCormack, the best chance possible to close in when he gets in the car in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's probably right about that, and we'll have to see if that does indeed play out for him. But I think it's just a combination of a lot of factors there that saw him fall back down through the order. But we've heard the confidence there out of Renee, and so I think that confidence is warranted. Although, definitely being wary of the fact that they may not have the outright speed to be able to close on in. We've got a good battle on our screen, though. Here, Marco Yonkers closing down on Noble up in front of him and trying to see if he's able to close in on Mike. Again, this one of those Lexuses, the standard bearer up in the field.
Yeah, he's been trying to catch Mike Noble for quite a while. We first joined this battle about 10-15 minutes ago, and it was about 1 to 1.5 seconds, the gap, and it's now finally come down to the point at which Marco Yonkers might be able to have a go. He's not going to make a move through this final sector, I don't think, although the very final corner is a possible overtaking opportunity if you're feeling really, really brave on the brakes into turn 15, which is the next right-hander coming up. Then you can make a bit of a block pass, but he was too far back from that and just outbraked himself slightly, missed the apex there, and that loses you time not just through the corner, but also out onto the next straight. You really want to be taking the shortest route through that corner, straighten the car up, get on the throttle down the straight as quickly as possible, and that's not what Marco was able to do. So for the time being, he stays in behind the Lexus of Mike Noble in this ongoing fight for 12th.
Yeah, going to keep that going along here. And again, good pace there out of the Lexus to be able to keep ahead. And I wonder here at this point if we're seeing Yonkers maybe doing a little bit of fuel saving. That's something that we haven't really talked about, but you are able to do that quite a bit down the Mistral Straight, just lifting and coasting, letting the draft pull you along. And as we get into that closer and we get into this final pit stop window, which should technically be opening in about 15 minutes time, that will mean that fuel saving is going to come into play, because the more fuel you are able to save, the longer you're able to go in the stint, and that means the less fuel you're going to have to put in the car. So if he's able to do that, that may be what we're seeing out of the number one. And if that's the case, I like that strategy from him. I like that mental call to really be thinking down the road about it. And so that'll be a good run here for him. But again, the gap at about 0.4 of a second, not close enough to do it. And I think he did lift a little bit going down the straightaway there.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, just trying to save the fuel, keep himself the perfect distance back from the car ahead, and he will pick his moment to attack as and when he sees fit. Here is another battle going on. Jaroslav Honzik further down the order than we're used to seeing him in the number 42 Veloce Ferrari, and under pressure now from Aidan Walsingham in the Visceral Esports Lamborghini, which is closing all the time down the Mistral Straight, but not quite close enough, I don't think, to get up the inside line into Senior. There is Aidan at work and turning his way through the right-hander, that really quick right-hander, and up towards the turn 9-10 sequence. And yeah, that 42 Ferrari, DJ, that qualified inside the top 5, had a bit of a nightmare in that Super Bowl session, but I thought would be able at least to hang on to a top 10. But every time we mention them, they seem to be a couple of spots further down that timing tower.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like it's necessarily going the way that Veloce would like to go here today, and now finding themselves under pressure from the Visceral Esports number 44. And I've got to say, the Lamborghini looking very, very fierce as we take a look at Alden Walsingham right now. good runs through the corner. That Lamborghini looking very, very quick through the twisty bits on the track right now. Even taking a little bit of a peek to the inside there, and I think that really goes to show you there that number 44, Aiden, certainly trying to be a little bit of aggressive. I think they know that the 42's had a rough day here at the office, and they're trying to see if they can maybe elicit an error out of him, and that's what we're seeing with that little bit of a poke to the inside going into turn 1.
There is a very real danger here that Veloce could drop out of the top 20 because the gaps behind this pair are not that massive either. Marco Bischoff is only 5 seconds back. We know that he's quick. And then the number 100 Lamborghini of Bauer in 20th, only a few seconds further back as well. So Jaroslav Honzik needs to be careful. The Ferrari really did not look good over the curbs through that last sequence of corners. And I think that Walsingham's a little bit closer this time. Absolutely no change on his facial expression, but he will know that he's going to have a chance to go on the attack here. Closes on the Ferrari, pulls to the right-hand side. Jaroslav knows there's absolutely no point defending that. The Lamborghini will go through, and Visceral Esports up to 17th.
Up into 17th, and you see this little bit of a close in behind there for Veloce, but it's not going to be enough for them to be able to go. And yeah, just bad days continuing for Veloce Esports, the standard bearer for the prancing horse here, and it may be an issue where that Ferrari is just not suited to the track nearly as much as Veloce would have wanted them to be. And as you said, with Bischoff there, only about 5 seconds behind and just a tick under an hour and 20 minutes left to go in this race, it certainly is a situation where I could see them falling down to 19th, maybe even 20th, but very surprising is really the only word that I can put on it there. Veloce, not a team that I would expect to be saying, well, they're hoping for a top 20. That's normally a team that we see up in the top 10, if not the top 5.
And you might be wondering, if you're just joining us, where the other Veloce car is. Well, it never made it through the first lap because George Boothby in the 29 car that he shares with Maciej Malinowski was out at this very corner on the first lap of the race. So it really has been a nightmare day for the Veloce Esports team, and sadly it looks as though it's not getting any better anytime soon. Now, Marco Jonkers dropping away slightly now from Mike Noble, who's got a bit of a draft from the car ahead, which is on a different lap, I believe, to these two, and that just means that the West Competition racing car is fading a little bit. I've managed to figure out what this car reminds me of as well, and it's not identical, but it's a very similar livery, I suspect a tribute livery, to the Mazda 787B that won at Le Mans back in the 80s, and I'm ashamed of myself for not remembering exactly what year it was, but the Group B Mazda, which was sort of more of an orange and a green, but a similar pattern, and I think that is what it was reminding me of. Either way, one of the best looking cars on the grid, but he now has to try and negotiate a lapped BMW before he can even think about having an attack on Mike Noble again.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to be able to work his way forward. And I was thinking about the same thing as well, Andy. It's sort of a mix between that Mazda livery and almost a little bit of the Jaguar Formula One livery. It's sort of if the two of them had a love child together is what I would call that car. But right now, Jonkers just continuing to keep that battle ahead. There you see the Williams car getting out of the way, recognizing that that battle is taking place up ahead of them, as there they work their way up and around through turn 1 right now. The gap has expanded upwards of about 1 second, which means Marco Jonkers is going to have to do a little bit more work to try to keep himself up ahead, but we'll have to see if he's able to gain that gap back in on the Burst Esports car over Mike Noble, or if that breathing room is going to be just the recipe that Noble needs to be able to pull himself ahead.
Indeed so. Fidel Moreira there getting out of the way. Ryan Walker correcting me in the YouTube chat. It was 1991 that Mazda won the Le Mans 24-hour race, so proves how much I know, and I've worked in motorsport all of my professional career. That's slightly embarrassing, but there's always someone around on the internet to correct you if you're wrong, and believe me, if there was someone dedicated to correcting all of the mistakes that we make during commentaries, they'd be a very, very busy person indeed. But Marco Jonkers is now having negotiated the Williams Esports BMW, taking this very pretty number 1 car back on the charge as he tries to close in on Mike Noble. 1.1 seconds the starting point. The lead gap is back under 10 seconds now, by the way. Igor Rodriguez 9.8 seconds adrift of Bastian Richter at the end of the previous lap. Third position Tobias Pfeffer is not able to match their pace. He's 0.8 of a second slower than Rodriguez on the previous lap. So Pfeffer now, sadly, I think, starting to slip out of contention for a top 2 finish. Dominic Blyer runs in 4th position, and he's a further 13 seconds or so further back and lapping even slower than Pfeffer. Then it is Mikhail Statsenko who runs in 5th place, and he's been caught by Daniel Tillich, and that is the battle that we're watching here. So the 2 SMP Racing Esports cars, 888 and 878, about to meet on track. Really, all of the talk so far this weekend when it comes to SMP has been the 888 car, but Daniel Tillich doing everything he can to bring the 878 into the conversation as well.
Yeah, certainly is. And I'd be wondering here for these two right now if there's going to be a little bit of team tactics coming into play, if we may see a little bit of them hooking up together and trying to be able to potentially see what they can do. Now, I think they are in pretty good position as Bykov behind them is about 27 seconds behind, but Stanistenko finds himself about 8-9 seconds off of Dominic Blyer up ahead of him. We may want to see a little bit of team tactics, maybe a little bit of bump drafting. We've talked about that, or there has been that earlier on in the race before you and I jumped on, Andy. So we could see the two of them starting to work together here a little bit. I think, though, at this point in the race, it's probably all going to come down to just wanting to try to hold on to as good of a position as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if the 878 maybe gets released around them. And just as Daniel Costello is reminding me, these two were working together earlier on in the race for nearly 2 hours, so team tactics certainly in the rulebook here for SMP.
Yeah, I would be tempted to let the 878 through there because clearly Tillich has better pace right now than Statsenko, lapping about half a second minimum faster than his teammate. He's also lapping fractionally quicker than Dominic Blyer, who, as we've said, is only another 7 or 8 seconds further up the road. So I think it makes sense to release Daniel into that clean air and perhaps have Mikhail try and tag along with him. You want the quicker car in front to sort of tow along the slower car. There's no point keeping the slower car ahead because that's just going to hold everybody up. So I suspect that we will see the switch happen fairly imminently. Tillich, even if he's not waved through by Statsenko, I think he's got the pace to make the overtake anyway, and you can see the way that he's reeling him in now. 0.7 of a second it was at the end of the second sector of the lap, but just makes a little mistake there as he turned into the right-hander at turn 11 Beausset, and that will just drop him an extra car length or so. Several different lines you can take through that corner. In fact, that's kind of true of lots of these corners in the final sector, so what looks sometimes like a mistake can be salvaged.
Yeah, well, it's all really about this final sector on the track. They certainly, it leads into one other corner. It's one corner leading into another as they try to play. And so if you're able to take it in a little bit more, that means that you're going to compromise yourself for the entry for the next corner, but it may set yourself up in a better line for the next corner for them. It's a little bit of back and forth. It's all of that. It's all about compromising where you can compromise and getting the most speed out of where you can. As now we check in on David Taniza right now for the John Lacey Esports Academy, number 27, running here, trying to close down on Bykov up in front of him. The gap's only about 2.5 seconds, and it's starting to come down here by about 1/10, so certainly starting to look good here for David as this race continues on.
Yeah, the John Lacey Esports Academy car started the race down in 16th, so David Tanitza, who did qualify the car in 16th, on board it now 9 places further up than that. So it's been a really, really strong run this from the John Lacey Esports Academy team. There is a prize for most positions gained, I believe, in this race. So we have we've been monitoring that situation as the race has gone on. We'll try to see who is topping that leaderboard at the moment. I'm sure Michael Hamlet will have an update for us at some point, but prizes on offer for all sorts of things over the course of the 6-hour race. We gave away already $200 yesterday to our pole position team. There's also $200 for the team that sets the fastest lap. Well, that's one of the few things really that Vipperman Racing are going to be able to salvage from this race. The best overtake takes $200 as well, most positions gained, and the best social media post as well. So all of the teams out there, if you're watching, do get active on social media. You're helping us promote the event, but you could also net yourself an extra bit of bonus prize money at the end of what has been a grueling 6 hours.
Yeah, very much so. And I got to say, I love the idea of having those incentives out there for the drivers and for the teams there. It certainly adds to everything for them and makes the race feel a little bit more together. And anything we can do, obviously, to bring more eyeballs here into a race such as this is going to be a good thing. As we watch right now on board the Aspar Esports driver with Andreas Messa, again, taking a good look at that pedal cam down there for them. Watch as he works his way through these corners. You talked a little bit earlier, Andy, about how you've got to be very, very cautious on the throttle and the brake around here, and there you can see it just easing onto the throttle. A hard plant down there coming off of the final corner based off of just how slow of a speed you're going. Clearly, Andres knows just where to apply that throttle and just where to push a little bit as to not engage that traction control. Watch him here through the corners. You can see him trail braking, getting that Lamborghini turned around, but it's not nearly as much trail braking. I guarantee you, if we took this same look at a driver who's driving the BMW, it's going to be different. It's going to be different in the way that you trail brake these cars. These Lamborghinis tend to rotate a lot better. They tend to work their way through the corners a lot better. The BMW, you've got to lose a lot more of that left foot to really get the car to rotate and really get it to move through the corners in the way that you'd like it to. And it's just absolutely fascinating to be able to take a look at the pedal cams like this and be able to spot those differences.
Yeah, absolutely right, and it's one of the things that always amazes me about sim racers, this ability they have to jump from one car to the other. We've mentioned it a few times during the race, the amount of teams who have switched to the BMW specifically for this race, many of their drivers having never driven the new BMW, which hasn't been around at all for that long, and even less time on ACC. So that ability to jump into a car that is fundamentally different in the way that it drives is something that's really, really impressive, and I think that always goes to help sim drivers when they do, or if they do, make that transition into real-world racing, because actually a lot of real-world racing drivers do not drive the variety of cars that it's possible to drive on the sim, and that ability to transition from a front-engine GT car to a mid-engine GT car, even to a rear-engine Porsche GT car, is really impressive and something that the vast majority of us can't do.
No, I know I certainly can't do it, and I mean, well, granted, I can't drive a GT car well on any simulator, but there's a reason why I'm in the booth, and yeah, there's a reason why I'm in the booth and not down on the track right now. But yeah, the adaptability of these drivers never fails to amaze me, and let's not forget that, you know, they have to be able to do this on the fly, on that change. You know, you've got plenty of time to be able to prepare, but you need to be able to be fast in whatever car they throw at you, because you never know what the balanced performance is going to do. And so that ability to just sort of intrinsically know, okay, I'm switching from a front-engined BMW here that's going to have X characteristics. Now I'm going to jump over into the McLaren that's a mid-engine car. That means that's going to have to adjust the way I turn into the corner. That's going to adjust the way I have to brake. That's going to adjust how I am on the throttle. There's so many little things like that that really go in behind the scenes that sometimes you don't think about, but it just really separates these drivers out. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst my initial reaction to the way in which, as I've said, we've got so many BMWs on the grid is one of disappointment, because obviously we want more variety of car out there if possible, I do completely understand why they're doing it, and the more I think about it, the more I realise that there's a lot of skill involved in being able to sort of get your head around that new car, and we've seen it even over the course of the 6 hours. Drivers who perhaps at the start of the event were not fully warming up to the BMW are now starting to really show what they've got. We spoke, didn't we, yesterday evening, DJ, to Darren McCormack, who said he didn't really like the BMW. He said he didn't like the way that it braked, he didn't feel particularly comfortable at the wheel of it, and didn't expect to be getting into the top 5 shootout. Well, he was ultimately right, but he only just missed out, and in the race he has been consistently, when he's in the car, the fastest driver out there. So even over the course of this event, I think the really good drivers, they've been learning with every lap they turn, and it never takes them long to extract the maximum performance out of any car.
Yeah, exactly, and I think the biggest thing that you said there that I want to take away from it is the consistency, specifically in the BMW. You know, yesterday we heard it referred to as a tank. It's a very understeery car, and especially in such a tricky circuit like Paul Ricard, where you've got multiple changes in direction and all of that. Driving a little bit more of an understeery car is going to allow you to be more consistent in the way that you run it. It's going to allow you to know how the car is going to handle, and it's going to allow you to, frankly, push the car a little bit more. When you're driving one of those mid-engine or rear-engine cars like the Porsche, like the Ferrari, like the Lamborghini, there's going to be a little bit more unpredictability in the way the car is going to respond. And so by driving the BMW, you have a more planted platform under you. It may require a little bit more oomph, for lack of a better term, to throw into the corner, but having that predictability underneath you is really going to serve to be able to get you to get the most consistent lap times. And time again, we've seen that consistency is what matters in auto racing. I think it was Chip Ganassi that said at one point that I can teach a driver to be fast, I can't teach a driver to be consistent. And so he always looks for those drivers that are very consistent.
Yeah, for sure. That consistency, especially with endurance racing, absolutely vital piece of the jigsaw that you need to become the top team in an event like this. Now, interesting, this situation in front of the field. It's been interesting all race, really, but Igor Rodriguez, driving the stint of his life here, is now within 8 seconds of race leader Bastian Richter. We've had a question in the YouTube chat, which I think is quite a good question, and I'm going to pass this straight on to DJ so that he gets it wrong, not me. Do Williams take on a set of fresh tyres at the next pit stop to give Dara the best chance of catching and passing, considering Igor is pushing so hard right now? I've got my opinions, DJ. I'm going to let you go first, which I know is the coward's way out, but what do you think? Do they try and double stint these tyres knowing it's a shorter overall double stint than it normally would be, or do you think that Dara McCormack needs that fresh rubber?
I would say my gut instinct would be, say, take the gamble and try to go out on tires. You're probably not going to be looking at too much of a threat from behind, because that number 14 Unicorns of Love team, remember, is going to have to take a longer pit stop because of their short fill strategy as precipitated by the damage that they picked up. So you know you're not probably going to have the attack from behind that you need to worry about. So I would sacrifice that time, try to go onto the fresh set of boots and see if that can help you around. But I also understand the ability to maybe try to make it work. Now, Dare is a driver that can make it work on double-stinted tires, don't get me wrong, but I think you want to put as many bullets into the chamber as possible when you try to fire it off.
I'm glad you said that, because I agree 100%. I think they need the tyres. Working this out, basically, both 15 and 55, they're on the same strategy. We're watching, by the way, a really good battle here between Alex Radici in the number 53 BMW and the 255, which is the Aston Martin of Sasha Wassner. This is for 29th place, so forgive us if we're not getting super excited by it, but it is a good battle, and this 53 BMW has been in the thick of a few battles over the course of the race so far. We'll continue to watch that whilst we theorise about what's going to happen at the final pit stops, and the reason we're doing this is we expect perhaps Williams Esports to bring Igor Rodriguez in within the next 5 to 10 minutes. We are just about within the window now where if you pitted, you could make it to the end on fuel. So both of those top two cars pitted about half an hour ago. That means that if either one of them wanted to double stint tyres, it's about 90 minutes that they're asking those tyres to do, as opposed to 2 full hours as it would have been if it was somewhere in the middle of the race. So the one way of looking at that is, well, okay, the tyres aren't having to go that much longer, but assuming that the leading car, number 15, assume that they double stint the tyres, even if Williams do take on tyres and they lose a handful of seconds, they won't be that far back. The gap might be 10, 12, 13 seconds, but because of the job, DJ, that Igor has done in this stint to peg that gap back to just under 8 seconds, I think that allows them the flexibility. They're not forced into having to double stint to try and keep the gap down, because the gap has come down already during this stint.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right about that. Well, we watch Alex here trying to take another move around the outside as this battle continues on. But yeah, that strategy I think is exactly the way to play it. Is there the BMW is going to be able to get its way on by, and we are frankly going to have a little bit of a chance. I hear we've had problems with P6. It looks like P6 is in the wall here.
Drama. That is the Daniil Tillich SMP Racing Esports car now. They had been catching their team car, and look at So the timing tower, the gaps on our timing tower update by the sector. At the end of Sector 2, they were separated by 19 thousandths of a second, which means they were side by side. The next we see of that car, 878, it's been off the road and in the wall. Surely the SMP drivers haven't run into each other. We were just saying 5 minutes ago that they were probably going to work together. It was in their best interest to allow Tillich to come through. It looks as though perhaps that's not what happened. We'll try and dig out a replay, I'm sure, figure out what's going on, but Daniel Tillich has had to pit. He can at least make this his final pit stop of the race, but there is surely damage to be fixed, and that will likely take them out of contention.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to take them out of contention, out of the top 10 at least, potentially maybe even out of the top 15, top 20, depending on how big of a repair they're going to need on that car. But an absolutely monumental change here at the end of this final hour of the race. That is absolutely crucial there. And that's going to throw everybody off and around. We're also hearing that the number 87 machine has been given a drive-through penalty as a result of track limits. That is the Quantum Racing team. Not sure who's behind the wheel of the car right now, but they have been given a drive-through.
Well, the drama coming in thick and fast again. We've got an hour left to go, and I think this might give us some answers. So they're battling into Senior. Can't tell from this angle who it is that's in front, whether that's 888 or 878. Oh, and it's a rejoin from a car. A car had been off the road ahead of them, and having just got ahead of their teammate, Daniel Tillich had to take avoiding action and went off into the barriers only a few meters before the point at which Charles Leclerc deposited himself in the barriers not that long ago. And that was most unfortunate. At least it wasn't teammate contact, he says, trying desperately to clutch at straws. But that was not the best rejoin in the world, DJ, and it has cost the 878 car any chance of a good result.
No, it's not. And it's that was car 87. That's that Quantum Racing team that was given that drive-through for track limits. And dare I say here, Andy, I think they're going to be facing down another penalty and not too much longer, because that was an unsafe rejoin if I've ever seen one.
So I suspect that they picked up the track limits penalty by going off at Senior, had a spin, and then on the rejoin is when they've got in the way of the SMP car. So a comedy of errors there, really, for the 87 car. And yes, they will not be particularly popular within the SMP camp. That promotes Vipperman Racing back into the top 10 now. Yuri Petrochenko into 10th position. He's 1 second clear of Mike Noble, who has pulled a 4.7 second gap over Yonkers now in the number 1 car. So that gap has shot out as Mike Noble has shown some really impressive pace here in the second half of the stint.
Yeah, he certainly has, and at this point, I think for Mike Noble, it was just a matter of breaking away from that pressure from behind. Once he was able to release himself from it and get onto the road and get to, frankly, driving without having to look in his rearview mirror, you just saw how well he was able to run, and so that's a good move there for them. We now take a look at Igor Rodriguez in that number 55 Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and they're going to come down into pit lane early. Surprising here from the Williams camp.
Well, kind of what we expected, isn't it? Get Dara McCormack in as soon as possible. It's a short stint for Rodriguez, who, by the way, I know we've been saying all of these amazing things about Dara McCormack, but Igor Rodriguez, man of the match as far as I'm concerned for Williams Esports, because he has just put in a fantastic stint. Yes, he didn't have to worry about the tyres. They may well have put a bit less fuel in at the previous pit stop, but that was a perhaps definitive stint, because it has put them right back in the fight. They were within 7 seconds of the race leaders when they pitted, and this pit stop will get them to the end. Now, we don't expect car 15 in, potentially, for the best part of another half an hour, or another 20 minutes or so. We know they've got at least 20 minutes more fuel in the car, but the question now, DJ, is whether or not they feel the need to react to that pit stop, come in, get some fresh tyres on, and then it's just a straight-up fight on the track.
I think they've got a response here. I mean, we saw the absolute power of the undercut when they pulled it last time around. I think if you are Tobias Pfeffer, this changes your calculus, and you have got to come down into pit lane and respond. There is no way around it here.
Yeah, and for Bastian Richter and the number 15 team, if they stay out too long, of course, Dara McCormack, well, I'm saying Dara McCormack, it's still at the moment saying Rodriguez. We'll wait until he comes through the first sector and it might well update, but whoever is in the 55 car, we suspect McCormack, they are now going to have an undercut. If they're on fresh tyres, they will be going quicker than Richter. And the last thing that Unicorns of Love want is for the undercut to work and for them to pop out behind Williams. They have to try and come out of the pit lane ahead of this car, because at least then they've got a chance. They can defend from the race lead. I don't think they'll have a chance if this car leapfrogs them in the pit lane. It is Dara McCormack in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and he has got 56.25 minutes to try and win this race.
Yes, he does, and it is now all on his shoulders as he works his down the Mistral Straight, and we're going to have to see here what Bastian Ricker and Tobias Pfeffer decide to do. As you said earlier, there is that face of concentration from Dara. Remember, we talked to him yesterday, and I am still just absolutely amazed at how well he has got this put together. He was talking about how much he did not like the BMW, how I think he was the one that actually used the phrase the tank here, but his laps have been nothing short of spectacular, and now 55 minutes to go here for McCormack. He knows it is all on. He knows he has got to push, and I'm fascinated to see what he is going to do. It doesn't look like we're seeing a response here out of Unicorns of Love for the moment. That doesn't mean they're not going to come down to the next couple of laps.
Right then, through the final couple of corners they go. They had that bit of time in hand. They know that it will take Dara a lap or two just to get up to speed, get the tyres in the right window, and so he might not immediately start going quicker than them, but I really don't think they can chance this. I think they need to get Bastian in, get him on fresh tyres, or commit to not taking tyres at the pit stop. We're still waiting for confirmation as to what Williams Esports did as far as tyres. I suspect they probably changed them to give McCormack a fresh set of boots to go on the attack. His lap times that will start coming in shortly will give us further evidence to support that theory, potentially. He rejoins in 5th position. Nice clear track ahead. He's been given the best chance possible here, I think.
Yeah, I think he has as well, and I've got to think that that clear track ahead probably factored into the reason why we saw him come down into the pit lane when he did. I think Williams recognized where that gap was. They recognized it came early enough, and they helped to get Dara out in clean air, and that's just going to help him be able to try to pull himself away. Tech down a little farther in the field here at this point. It's a good battle between the 488 and the 44 starting to play themselves out. BMW versus Lamborghini.
Yep, Aidan Walsingham in the Visceral Esports car. He's been on a charge in this stint, and he's nearly caught the 488 car ahead of him of Shirepanin, which has recently pitted, I think, because my timing screen is still showing. In fact, it may have just changed. I think it's now Mikhail Bykov in the car. There is Aidan Walsingham, though, closing in, yet to make his final pit stop of the race, but up into 13th place temporarily. The Lamborghini starting to charge forward. We've got two of them inside the top 10 at the moment, actually, with Mesa and Petrochenko running 7th and 8th, respectively. Again, both of them owing us their final pit stop. As far as the pace is concerned at the front of the field, only two cars in the 1:minute 54s at the moment. They are, unsurprisingly, Bastian Richter and Tobias Pfeffer. Darren McCormack still yet to complete his first full flying lap, but he's one of the next cars due across the line, so we'll see what that lap time is, and if he's going quicker than a high 1:minute 54, then the plan is already starting to work.
Yes, it certainly is. The plan coming to fruition here, potentially, and I think that is going to force the hand a little bit of Pfeffer and Blyer, as we've got there as much as we expected. The 87 getting penalized there. That's that Quantum Racing Team machine. We talked about, we saw that incident there that took out the 878, and they are getting a double whammy there for not only the drive-through for track limits, but also for the unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, not the most shocking piece of news we've heard all day, that one, is it? And no intent in it. I think, you know, if you've had a slide at the fastest corner on the track, it will take you a while to catch it, but unfortunately, it was an unsafe rejoin. There's no two ways about it, and provided it was a self-inflicted spin, which I'm guessing it was, then the fault very much still lies with the spinning car. But anyway, that's been dealt with, and unfortunately for SMP, they've now only got one dog in the fight, really. The 878 car did come out in 11th place, though, and they've made their final pit stop, so they might still look into a top 10 finish here by the flag. Aidan Walsingham continuing, and there is Tobias Pfeffer. So this is the 14 car that was running third before this cycle of pit stops. They inherited second when Williams Esports pitted. We fully expect this car to leapfrog ahead of them. It's really the 15 car that we're waiting for, and so far, DJ, no immediate rush to bring the 15 in.
I think at this point we may be seeing a little bit of split strategy there out of Unicorns of Love. At least that's what it's looking like here at this point, that they may be trying to pull in the number 14 as early as possible to respond to the Williams Esports tactics here. And now it looks like it could be a situation where we see the number 15 try to stay out as long as possible, minimize that time in the pit window, and minimize the time in the pits as much as they can. At least that's the strategy I would think they would be going for here at this point. Is there indeed, you could actually see that number 14 on your screen coming out of pit lane.
Yep, so we'll see what the gap is between these two cars, but really it was never about defending second place here for Darren McCormack. It was all about chasing the number 15 car, and Grunewald only now out of the pit lane in the number 14, so it is going to be a sizable gap, which will be confirmed at the end of Sector 1, which is just after this next little sequence of corners, I believe. So Darren McCormack back into, well, what at the moment is third on the road, because Mikhail Statsenko has yet to stop, but he is, let's see, how far ahead of Tobias Grunewald. He's already out onto the Mistral straight before the number 14 car arrives at the timing line. He's 7.5 ahead of David Tanitsa, who is yet to stop in that number 27 McLaren, but he's another position higher up than he was at this point in the last stint. Grunewald a further 8.2 back, so that is what, 15, just over 15.5 seconds from McCormack back to Grunewald. So in Dara's mind now, he knows that barring any disasters, second place is safe, and that gives him free rein, I think, to give this absolutely everything he's got to try and chase after the number 15.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He knows that he doesn't have to worry about an attack from behind here from that number 14, and he is just going to be absolutely going like the Dickens here at this point, trying to push hammer and tongs as much as possible to try to close that gap. And I've got to say, I think it's a pretty decent proposition that he's going to be able to do just that, because remember, before they came down into the pits before they switched over to Igor Rodriguez, Darren McCormack was able to close that gap in. He was able to push. We check out a replay here. Charlie Crossland in the other Williams Esports machine. Not entirely sure what happened there to him.
I didn't spot anything, although in fact, these are live pictures, I think, as he comes across the line, which is what was confusing us. I'll tell you what, Unicorns of Love cannot hang around here because they are losing an enormous amount of time to Darren McCormack. A lap ago, he was over a second quicker than Bastian Richter. On that lap, he was 7/10 quicker. Now, Richter only had 7 or 8 seconds to play with, remember, so at this rate, unless they pit Richter soon, I think McCormack will have the lead anyway, unless they decide not to take tyres. And actually, I think the pace of McCormack here might force them to do just that. I think the only way that Unicorns of Love keep that 15 car ahead is to try and double stint these tyres. And as we made the point, a double stint at this stage of the race, based on when they last pitted, would only be around 90 minutes. That's a bit more manageable than the full 2 hours, and I think it might soon be the only option they have.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they need to be able to do that. That is going to lead to a little bit of a problem here potentially for that Unicorns of Love team, that they're going to be struggling with pace, but at least a 90-minute stop, or 90-minute stint rather, is going to be better off than anything else that they are going to be able to have. So we're going to have to see how they decide to play it here. I think that strategy is going to be to double stint and just hold on for dear life. But it is going to be an absolute battle to the end between the two, and I think for Darren McCormack, he's going to know what that is. The minute he hears that they've come in and they haven't taken tires, that is just going to mean that it is absolute go time for McCormack.
Yeah, I could not agree more with that. A 1:54.2 was his last lap time. It was a 54.9 near enough for Bastian Richter, the race leader. Charlie Crossland here for Williams Esports in the Fanatec car, coming through the final sequence of corners. Car number 5, Charlie coming towards the end of what I believe is his first race with Williams Esports. Certainly a relatively new signing during sim racing's silly season. And there, Darren McCormack. Right, what is this lap time going to be? His last was a 53.792, it says. So that was another good lap time, and again over a second quicker than the race leader. He is 65 seconds off the race lead. That's about a pit stop, so I think if the 15 car has a standard pit stop, which is fuel and tyres, I think there's a good chance that the Williams car will come out ahead. Of course, they won't have to put on a full tank of fuel, but then I suspect that perhaps Williams didn't either, so I don't think that makes a big difference. It's all about the tyre strategy. That could be what decides this race.
Well, and at this point, if I'm on the pit box for Unicorns of Love, I'm thinking about potentially sacrificing that time then to be able to come in on and get a fresh set of tires. The only reason why I would say to double stint would be to maintain your lead and be able to keep yourself in front. But if we're looking at margins that are going to be this close, I'm going to say take the safer option. Go out on the fresh set of tires. You're going to be able to push on them a little bit more. It's not like it's going to give you more tire life and more tire grip to the end of the race, but what it's going to allow you to do is absolutely push. And so I think that may be the call there for them, but we will have to wait and see. The strategy here just continuing to fluctuate back and forth.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting, isn't it? I think any chance that they had of holding on to the lead here after the pit stops relies on them double stinting the tyres. That's the thing. It's more about how much time they will save from doing that, as opposed to taking a traditional pit stop. Anyway, it'll all come out in the wash. We'll find out very shortly. It looks like they're going to go right to the end of their fuel window, so perhaps another 15 minutes before we see the number 15 car make its final stop of the race. So 15 leads the way. Mikhail Statsenko is second. Neither of them have made their final pit stop yet of the race. Third place, Darren McCormack. Fourth is David Tanitsa in the McLaren. Again, yet to make a pit stop, or the final pit stop anyway. And Tobias Grunewald in the number 14 is next. A 54.0 that time for McCormack. A fraction slower than his last lap, but still 8/10 better than the leader.
Yeah, just doing an incredible job here to be able to bring all of that in, bring everything to play. I am very, very impressed with the consistent fast lap times here that are being displayed by Darren McCormack. Now he's going to have a little bit of problem, though. He's got some lap traffic he's got to deal with up ahead of him.
Yeah, this is not ideal, and of course these are the variables that we have to throw in. We're doing all of these calculations, which, not speaking for you, DJ, but certainly isn't my strongest subject to start with, but we're not factoring in the things that can happen beyond that. Darren McCormack is not going to be able to run a truly metronomic pace, and look at the frustration because he's being forced to the outside of this lapped car, and that is really losing in time. He has got a teammate ahead at least, that is Charlie Crossland, I think, giving him a bit of a slipstream, but the lap traffic not making it super easy. Crossland hitting the brakes down the straight. He will sacrifice his own track position to make life easier for McCormack, but you could see the frustration written on Dara's face there. That could have been a second lost in that little exchange in traffic, and it's those seconds that he doesn't really have to spare.
Yeah, those are the differences here that he needs. It could be the difference between a race win and second place for Darren McCormack. So he is going to have to try to gain that all back up here as much as possible. Now, the problem is for McCormack is that the impetus when you have something like that happen is to push as hard as you can to try to gain that time back. But you are going to have to be careful about it because you don't want to be pushing so hard that you throw the race away here. Now, granted, McCormack is one of those drivers that should be able to keep everything underneath him, but there is that just natural human instinct to try to gain that time back as quickly as possible. McCormack's going to have to fight against that a little bit and just try to push himself ahead.
Indeed so. The lap time then comes through as a 54.8, I think that said. So that was, sorry, 54, was that an 8 or a 0? I couldn't quite see on our screen, but it was a slower lap, certainly. But I don't think it was a particular, it was a 0, right, okay, so he was still nearly 8/10 faster than Bastian Richter. So even a 54, even if it had been a 54.8, he wouldn't have really lost any time to Richter. So even in traffic, that wasn't too bad. And that really is what the team need to be telling Dara. You know, he will be feeling frustrated, he'll be feeling annoyed, he'll be feeling, as you just said, that he needs to gain all of that time back. The team need to be telling him, look, you still lapped 8/10 quicker than the leader. Don't panic, you've got this.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the job of the team on the wall. Now, Bastian Richter is going to continue to go along here. He's going to continue on his pace and not come down into pit lane. It looks like the clear strategy here from the number 15 Unicorns of Love team is to extend this stint as long as humanly possible and hopefully make what will be a quicker pit stop once they get down into the box itself. But we'll have to see if that is what they decide to do or if they're going to bring him down here maybe a little bit early. I would suspect that if he goes all out, this could be as late as maybe another 7 minutes or so. That should be about the end of the window here for them, but we'll have to see.
This is nervy stuff, isn't it? There's a lot on the line here in this 6-hour race at Paul Ricard. The winning team will receive $1,500, and that is not to be sniffed at for sure. Mikhail Statsenko has just pitted, by the way, from 2nd position, so that does really just leave the man on your screen yet to stop. Bastian Richter looks to the left, he's checking the timing tower, checks to the right, making sure that the car is set up correctly for the incoming pit stop. When does he blink? When does he come into the pit lane? I am fairly certain, DJ, that if they were to pit now, they would likely come out behind the Williams Esports car. They've got to go as long as possible, make that as short a pit stop as possible, and just try their best to stay ahead. It's going to be a real fight though, because even if they come out ahead of Williams, it's not going to be by a huge amount, and with the pace that McCormack has, I'm not convinced anyone can keep him behind.
Yeah, I'm not convinced either, and we'll have to see. I mean, I think the only answer here, as you said, is they have to come in and take tires. I really and truly think that they're going to have to do it, but, you know, I mean, they may risk the no tire change here to try to keep themselves out on track, but I don't know. This is going to be so close, and this is why I do not envy these strategists getting down onto the strategy calls, as it's going to be very, very tough. A 54.9 there, the last lap for Bastian Richter.
And that is just not good enough. They're losing the best part of a second a lap to Darren McCormack right now. We'll get his lap time in very shortly. McCormack about to re-inherit 2nd position, I would imagine, because Mikhail Statsenko, I think, is still in the pit lane, having just made his final pit stop. Simon Bauer here, running in 15th position, about to make this an all-Lamborghini fight for 14th, because Louis Rotas is just ahead of him. Louis will be bringing the number 110 car home for Vipperman Racing, and he, in turn, within 4 seconds of Mike Noble ahead, and Mike Noble is, I think, he's made his final pit stop now, so I think that is a genuine fight. All of this going on just outside the top 10 or so. They turn their way through them. 40 minutes to go in this race. And in fact, Simon Bauer now bails for the pit lane, so he had not yet pitted for the final time. I'll tell you what, DJ, there are some people out there who think that endurance racing is boring. There are some people out there who think that endurance sim racing is even more boring. They could not be further from the truth. This has been a truly engaging race from the very start, and it is going to be a real nail-biter right down to the finish.
Indeed, as we just heard, Darren McCormack doing a 54.2, so about 0.6 of a second faster on that last lap. And I've got to agree with you here, Andy. Anybody who says endurance racing or endurance sim racing is boring, have them tune into this broadcast, because this is absolutely electric stuff here in these closing moments. As we've got another battle playing itself out. Charlie Crossland, one of the other Williams Esports drivers, coming up behind him is Chris Warner in that Jardier community team machine right now. Little bit of a bad run there onto the Mistral Straight, but he's going to be able to tuck in behind and get a nice heaping of the draft. I'm not sure if that's going to be close enough to necessarily pull him in, but let's see what happens.
A 1 minute 55.0 now for Bastian Richter, so he's now into the 55s. The pace has just dropped away in the Unicorns of Love BMW, and as I said, we're expecting him in the pit lane in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. This battle for 25th is the one that Darren McCormack was negotiating a few laps ago, and I thought that Charlie Crossland, in jumping out of the way of his teammate and hitting the brakes down the straight, had cost himself a position. Actually, he hadn't. Chris Warner still stuck behind him. We know that Chris Warner is a very, very quick driver, and a very aggressive driver as well, as we saw from some of his earlier battling, and he will be not pulling any punches now to try and move ahead of Charlie Crossland. It may not be for a position inside the top 20, but as racing drivers, DJ, they don't care, do they? They see a car ahead, they know it's for position, they will want to get past it before the flag.
Yeah, they want to push, they want to get on by. This is what racing drivers live for. The actual race, the actual competition. This is what they want to have in front of them. It doesn't matter if this is a battle back down for order or if this is a battle up at the front of the field. And by the way, Darren McCormack just putting in a time of 54.2 again. So down to the 10th of a second. Darren McCormack absolutely consistent and absolutely fast.
Yeah, 54.2. In fairness, not going as quickly now as he was earlier on, but then he's 20 minutes nearly into the stint, so the tyres will be past their best, and that is, again, something worth considering here. If we're saying that Unicorns of Love's best opportunity of holding on to the lead here is to double stint the tyres, well, actually, Dara sort of had his undercut now, hasn't he? The more wear you put on a set of tyres, the less difference in pace there will be. So there is a much bigger gulf in performance between a brand new set of tyres and a set of tyres that have done a full hour. But if you take a set of tyres like we've got on the Williams car now that have done 20 minutes or so, their performance advantage isn't as big. So again, I think this lends itself to the double stinting strategy for the Unicorns of Love car, because at this point of the stint at least, McCormack is getting a little slower, and that was a very slow lap there for Richter. I think he might be in the pit lane.
I think he might be as well. We'll have to get an eye. And yes, we are hearing confirmation that I think Bastian Richter is down pit lane, so that is the call there for him. And now it's all on this man's shoulders. Dari McCormack, is he going to be able to get out in front? And what is the call on strategy here from the number 15? Are they going to take tires, or are they going to risk double stinting?
Well, it's about time to find out. The car is on the move already. They cannot have changed tyres, so this is a no-tyre stop for Unicorns of Love. They will come out with a decent lead, I think, although they've got the majority of the pit lane to pull down. Is it going to be enough? Here comes Darren McCormack down the pit straight. It is going to be so very close. The Unicorns of Love car now gets off the pit lane speed limit button, and there goes the Williams Esports car. Darren McCormack has got the lead of the race away, and with 36 minutes to go, the number 55 car is back in position 1, the pit strategy working to perfection, and I think that Unicorns of Love will have a real job on their hands now trying to get back in touch.
I think they will as well, as that was absolutely a mega move for that team, and Darren McCormack now up into the lead. And we're getting confirmation here that that was a full stop from the team, from Unicorns of Love. So that means they did take tires there, which means this race may not be over yet.
Especially because they have put Nicholas Hoban into the car, and he has, I think, been the quicker of the drivers in the number 15. So this is a top-class fight that we're about to see here. 1.5 seconds between the leading cars. If anybody can stay with Darren McCormack and gain that 2.5 seconds back, it may be Nicholas Hoban, and he's on fresh tyres as well. So now his tyres are 20 minutes fresher than Darren McCormack's. He's 1.7 seconds back, still getting the tyres up into the proper temperature and pressure windows, but they are newer than the tyres on the Williams car. That might just be enough to give them a shred of hope.
And that shred of hope could be all they need to be able to pull themselves ahead here. But this is going to be absolutely fascinating for them to be able to go. Just a little bit of an aside here. Looks like something happened to the number 53, the Pulse SimSport machine. They've been in the pits for about 7 minutes. So unfortunate they're running for them. We'll check back in on that battle with Chris Warner right now as he tries to work his way ahead by that Charlie Crossland-driven BMW for Williams Esports up ahead of him. This battle continues to be very close.
Yes, it does indeed. Charlie Crossland hanging on for now, though. Chris Warner certainly asking all the right questions of the driver of car number 5. They make their way through then onto another lap. The leaders, by the way, have completed 168 laps in this race, and the lead gap was 1.2 seconds at the line, according to my timing screen. So the second half of that outlap for Nicholas Hoban, he was a little bit quicker than Darren McCormack, and he's just about within slipstreaming range. So we'll keep monitoring that gap at the front of the field. We're enjoying the battles further back, though, as Charlie Crossland and Chris Warner run nose to tail. Every time we cut to Chris Warner, he seems to have a car either parked on his front bumper or right on his rear bumper. He has had a very busy day.
Yeah, very busy day indeed, but that may be exactly what they like to be able to do, as now they try to work their way on through. Here is Nicholas Hoban behind the wheel of the car, 1.6 seconds behind Darren McCormack, which means he's not going to be able to get the draft there as they go. But with that full service pit stop, remember, he will have fresh tires, which means he's going to be able to lean on them a little bit more. He's going to be able to be a little bit more aggressive with them, and that could just be the answer he needs to be able to try to close in. Indeed, coming down through Cian and in through Bisset, it is going to be coming down to about 1.5 seconds.
Well, okay then. So Nicholas Hoban has got the pace to match Darren McCormack, but matching Darren McCormack is not going to be enough. He needs to try and gain 1.5 seconds and get within that slipstreaming range. Of course, there are outside factors that could help him. There is traffic on the horizon, I notice, and in fact, it's a fairly constant stream of traffic, I suspect, between now and the checkered flag. So catching a back marker in a slightly inopportune moment can cost you 1.5 seconds in a flash, and that will not be lost on Darren McCormack. Through they will come then. What was 1.5 seconds is going to come down fractionally. Is that 1.1? It came down by quite a bit. So let's call it 1.2 at the line. So in the final sector alone there, about 0.3 gained. And that, DJ, has to be those fresher tyres.
Yep, I certainly think it is, and the plot thickens there as they continue to go. The fresher tires coming back into play. That's why I potentially said waiting to see if they were going to be taking those tires, that if they knew they were going to sacrifice that position in pit lane, that McCormack had that much speed, it's better to roll the dice and be able to attack here right now. I think that has got to be the clear impetus here, and that gap now at about 1.1 seconds. There's going to be a little bit of a feel of the slipstream here down the Mistral Straight.
Well, I have to say, my confidence in Williams Esports perhaps was a little bit misplaced. I really thought that Unicorns of Love had to try and go long on those tyres, but they're proving me wrong. They came out, actually, a lot closer to Williams than I expected them to, and the fresh tyres are having a bigger effect than I expected. The gap is under 1 second, just as they come through at the end of Sector 2, and Darren McCormack, for really the first time all race, is watching his mirrors with concern. Every time he has been in this car so far, he has been all attack, moving forward, gaining places, closing ground on the cars ahead, but now for the first time he is under pressure and he has to withstand this pressure, DJ, for half an hour.
Yeah, he's going to have to try to be able to hold this out, and I think the biggest thing for him here at this point is just delay. Halban is able to get the run here on the fresh tires, but those fresh tires aren't going to last forever. They are going to become worn at some point, and so when that point comes, Darren McCormack is trying to wait out the clock and make Halban wear out the tires a little bit more so that he'll be able to fight and they'll be on relatively even playing fields.
So, car 55, car 15, one of them likely to win the SimGrid VCO World Cup event here at Paul Ricard. They are 15 seconds clear of Tobias Grenovold in third position, and Tobias is lapping about the same sort of pace as Darren McCormack, and you'd expect that because he pitted not long after McCormack. Look at that though, traffic on the horizon. This is the worst thing that Darren McCormack wants to see, either in front or behind, because in front he has 4 lapped cars to negotiate, and behind he has got the black and pink Unicorns of Love car well within slipstreaming range. This could be where the overtake comes then. Nicholas Hoban in the slipstream, McCormack weaving from the right to the left to try and break that toe. Can Nicholas Hoban get there before they turn into the fastest corner on the track with a huge prize on the line? How much of a risk will he be willing to take? He's going to be close enough to think about it. The Williams Esports car pulls to the inside to defend, and Hoban will be forced to go the long way round, side by side for the race lead with 29 minutes of the race to go, and McCormack, I think, will hang on for now.
He'll hang on, but only just here and there. Maybe a little bit of showing each other their hands. They know the preferred line to go, and Halban didn't necessarily want to try to spend a full risky move. He knows he's still got some more time on these tires. He's still got about 30 minutes left to go in this race, but I think with the speed we're seeing out of that number 15 machine, it may be a matter of when and not if he's able to make this move. Now they've got to navigate some of the lap traffic in front of them. One of the BMWs hopping out of the way there for Darren McCormack. They've still got 3 more cars to navigate though.
Yeah, I didn't see who that was, but whoever it is, top marks to them for getting out of the way. I really hope that all of the teams are on the radio telling their drivers, let the leaders through. The last thing we want here is a back marker to get involved in this, unintentionally, of course, but to get involved in this and have a bearing on the outcome of the race. There are 28.5 minutes to go. The lead gap is 0.2 of a second, and Darren McCormack, the man of the moment throughout the first 5.5 hours of this race, has a real challenge on his hands, but maybe a psychological advantage in that he has at least fended off that first attack from Nicholas Hoban, and I do suspect that as Hoban's tyres start to get a few laps on them, this imbalance in pace might start to just balance back out again. So McCormack just needs to weather the storm for now, DJ. He might have this race come back to him in another 10 minutes or so.
He certainly does, and he's going to know here he will have been nursing his tires a little bit more, probably trying to ease them into the stint, so he's still got some life left in him. Now he's going to get a little bit of an assist up in front. He's going to get the draft from that other BMW in front of him. The question is if that BMW will get out of the way. He moves down to the inside of the track. There you see the Unicorns of Love team trying to be able to take what they can go. Looking around the outside of Cian once again. Is he going to be able to make this move work? McCormack tries to put up a fight to the inside, but it looks like Unicorns of Love is already ahead, and there there they go, up into the lead of the race.
Around the outside at the fastest corner on the track, and Darren McCormack was powerless to stop them. Now, can he fight back as they come towards Beausset? There are several different lines you can take through here, but ultimately he hasn't got the grip. He couldn't get up the inside, and is that perhaps the first look of resignation on the face of the youngster? The Williams Esports Chill Blast car down to second position. Again, the back marker's doing a really good job to get out of the way. He has to stay with Hoban, stay in the slipstream, try to retaliate down that back straight. The next half a lap, DJ, could be vital.
It could be very, very vital, and as you said, he's got to stay within about that 1 second mark, and the trick is here, as we talked about it a little bit earlier, he doesn't want to overdrive the car. This race could still come back to him. Hoban clearly put a lot of wear into those tires, and he's got to try to use that to his advantage, does Darren McCormack. He's got to try to keep things together and just keep the pressure on.
This is intense, but I'll tell you what, McCormack's doing a good job. Half a second back at the line. If he can maintain that, he'll have half a chance at getting the run down the back straight. Needs a picture-perfect run through this sequence of corners, which is what he's getting. He gained a bit on the entry there, I think, to turns 3, 4 and 5, and if he can stay with Nicholas Hoban, he might be able to get the run down the Mistral straight. This is perhaps his last opportunity to really take the fight back to the Unicorns of Love car. They fire out of Mistral corner. Along the straight they go. The gap is a fraction over, half a second as they make their way down the straight, but now down the second half of the straight, the slipstream starts to bring him closer and closer and closer to the lead car. I don't think it's quite close enough just yet to get alongside, but he's at least staying there. He's staying in the mirrors of the leader. He's keeping the pressure on, and if he can get another 10th or so closer in a lap, he might be able to have a go next time around.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the thing. He needs to set himself up here, able to carry a little bit better speed coming through Cian there, and now he's going to come through the double right-hander here, keeping everything nice and close, about 0.3 of a second the gap. That's where McCormack wants to live. He wants to stay in that gap. He cannot let a single mistake come to him. Multiple lines there taken through the left-hander, as there you see trying to work their way around. Gap holding at about that 3/4 of a second right now. Hoban just trying to break away as much as possible, but he can't be looking at his rearview mirrors. He has just got to focus on the road ahead of him and try to push, push, push.
I really think that the situation is starting to flip back towards McCormack, though. He is not being dropped by Hoban in the way that Nicholas would have been hoping would happen. And as I said, I think the more laps they put on these tyres, the more they will equalise. And I think on equal tyres, there is a smaller advantage to McCormack. So he just needs to stay there. There are still 24.5 minutes to go. This race is not over by any stretch of the imagination. And all it takes is one slip-up, one little slide, one missed apex, one fumble in traffic for Nicholas Hoban, and McCormack is close enough to pounce back through what really is the key area of the track here, 3, 4 and 5, and then out onto the Mistral straight. McCormack perhaps a fraction further back at this point than he was a lap ago, and that will just allow Nicholas Hoban a chance to catch his breath for probably the first time in the best part of 10 minutes.
Yeah, he'll be able to breathe here a little bit more. The gap expanding a little bit from what we saw it on the last time, though, up to 0.7 of a second here for that Unicorns of Love number 15 machine, and that's going to be good news for them. Not having any traffic up in front of them, it looks like here as they work their way up the road. They're going to have a couple of cars that they're going to have to deal with there, and I think that could be the other thing to play here for Darren McCormack in these final 25 minutes or so in this race, is how is lap traffic going to cooperate with the rest of these leaders. If they don't cooperate and maybe slow down this number 15, that could be the opportunity that Darren McCormack needs.
Well, the good news here for Nicholas Hoban and the entire Unicorns of Love team is that there are 2 back markers that they're closing in on, but then look at the track map. There's quite a bit of clear air ahead of those 2 back markers, and the next car is Sven Hettich in the number 77 BMW. Well, Sven is running 10th place, so he's not a slow car. They're not going to catch him all that quickly, and I do suspect that it will be clear running for at least a little while. So once they negotiate these 2 bits of traffic, that perhaps will then allow them just to settle into a bit more of a rhythm. But if Darren McCormack is being made aware of that, he knows how important it is to attack, attack, attack. Don't let Nicholas Hoban get past those back markers and settle into that clean air. He needs to try and force the error out of him sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's not what he wants to do. That was a big clobber of the curb there coming down through turns 3 and 4. That is not the kind of thing that he wants to have happen there. He's got to be a little bit more concerted, make him a little bit more of a concerted effort to keep things clean here at this point. He's got to try to keep everything underneath him here. This is, I believe, the battle right up ahead. This is Louis Roders in the 110. This is the Whipperman Racing Machine, and this is the battle that we've also had our eyes on. That's Noble up in front of him in the number 4 Lexus.
Yeah, good point. So this gap has come right down in the recent past, and they are, as you said, the 2 cars that the leaders will have to negotiate. So they are not just stragglers, they are 2 cars fighting for money, fighting for 11th place on the road here. Now, the difference between 11th and 12th, I seem to recall, is nothing. Yes, it's the same amount of money between 11th and 12th, but if you can get into the top 10, that almost doubles the prize fund that you can get, so they'll both be keen to try and do that, to chase after Sven Hettich up the road. But Louis Roders, as he attacks Mike Noble, is he being made aware of the situation that's developing behind them? Because Nicholas Hoban and Darren McCormack are closing pretty quickly. There in the insert is Darren McCormack, now the best part of 0.8 of a second adrift of the race leader, but this traffic on the horizon will be giving him just a glimmer of hope.
Just the merest feint of hope here at this point, and that's going to be what Darren McCormack needs, as he is dropping out of slipstream range here at this point. We're also hearing that there has been another drive-through penalty issued to the number 110 machine. That's Whipperman Racing. That's Louis Roders. He's got to serve a drive-through for track limits.
Right, okay, I didn't realise that's what it was. I was panicking then that he ran out of fuel or something. So yes, he pits, that takes the pressure off Mike Noble and off Nicholas Hoban. That is 1 less car to pass, and now that Mike Noble isn't engaged in a nip and tuck battle for position, he is going to be far more willing to move aside for the race leaders. So that was a dream scenario really for our race leader. He's getting a gap on Darren McCormack. He's got 1 less back marker to deal with. That back marker will probably be a little bit more cooperative now as well. It's almost like it's meant to be here, but 20 minutes in endurance racing is a long time. This may be a 6-hour race, but it's the final 20 minutes in which things can still be won and lost, and Nicholas Hoban can't afford to relax yet.
No, he certainly cannot. And again, he's got to be cautious here. He very clearly used up a lot of those tires on the opening stint right now, and now he's got to try to work his way back up forward and make sure that he doesn't lose time courtesy of overrunning those tires. He needs to be a little bit more cautious. He needs to be very, very together and doesn't want to overheat, doesn't want to mess with those tire pressures. He just needs to keep things together. As you can see on the screen, it is just about 9:45 virtual standard time, so he's not going to have to worry about the track heating up too much, but he still needs to manage the tires here at this point.
And number 4, Burst Esport Lexus, by the way, started 31st on the grid. They have gained 20 places over the last 5.5 hours or so, and are well in line, we believe, for the most positions gained. So as well as their prize money for finishing in 11th place, which is $75, they're actually going to earn more because of all of the positions they gain. That's a $200 bonus for gaining more positions than anybody else. So it pays to never give up. But I think today, DJ, this team have really exemplified that. They never gave up, even after a disappointing qualifying effort yesterday. They're going to walk away with actually more prize money than most of the cars ahead of them.
Yeah, they sure are. And once again, want to commend them here. The Lexus is not only a car that receives a lot of plaudits here in the ACC simulator. It is one of the older GT3s on the service, and so that means it normally does find itself a little bit farther down in the field. But really a great drive here for them. They're now going to find themselves, I think, getting overtaken here on the Mistral Straight, considering that we saw the drive-through for the 110. I would not be surprised if we see this Lexus move off to the side and let both of these leaders on through, but that is no commentary on their drive here today. It's been nothing short of incredible for that number 4.
Absolutely, one of the drives of the race. There have been a few candidates for drives of the race, actually. The Williams Esports team have done a fantastic job to even get themselves in contention, really. They were a long way back at one point, and that stint that we saw last time around for the number 55 car with Igor Rodriguez at the wheel was really something else. And Darren McCormack, in fairness to him, has not given up yet, but that gap is now 1.7 seconds nearly, and that surely is enough now for Unicorns of Love to start thinking about that checkered flag, the trophy and the win that may be coming their way, because McCormack is now, I would say, out of slipstreaming range. the tyres situation isn't really coming back to him either, is it? And so for Nicholas Hoban, things starting to look better by the lap.
Yeah, things starting to look a little bit better by the lap for Hoban, trying to see what they are able to do and trying to see what they can do as they go. But McCormick just needs to keep his head down here and not lose hope, not lose faith. He needs to just push, 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 and not let anything happen to him. 1.6 seconds is not an unassailable gap, although it is getting larger and larger by the lap. It's now 1.9 seconds, and I've got to agree with you here. That tire situation that we talked about, they still are in a rough position.
Yeah, which is interesting because I think I made the point a couple of hours ago that sometimes the longer you go in a stint, the quicker you get because the fuel load is lightning. But I think the tyre situation, perhaps as we get hotter as well, I'd like to know what the track temperature is right now because it's surely the hottest it's been all race long. It's coming up to 10 o'clock in sim time, and that means that that increase in track temperature that they must surely be experiencing has possibly had an effect here as well. The good news for Williams is that second place is still pretty safe because they're not being caught by Tobias Groenewold in third position. Groenewold in turn is nearly 20 seconds clear of the fourth place car, Mateusz Tuskovic, the number 10 BMW, and then Vyacheslav Abeladze in fifth position is about 6 seconds back and is lapping about 3/10 quicker than Tuskovic, but I don't think quick enough to close in before the flag. Sixth position then for the 878 of Oleg Zolobov. Seventh is David Tanica in that number 27 McLaren, the best of the non-BMWs. Eighth place for Danila Sherepinin in car 488, another BMW, ahead of Alberto Garcia and Sven Hetic to complete the top 10.
Yeah, pretty good running there, and very impressed to see a couple of those non-BMWs putting their way ahead. We've got another good battle, though, a little bit farther back in the field, and this is actually a multi-car battle here at this point as Marco Bischoff trying to make a little bit of a move here on the number 41, that Porsche, trying to push himself up ahead here to the best of his ability, but the problem is by poking his way out into line there, he's going to give Kodajias the benefit of the slipstream, and he's going to lose it, and so I think that could be what costs him here the chance at the overtake. He's still going to try to hold it around the outside of Cian and not going to play out. Bischoff's going to have to fall back into line. Our highest ranked Porsche now just trying to do everything they can do to keep themselves ahead.
Yep, absolutely. Luke Whitehead then turning his way through Beausset and closes right in. Again, the difference there between a front-engine Lexus and a mid-engine Ferrari. The Ferrari just carrying so much extra entry speed, but then the Lexus sort of picks up the apex and gets off the corner well. The inside, though, goes Luke Whitehead, almost leaning on each other as they turn through the left-hander at Bond d'Or and make their way towards the end of the lap. They do touch now, definitely, as they come through turn 13 and into 14 and 15. It's a left-hander followed by a right-hander, but Whitehead didn't need the right-hander. He got the move made already and does now take that 18th place away.
Going to take that away. Good move there for Luke Whitehead. Again, it's been a very disappointing day for the number 42, the Veloce Esports car. We have said that that was one that we thought was going to be doing very, very well, and they've just had a rough day, but a good little bit of solace that they're able to take it out of that. As we check back in on the battle with the Kramer Racing Esports, number 977 and the 41 of TF Racing, to try to see if they are able to get anything here. This is the battle that we followed not too long ago down the Mistral Straight, as Bischoff trying to close in. The good news here is that Dimitrov in that number 44, the Visceral Esports Lamborghini up in front of them, it looks like he's going to be about 1.5 seconds up the road from the number 41, so that means the draft isn't going to be nearly as powerful, and we may finally be able to see that Porsche make the move.
Yeah, the Porsche, from time to time, it seems to go through phases of being very quick down the straights and then quite slow down the straights, all depending on the BOP that's in use on any given week, of course. But Marco Bischoff with a slipstream, I think, should make short work of this. He's got a good run down the straight, and the 977 Porsche 911 will pull to the left-hand side. Contagianis gives him the outside line only, but I don't think it will matter. The Porsche has dragged through already and makes its way up into that position. So that is now 16th position for Marco Bischoff, and the BMW of Konstantinos Contagianis dropping down behind him into 17. So a bit disappointing there, but Marco Bischoff now, of course, sets his sights on the Lamborghini ahead of Dimitrov.
Yes, he does, and we're going to have to see if that battle plays itself out. Louis Roders here finding himself in 14th place position, and crucially, that little purple indicator that you see on the side of your screen, that, Andy, is going to be another little bit of a bonus play out there for Whipperman Racing, as that should be the fastest lap of the race, and so that means that'll be an extra $200 into their bank account that they will be able to use. But I guarantee you here, the Roders wants to try to get by that number 11 Grip Hacks Engineering machine with Savalainen behind the wheel of the car right now. He'd like to be able to gain one more position.
There is also, of course, that $200 bonus for the best overtake on the day, and I do think there's an argument to say that that could potentially go to the Unicorns of Love as well, because Nicholas Hoban's move that he made for the lead not that long ago was a pretty brave one at the end of the Mistral Straight. I know they had that tyre advantage, but to go around the outside at Senior is incredibly difficult to do. We've seen a few people do it throughout the race, but to do it with that sort of pressure on their shoulders, if that went wrong, then that was the race done and dusted for both cars potentially. The fact they managed to do it cleanly really made that one stand out to me. Here comes Louis Roders up the inside of Jonas Savalainen. This is for 13th position, and the second of the Lexuses in the race is about to drop down an extra place. Is it? Well, no, actually Louis Roders not able to finish the move, and the grimace on his face shows his frustration in that.
Yeah, just a little bit frustrated there. He wasn't able to get that move done around Cian, but now he's going to have more chance to fight back here. Again, front engine versus mid-engine layout here. This should be the part of the track that favors the Lamborghini with that mid-engine layout. You can see just how closely he's able to really hug the corner there as they work their way around now down through this twisty section. The Lexus really having to hustle a little bit. The Lamborghini looking far more nimble as here comes the 110. Maybe we see a move here down into turn 1 potentially, or maybe we'll see Roders just wait this out. He can't wait too long around him though. That BMW behind him though, that is not for position, so he knows it is, but only about 11 minutes left to go. Does Roders decide to go for the move here down the start finish straightaway? He's going to fade to the inside like he's thinking about it. He's going to be trying to be later on the binders, and there Louis Roders gets the job done.
And that was certainly one of the best overtakes we've seen as well, because you don't do a lot of braking into turn 1 these days in a modern GT3 car, and that means that it's quite difficult usually to make that move stick, but he did make it stick, and Whipperman Racing move up into 13th place. If you'd have told them at the start of the day that they'd be fighting for 13th with 10 minutes to go, they wouldn't have been very happy, but I think given all of the trials and tribulations they've had today, they won't be happy with 13th, but they'll be at least satisfied that they managed to salvage a half-decent result. For Darren McCormack, though, it is going to be disappointment, there's no doubt about it. This was a race that really looked like it was going to fall into the Williams Esports Chill Blast car's lap. It's just not meant to be. We're inside the final 10 minutes. The gap is out to 2.6 seconds now, and Nicholas Hoban almost now has one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, almost has it here, and it looks like Hoban just not really able to, or is very much able to pull away here, and Darren McCormack just not having an answer to be able to fight back here, as we've just seen those lap times starting to slip away here. And I think for McCormack, it's probably a combination of the tires here at this point and just losing a little bit of pace, because remember, the 15, absolutely electric here today. They have led the majority of this race. They have been under pressure from the 55, but plenty of running here for them. And I really have to commend that number 15. The whole team together has done a fantastic job.
They've been flawless, haven't they, really? That was the car, remember, that took the pole position last night. They have led most, if not all, of the race. I'm sure they've had moments where they haven't. Was that a little... another little moment of frustration there for Darren McCormack. He's not given up, has he? Certainly, you can see the determination on his face, but those little moments of frustration that he's letting out really prove that he is not satisfied to run in second position. And this is an awful feeling as a driver. Darren McCormack knows how good he is. He knows that on an equal footing, he would fancy his chances against any driver on this grid. But here he finds himself in a car he's not familiar with, a car that he says himself he's struggling with a bit under braking, and that's where so much lap time comes from around Paul Ricard, and he's stuck on tyres that just aren't up for the job as well. He's doing well, actually, to cap his frustration as he is.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you can see there a little bit of dejection in his face, clearly, but then definitely trying to be able to just keep his way ahead. And I think we should take absolutely nothing away here from the run of Darren McCormick. He has done a fantastic job to be able to put this car up into second place. He was in within a whisker of winning this race potentially, and he has done what he needed to do here today. This is not a bad performance from Darren McCormick. Yes, every driver wants to win, but this one, you really can't take away anything from that Williams Esports number 55.
Yeah, and a good job as well by the number 14 Unicorns of Love BMW. Tobias Grunewald bringing the car home. He's got a 16.5-second lead over Mateusz Tuskovic in fourth, who, by the way, is not being caught by Abeladze particularly quickly. Abeladze is lapping quicker, but not that much quicker. There is Tobias Grunewald, who is turning his way through the penultimate corner now. And this car has not had it quite as easy as the teammate car, has it? Because that car's been at the front all day. This car's been up and down a little bit. Never really outside of the top 5, but there were certainly moments in the first hour of the race where it didn't look as though it was going to be a podium contender. They've done well to dig themselves out of that little hole, and actually should end up a comfortable third.
Yeah, and I think all things considered, this is something certainly that they can hang their hat on for the day. It was a great run for them, a great qualifying for them, but clearly at this point in the race, with everything that they had happened to them, we talked to Renee a little bit earlier about the damage that car was inflicted upon it, and for Grunewald and Pfeffer here to be able to claw their way back to what it must be said is a pretty comfortable P3. I mean, about 16 seconds up the road from that Triton Racing number 10. It's been a very impressive run, and it's nothing to shake a stick at there for them, and I think they should hold their hats very, very high.
Yeah, they absolutely should. David Tanitsa, meanwhile, is trying to steal 6th place away from the 878 BMW. This is Oleg Zolobov, the second of the SMP Racing BMWs, and he might have half a chance here. We know how strong that McLaren tends to be down the straights. It won't quite make the move into the first corner there on the outside line, but David Tanitsa, out of absolutely nowhere here, DJ, might have a shot at 6th place, and that is a lot more than I think anybody expected from the McLaren, which is not well represented, didn't qualify all that well, but its race pace, and more to the point, I think its race consistency and ability to stay out of trouble has given it half a chance of a really good result.
Yeah, I mean, a top 6 here is certainly nothing to shake a stick at for them, and with this closely, we're seeing them be able to hold behind that BMW coming through the Mistral curve right now. I think they are in with a very, very good shot here to be able to take this position away. There you see the BMW doing a little bit of weaving down the Mistral straight, just trying to break that toe, and I think the SMP Racing car is going to hold off the inside line. Now the McLaren's going to gain a little bit more speed. You see the little bit of a juke there. He's going to have to do this the long way around Cian coming down into the corner, but I'm thinking here this is going to be pretty much cut and dry. Yes, it is. The McLaren already ahead, and a great move there for Tanitsa to be able to take that position.
Yeah, we've seen, haven't we, that if you can get onto the Mistral straight within 3/10 or so of the car ahead, usually enough to drag you past it before you turn into senior, and that was the case there for Tanitsa, who moves into 16th position. Now, where did I say that car 27 had started the race? They started 16th, so that's 10 places gained, which is not a bad effort. It won't be enough to get the most places gained award, it seems, but it's still a pretty good effort, and David Tanitsa bringing it up into 6th place there really nicely. That's not the only battle yet to be decided. Chris Warner and Charlie Crossland, these two have been tied together by a very short piece of string for most of the last hour or so of the race, and Charlie Crossland weaving around down the straight. It's only 23rd place, it's not worth a penny of prize money, but Charlie doesn't want to give it away.
Well, this is what happens when you put racers on a racetrack and you put them near each other. They are going to battle. They are going to battle tooth and nail. They are always going to go for it out there, and Chris Warner knows exactly what's ahead of him, but they've got to be a little bit careful. The number 52 Paul Simsports machine with Seville behind the wheel of the car right now. It's not too far behind them, and we could see a three-way fight here in the final 4 minutes or so. There you actually see Seville in the background coming in. If Warner and Crossland really get their elbows out, this could become a 3-car scrap, and I think Seville may be able to pick up a position or two.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually. The 52 BMW definitely closing in, and of course that's the car with different driver in earlier on, and I'm desperately trying to remember who it was. It was Florian Durkop, wasn't it? Who had a really entertaining battle with Chris Warner, where things got a little bit physical at times. I don't think it was the number 5 car that was involved in that three-way battle, but certainly cars 47 and 52 have seen a lot of each other, and if they had real paint on them, they would have traded quite a lot of it by the end of the race. Oleg Zolobov, meanwhile, not giving up yet on reclaiming this 6th position. And the 878 car, which had that moment at this very corner a while ago, I thought its race was over, quite frankly, but the contact with the barrier wasn't too severe. They got it patched up, it's back out there, and it may have lost 6th place, but DJ, he is not giving up without a fight.
No, not giving up without a fight, trying to hassle the back of that John Alesi Esports Academy machine as much as possible here at this point, trying to see what he is able to get done as they now work their way through the 3rd sector on this lap. Lost a little bit of time there to the McLaren, not entirely surprised there, as that mid-engine McLaren should be going better through the corners, but only 2.5 minutes left to play here in this race as they cross over. Tanitsa looks like he's going to be in good position here, but we'll have to wait and see if that SMP BMW's got any response here down the long straightaway.
Yeah, let's wait and see then. He needs to try and stay close. Same situation really as we were discussing earlier on with Hoven and McCormack. If you can stay within half a second of the car ahead through the 1st sector, then you might have a shot at them down the Mistral straight that time by, but not quite going to work. We've had an issue, I'm afraid, for Williams Esports number 5 car. We just saw Charlie Crossland defending that 23rd place as if his life depended on it. Well, unfortunately, he was defending well, but his internet has given out or something because he's disconnected from the race. So Williams Esports, sadly, are not going to take that 23rd place. So a little bit more disappointment, perhaps, to throw their way, having already lost a chance, it seems, of the overall race win. But that now promotes Chris Warner into 23rd, but does not rid him of his Jonathan Seville problem, because that gap is still continuing to come down, as has this one with Luke Whitehead on the tail of Contagianis now, who really has been fading, hasn't he? That 41 BMW losing a bit of ground in the closing stages.
Yeah, it just hasn't looked like it's really had the pace to be able to keep up with the rest of the field here at this point, and I think Luke Whitehead knows that and is ready to fully make that attack here at this point. You see just how eager that Ferrari looks coming down through the final corner, really trying to poke its nose this way and that, trying to get as much of an advantage as possible. Luke Whitehead just holding in behind. I think he's going to be a little bit too far back to be able to get the run here going down into the 1st corner. I think what he needs to try to do is set himself up for a run down into Cian on the Mistral straight, but then again, that BMW straight line speed can be a thing of pretty immense power, so we'll have to see if he's able to do anything with that.
Yep, back down towards the end of the 1st sector then, where you start to build that challenge, build that attack down the back straight. We have got 25 seconds left on the clock. I'm not sure where the race leader is. There is the race leader. I think this will be the final lap of the race then, because Nicholas Hoven is heading for the flag with 15 seconds to go. The time will be down to 0 by the end of this lap. Well, where do we start when it comes to summing up the performance for Unicorns of Love? They started on pole. In fact, they started with a front row lockout. It won't quite be a 1-2, but they will have both of their cars on the podium. But it's the number 15 car of Bastian Richter and Nicholas Hoven that comes out of the final corner, crosses the line, sees the checkered flag, and wins the SimGrid VCO World Cup 6-hour race at Paul Ricard after a near flawless performance. Darren McCormack doesn't look very happy with 2nd place, but actually should be very satisfied with his debut performance in the BMW, of course. Been with Williams Esports for a while, but new to that car for this event, and actually to come up just 3.7 seconds short is not a bad effort at all. And then in 3rd position, Tobias Grunewald will bring home the number 14 car, which he shares with Tobias Pfeffer. Again, an up and down race for them really, but they salvage a 3rd place finish. 4th position will go to Triton Racing, Dominic Blyer and Mateusz Tuskovic, and the top 5 looks as though it will be rounded out by the 888 car, which is the SMP Racing Esports BMW of Alexander Smolia, Mikhail Statsenko and Vyacheslav Abeladze. They will come home in 5th, with some other really noteworthy performances from those immediately behind them.
Yeah, and I think chief among them, we have to talk about David Tanitsa here in that John Alesi Esports Academy, number 27 machine in that McLaren, the highest placed McLaren in the field, and indeed the winner of the non-BMWs here. We talked a lot yesterday about just how favored that BMW was. good to see a McLaren being able to work its way here into prime position. Absolutely incredible stuff, and they're going to be very happy to walk away with a 6th place. We also check back here on Danila Chirpinen as he brings the 488 Simware Pro by Vitus machine across the last start-finish line.
Yep, there they go. 8th position for them. They'll be one of the last cars to see the checkered flag. Garcia brings home the 21 car in 9th. Sven Hetic will finish in 10th position for the number 77 team, the Get Closer racing car. And that concludes 6 hours of drama, frenetic racing, intriguing strategy calls, a few bits of good and bad fortune spread up and down the grid as well. But overall, DJ, a fantastic advert for sim racing and another really great performance there by Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. A 1-3 again, and I know we've been saying it a lot, but take nothing away from that Williams Esports machine with Darren McCormick behind the wheel. An absolutely impressive drive there from them. We should be able to talk to both Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports here in just a little bit of time. I'm very much looking forward to talking to both of them. But yeah, as you said, Andy, an absolutely stellar advertisement for just how great sim racing can be. We saw a fantastic race, battles up and down through the field. It's exactly what you want to see from an endurance race such as this.
It certainly is, and it kept us guessing, as I said, right down to the very end there, not just within the podium places, but it was actually really nice to see that racing spirit extend right down the order. Yes, the prize pool extended back to 20th. There were even teams outside of the top 20 who were trying their best to snatch the fastest lap prize as well towards the end. But really, even if they weren't fighting for anything meaningful there, DJ, there was still some really robust battling going on right down to the end.
Yeah, very, very good battles all the way up to the end. I mean, how much were we sitting on the edge of our seats watching all of that play out? It was some truly fantastic stuff as we take a look back here at the start of the race, which obviously got underway under darkness. And there you see the number 15. Well, right where they finished, up at the front of the field, they started on pole and finished the race in the lead. But that's not the tail of the tape. It was a tough run out there for them, and it really showed their mental fortitude and their grit to be able to maintain the lead here and take away a victory.
Yeah, if you only watched the first and last 10 minutes of that race, then you really didn't even get half of the picture, did you? This was the car that finished second in the race. Darren McCormack was at the wheel at the start of the race and had to dig his way immediately up the order after a not ideal start to the 6 hours of competition, and was seen there going up the inside of the Veloci Esports Ferrari of Luke Whitehead. But that car would very rapidly become a factor in the race. Not only when McCormack was at the wheel, his teammates did a really strong job as well, particularly Igor Rodriguez in one of his latter stints to keep the car fully in contention and ultimately give them at least half a chance of the race victory. And there the McLaren that started down in 16th position, car 27, did well really, as did many of those who started mid-grid, DJ, just to avoid major trouble in the first few minutes.
Yeah, they very much did, and thankfully we talked about a pretty clean race out here. We weren't seeing a lot of massive incidents. I think the only real thing that you and I saw, Andy, over the course of our time on this stint was the big hit from SMP Racing going down into Bisset. That was really the only true incident that I think we can be able to get to as they go. And so just a fantastic race here, good side-by-side racing, great respect shown from all drivers. It really and truly was a great race to be able to see. And, you know, I'm a little bit upset that the 2023 season is a little bit farther away.
Absolutely. Lots of storylines, lots of things that kept our intrigue throughout the 6 hours, but we spent an awful lot of that 6 hours talking about one team, the Unicorns of Love, who started with both of their cars at the front of the field. They ended with both of their cars on the podium, but Nicholas Hoban and Bastian Richter, who were a part of the winning combination, have joined us in the box now, and they can have a chat now with DJ.
Well, gentlemen, a 1-3 on the day. That has obviously got to feel very, very good for yourself. I'd like to start at the end there with the number 15 car. I mean, talk to me about that final stint, the chase down on Williams Esports. What was going through your mind, and what was the communication going on behind the scenes?
Yeah. What was the communication? It was pretty much don't risk too much. You got the pace. I was not that confident before the stint. I had It's just my first one had problems with tire management and even had a brake failure, so I had to manage my hardware problems while driving. And yeah, luckily I got carried from Basti into this position, and yeah, with this good position I was able to catch Dara.
Well, you were able to catch him indeed. And Tobias, I want to ask you here really quick. Obviously, a little bit of a slightly disappointing race for you, but being able to come back there and being able to fight for that third place position. Talk to me about the mentality and the conversations that you were having after those early incidents and the ability to be able to come on back.
I mean, yeah, we tried our best, you know, as always, but it wasn't possible to catch up with these guys, especially Basti doing a great job in the car and Niklas too. So it was impossible to get P1 or P2 actually. Williams also did a great job, and so yeah, we just tried to get the podium, and yeah.
Well, for both of you, Bastian, I want to talk to you a little bit about it as you were able to go out there and really get your elbows out and put on some good fighting moves to set up that run to the end. How was the car feeling, and did you have any moments where you kind of knew that this race was going to be in the bag, or were you a little bit worried all the way through your stint?
Well, the car itself felt kind of okay or good at the beginning, but obviously at this track you always have to be very careful with the tires, and we didn't practice long runs pretty good, so yeah, we were struggling a little bit there, and I think Williams was particularly faster in the second half of the stint, so it was always intense and very close, because we knew like the gap isn't that big. Every little mistake could lead to a position change, and especially in the second last stint when Igor yeah, had a less fuel and was doing pretty good times, we knew it would be very close at the end. But yeah, Niklas managed it very, very good. So yeah.
Well, a question to all three of you then very quickly. How much was this race really about keeping those tires up underneath you, and how much was it about just the outright pace that you were able to have? And how much were you having to play back and forth on that over the course of the entire 6 hours?
I mean, yeah, I can try.
Yeah.
I mean, in the beginning, the outright pace obviously is important, but if you're like 1 or 2 tenths slower, it doesn't really matter that much if you can keep the tires alive, because then the difference might be even bigger, and you can drop up to like half a second if you have bad tires. And so yeah, I think this is really the important part here.
Well, you all three clearly did a fantastic job. A 1-3 on the day. Being able to take home not only the prize money, but the bragging rights here has got to feel fantastic. And Tobias, I'll start with you. Who makes this possible? Who would you like to thank?
I think, yeah, the team, my parents too, because they have supported me a lot. And yeah, it's just crazy. And also you guys to make this possible, the organization and stuff.
Bastian, Nicholas, anybody you guys would like to thank before we let you go here and celebrate?
Yeah, obviously a big shout out to the whole organization team for finally putting the event together. I mean, it was pretty unlucky in December, so it's really good to have such an event now. And also to the team, like the preparation in the background is just great. Like working together with all the guys is really what brings us here. So yeah, thanks to all of them.
Nicholas, anybody from you?
Oh, yeah, basically the standard statements. Thank you for the organization, the great team we have behind us. We have a lot of spotters. We have guys who build a setup, who test a lot, and obviously Bastian, who was a beast today, and I want to thank him in special. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much. Those are your drivers there from your winning and third place teams for Unicorns of Love. Absolutely an impressive run there from them, Andy.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Absolute dominance from the Unicorns of Love. They had a fight on their hands at the end, but they managed to come out on top. Now, of course, the team with whom they had that fight at the end were Williams Esports, the Chill Blast car in particular of Darren McCormack, Igor Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde. And Darren McCormack joins us now for the second time this weekend in the commentary box. Well, Darren, I'm going to take you back to just under 24 hours ago when we last spoke before qualifying, and you weren't exactly full of confidence that you were going to make it to the very end of that qualifying session. You put a good effort in, ultimately, but something seemed to change today. You were back to being essentially one of the fastest drivers out on track. What do you think it was that sort of brought that form back to you?
Well, I found the pace like midway through quali, but I also messed up in Q3. The game gave me an old set of tires, so I didn't go through. There wasn't enough time to change and get a good lap in, so that was just unfortunate. And then yeah, in the race I just did what I do best, basically, just pushed as hard as I could. Pace was there. It looked like we were quickest on track, so that was good. And then yeah, in the last stint, especially, I pushed super hard to try and get the most out of it, but you can't beat somebody on, you know, half a tank less than you with fresher tires. So yeah, this, I did my best, and I think the whole team did. We all did our best, Igor and Tinko as well.
Yeah, we were watching on board, actually. We could see your camera during that final stint. We could see the almost grimace of frustration on your face at times, particularly as you could see the Unicorns of Love car just getting further and further away. We were talking a lot about the strategy as well at that point, and what led you to that stage. Obviously, you pitted early, got yourself into the car quickly on fresh tyres. Were you fairly confident at that point that that would give you enough of an advantage after the pit stops to hang on?
No, I was never confident. I mean, we didn't even know if we would get into the lead. But yeah, I put down some of the best laps of my life at the start of that stint. I was doing like high to mid 53s in 27C, which was like pretty much, it's faster than my practice pace. Like, I was absolutely flying at the start. I was really happy with how I was doing on a personal level. But after that, I mean, there's just nothing I could do. Like, the tires were just beginning to blister because, you know, the fronts literally go red around the long right. So yeah, I mean, nothing we could do. We gave it our all, everybody.
And you kept us thoroughly entertained throughout, and you said that, you know, everyone gave it their all. Worth a shout out to your teammates as well, Igor Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde. Igor in particular put in, I called it the stint of his life before he handed over to you, really ate into that lead for the number 15 car and gave you a chance at least.
Yeah, we decided to put him on the low stint, or the low fuel stint, like what Hubin did at the end. So it brought us back closer to Bastian, but unfortunately Igor missed the box when he was like just doing his pit stop to double stint. So we lost 2.5 seconds, and I think that was kind of what lost us the win. And it was also me and Tinko missing the box as well earlier in the race. So just simple stuff like that needs to be ironed out. And we were also on 3 warnings for 5 hours, the last 5 hours of the race, so that wasn't good. But yeah, it's just little things that need to be ironed out. As always, of course, we're going to work on them, make sure they're gone for the next race. So yeah, I'm really happy with my teammates and myself.
Yeah, you've all done a top job, and you've carried yourselves really well as well over the event. You've had to push very hard and gave it your absolute best shot. Last question then, looking to the future, lots of big races upcoming for you guys as well. Sticking with the BMW, do you think now that you're getting used to it, or are you looking forward to getting out of that as soon as possible?
No, it's just, I mean, we switch all the time. It's just whatever is quickest, you just go with that. So yeah, at this, the BMW is by far the fastest, apart from the Lamborghini, but that fell off in the stint, so that didn't really matter. And yeah, I mean, you're going to see us back in the Lambo for Flex Stream for one more round. And then I guess SRO, you'll see me in whatever car, if SRO happens. So yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Well, Dara, thank you for taking some time to chat to us today and yesterday evening. We appreciate that. And congratulations. That was a really hard charge. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you, Andy.
So there you have it then. Williams Esports have to settle for second this week, but it's been a good period of time for that team in recent memory. They're on a bit of a roll. and very nearly managed to snatch the win. Ultimately, though, it went to the Unicorns of Love, the number 15 car with the victory. Williams Esports second, with the second Unicorns of Love car in third. Triton Racing came home in fourth position ahead of SMP Racing Esports. The John Lacey Esports McLaren was sixth, and that was a really impressive run from 16th on the grid, and snatching that sixth place away from the second SMP Racing Esports car in the closing stages. Simware.pro were in 8th position. Aspar Esports got a Lamborghini into the top 10, but not necessarily the one that we were expecting, whilst Get Closer Racing were in 10th position. Remember, the prize money down to 20th though, so Burst Esport, West Competition Racing, Vipperman Racing, despite all of their trials and tribulations, will take home some cash, and they get the $200 bonus for the fastest race lap as well. Grip Hacks Engineering got 2 Lexuses into the top 15. They were just ahead of the number 44 car. Then it was Kramer Racing Esports, Veloce's Ferrari number 42, the surviving Ferrari, were 17th ahead of TF Racing, Burst Esports and SOP Esports Racing. So the top 20 taking home a share of the prize pool. Well, DJ, your final thoughts after what has been just a fantastic afternoon of entertainment. Well, afternoon for me, morning for you, I suppose, over there in the USA. Certainly kept me entertained throughout, and I think we ended up probably with the right result there. Unicorns of Love really have been the team to beat since we arrived here last night.
Yeah, they certainly have been a well-deserved result. 1 in 3 Williams Esports, nothing to take away from them. And really and truly, the only thing I can say is I wish we had a little bit more racing left to go, because I'm still ready and rearing to go.
Absolutely. There will be more racing, though, in the near future here on the SimGrid, so do be sure to head over to their website and social media channels for all of the updates on that. Although now that remains for me to say is a big thank you to everyone who has made this event and this broadcast possible. A big shout out to Lewis McGlade and Cian Butler, who kept us thoroughly entertained over the first 3 hours of the broadcast. A big thanks as well to DJ for joining me for the final 3 hours. Michael Hamlet, who's been working busily away in the background. Daniel Costello, who's been on the broadcast. Everyone who goes into it, big thanks for all of their hard work. And to you at home for tuning in to watching. We hope you've enjoyed the 6 hours of entertainment. We'll be back to bring you more top quality racing in the near future. But for now, from myself, Andy McEwan, and the rest of the team, it is goodbye. Well, that's what Noah was saying, wasn't he? And he was clearly pushing as well. There was no tyre conservation going on, was there? Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, you can film. Yes. I think we both were, weren't we?
Yeah, I was there, yeah.